Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The Garden of Eternal Twilight, Part 1, The Secret Pathway. Lena's footsteps were soft on the moss-covered stone path, the faint rustling of the leaves the only sound in the still air. The forest around her was unlike any she had ever encountered. Tall, ancient trees stretched high into the sky, their thick branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out much of the sun. The air was heavy with the scent of earth and flowers, and the faint hum of distant birdsong seemed to carry on the wind, though she couldn't see a single bird in sight. This was the forest at the edge of the world, the fabled Garden of Eternal Twilight. Legend spoke of it as a place where time stood still, where day and night mingled together in a perpetual state of dusky twilight. A place that existed beyond the reaches of ordinary travelers, hidden away from the prying eyes of the world. A place of beauty and mystery, where the boundaries between the known and the unknown blurred, but Lena had found it. The secret path had appeared before her when she least expected it, winding through the familiar woods she had known since childhood. At first, she had thought it was just her imagination, a fleeting thought in the back of her mind, but the path had grown clearer and clearer with each step she took. The trees had shifted aside as though guiding her, allowing her to pass through, as though welcoming her to a place only a chosen few could reach. Now, she stood at the entrance to the garden itself, a place of magic and wonder that only a handful of people had ever seen. The garden stretched out before her, a vast expanse of vibrant colors and strange flowers, their petals glowing softly in the twilight. Strange creatures flitted through the air, their wings shimmering like ethereal wisps of smoke. It was a dreamscape, a place untouched by the world outside. Lena stepped forward, her heart pounding with both excitement and trepidation. She had read about the Garden of Eternal Twilight in ancient texts, heard whispers of its existence in stories passed down through generations. But never had she imagined that she would actually find it, let alone be allowed to enter. As she ventured further into the garden, she noticed something curious. The garden seemed to pulse with life, but it was a different kind of life, one that did not follow the natural rules of the world she knew. Time did not move here as it did outside the garden. The flowers bloomed and withered, not according to the seasons, but in a slow, cyclical rhythm that seemed to be in tune with the very essence of the twilight around them. The air grew cooler as she walked deeper into the garden, and she could feel an invisible pull drawing her toward the center. It was as though the garden itself was calling to her, beckoning her to uncover its secrets. At the heart of the garden, standing amidst a circle of towering, ancient trees, was a statue, an intricately carved figure of a woman, her eyes closed in serene contemplation, her hands held gently before her. Her features were impossibly detailed, the stone so lifelike that it almost seemed as though she could open her eyes at any moment. Lena approached the statue, her breath catching in her throat. It was beautiful, almost too beautiful to be real. The woman's face was both peaceful and sorrowful, as though she held the weight of centuries of secrets within her gaze. She felt an overwhelming sense of reverence as she gazed up at the statue, wondering who this woman was and why she was here. A soft whisper seemed to fill the air, a voice not spoken aloud, but carried on the wind. "You have come, Lena. The garden has waited for you." Lena's heart skipped a beat. How did the garden know her name? She glanced around, her pulse quickening, but there was no one else in sight. Only the statue, the trees, and the flowers. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "The time has come for you to understand," the voice continued, its tone gentle yet firm. "This garden holds the answers to the questions you seek, but to unlock its secrets, you must first understand its true nature." Lena took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. She had always known there was something more to this world. Something hidden beneath the surface, and the garden seemed to be offering her the chance to uncover it. But what was she supposed to understand? What was she meant to learn? The statue before her shifted, its stone form slowly coming to life. Lena stepped back in shock, her breath catching in her throat as the figure's eyes opened, revealing a soft, golden light within them. The woman blinked once, then smiled faintly, as though she recognized Lena. "The journey is about to begin, Lena. You must walk the path of twilight to uncover the truth." Before Lena could respond, the ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, and the world around her began to shift. The flowers swayed in an unseen breeze, their colors swirling and changing as if they were alive in ways that defied logic. The twilight deepened, and shadows lengthened, moving in strange, intricate patterns. "Follow the path," the voice whispered again, "and trust in what you see. The garden will reveal itself to you in time. But beware, for not everything here is as it seems." With that, the woman's statue returned to its original form, her eyes closing once more. The garden grew still, but the sense of magic in the air remained, palpable and powerful. Lena stood at the edge of the garden, her mind racing. What was this place? Why had it called her? And what truth was waiting for her to uncover? The answers were out there, hidden somewhere within the twilight haze. But to find them, Lena knew she would have to venture deeper into the heart of the garden, confronting the unknown and embracing the mysteries that lay ahead. Part 2, The Path of Twilight. The garden seemed to stretch out endlessly before Lena, an intricate maze of vibrant flowers and winding paths, all bathed in the soft glow of twilight. As she stepped forward, the earth beneath her feet felt different, as if the very soil of the garden held secrets long buried. The air hummed with magic, an invisible thread connecting the plants, the trees, and the whispers of the wind. Lena's pulse quickened as she followed the path that had been shown to her. The garden was alive, shifting subtly with each step she took. The leaves rustled softly, as if speaking in their own ancient language, and the flowers seemed to turn their heads toward her, their petals glowing brighter as she passed. A sense of wonder filled her heart, but beneath that wonder was something else, an underlying current of unease. The voice that had spoken to her, the one from the statue, had warned her that not everything in the garden was as it seemed. But what did that mean? What danger lurked here, hidden behind the beauty? As she ventured deeper, the path began to narrow, the trees growing taller and denser. The light from the twilight sky dimmed, casting long shadows on the ground. A chill ran down Lena's spine, though the air was still warm. She could feel the garden's energy shift, as though the very earth beneath her was alive, watching her every move. The path led her to a small clearing, where a large stone archway stood. It was unlike any structure Lena had seen before, ancient and weathered, yet beautifully intricate. The arch was adorned with symbols she didn't recognize, their meaning lost to time. Above the arch, the sky seemed to swirl in a kaleidoscope of colors, merging the fading light of day with the deepening hues of night. She hesitated before the arch, feeling an inexplicable pull to pass through it. But what lay beyond? Was it the next step on her journey? Or a trap laid to deceive her? Lena glanced over her shoulder, but the path she had come down had disappeared. The garden was no longer the place she had entered, it had transformed into something else entirely. The path was now a winding maze, the trees growing more twisted, the shadows deeper. There was no going back. With a deep breath, Lena stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the arch. The moment she passed through, the world shifted, the air grew colder, and the once pleasant hum of magic turned to a low, distant rumble. The ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, and the trees around her seemed to lean in closer, their branches creaking as if alive with some dark, hidden purpose. Lena stumbled, her hand instinctively reaching for the nearest tree to steady herself. As her fingers brushed the bark, a sudden vision flashed before her eyes, images of the garden, but not as it was now. She saw it in its full, vibrant beauty, bathed in light, teeming with life. But she also saw shadows creeping from the edges, twisting and curling, devouring the light. The vision shifted, showing her flashes of the woman in the statue, her face etched with sorrow. And then, the image of the woman's hand reaching out, as if trying to warn Lena. The vision faded as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Lena gasping for breath, her heart racing. What had she just seen? What was the connection between the garden, the statue, and the shadows that threatened to swallow it all? A soft voice broke through her thoughts, a whisper on the wind. You must keep moving forward, Lena. The path will reveal its secrets in time, but you must trust the journey. The voice was familiar, it was the same voice that had spoken to her by the statue. The voice of the garden itself. But this time, it felt different. It was softer, gentler, as if the garden were trying to guide her rather than simply speak to her. With renewed determination, Lena continued walking. The path ahead seemed to twist and turn, disappearing into a dense fog that had appeared without warning. The trees grew thicker, their trunks wider. Their leaves darkened. The ground was slick with dew, and the air tasted faintly of salt, as if the very essence of the garden had changed. As she moved through the fog, a soft, melodic sound reached her ears. It was faint at first, like the sound of distant music, but as she walked toward it, the melody grew louder, more distinct. It was a haunting tune, like the song of a flute, echoing through the garden, beckoning her closer. The fog began to dissipate as Lena followed the sound, and soon she emerged into another clearing. This one was different from the others. It was a tranquil, serene pond, its surface reflecting the twilight sky above. A large stone bench sat near the water's edge. And beside it, a strange flower bloomed. It was unlike any flower Lena had ever seen. Its petals were silver, shimmering like moonlight, and its stem was twisted in delicate spirals. The music grew louder, and Lena realized that it was coming from the flower itself. As she approached, the melody seemed to resonate deep within her chest, as if it were calling to something buried within her. Without thinking, she knelt beside the flower, reaching out to touch its petals. The moment her fingers brushed against the silver flower, a surge of energy coursed through her, filling her with warmth and light. For a brief moment, it felt as though the entire garden was connected to her, that she was part of something much greater than herself. But just as quickly, the warmth faded, replaced by a deep, bone-chilling cold. The music stopped, and the fog began to roll back in, thicker this time, swirling around her like a storm. The voice whispered again, but this time, it was urgent, almost frantic. "You must leave this place, Lena. The balance is tipping. Darkness is stirring in the garden. The time to act is now." Lena's heart raced as she stood up, the fog growing heavier around her. She had to find the answers. The garden was hiding something, and she needed to uncover its secrets before it was too late. With one last glance at the silver flower, Lena turned and began walking back into the mist, the path ahead unclear but calling to her all the same. Part 3, Shadows in the Twilight. The fog clung to Lena like a heavy cloak as she made her way forward, her steps slow and cautious. The once clear pathways of the garden were now veiled in mist, their edges blurred and indistinct. Each step seemed to echo in the stillness, the sound swallowed by the heavy air. The voice had warned her, darkness is stirring in the garden. But what did it mean? The silver flower's melody still echoed faintly in her memory, haunting and beautiful. That brief connection with the garden had felt so profound, but now she couldn't shake the feeling that something unseen was watching her. The path began to widen, and Lena found herself standing before an ancient structure. It was a tower, its walls overgrown with ivy and flowering vines. The stone was weathered and cracked, yet it exuded an air of quiet dignity, as though it had stood against time itself. At the base of the tower was a heavy wooden door, its surface etched with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and shimmer in the twilight. Lena hesitated. The tower felt important, like a place where answers might lie. But it also felt wrong, as though something inside was waiting for her, something that didn't want to be found. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open. The interior was dimly lit, the light filtering in through narrow, high windows. The air was cool and carried a faint, metallic tang, as if the stones themselves held some ancient memory. Shelves lined the walls, filled with books and scrolls that seemed far older than the tower itself. Dust motes floated in the air, dancing in the twilight like tiny stars. Lena stepped inside, her footsteps muffled by the thick layer of dust on the stone floor. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the faint creak of the door as it swung shut behind her. She moved toward one of the shelves, her fingers brushing against the spines of the books. The titles were written in a language she didn't recognize, their letters flowing and graceful, like the whispers of the garden itself. On a nearby table, a single book lay open, its pages glowing faintly. Drawn to it, Lena approached and began to read. The text seemed to shift and change as her eyes moved across it, the letters forming words she could understand. The garden exists between realms, a place of balance and harmony. It is neither of the day nor the night, but of the twilight, where all things are equal and whole. But the balance is fragile. When light and shadow tip too far, the garden begins to wither, and the darkness awakens. Lena's heart quickened. The words seemed to echo the voice that had spoken to her. The balance of the garden was tipping, and if it fell too far, the consequences would be dire, as she reached the end of the page. The faint glow of the book dimmed, and a low, resonant hum filled the air. The shelves began to tremble, their contents rattling as though some unseen force was moving through the tower. Lena stepped back, her pulse racing, as the hum grew louder, a deep vibration that seemed to resonate in her bones. And then she saw it. From the shadows at the far end of the room, a figure began to emerge. It was indistinct at first, its form shrouded in darkness, but as it drew closer, Lena could see its shape. It was tall and slender, its body cloaked in shadow that seemed to ripple and shift like smoke. Its eyes glowed faintly, a cold, piercing light that sent a chill down her spine. "Who are you?" Lena demanded. Her voice trembling despite her attempt to sound brave. The figure didn't answer. Instead, it raised an arm, and the shadows around it began to writhe and reach toward Lena, like tendrils of living darkness. She stumbled back, her mind racing. She had no weapon, no means to defend herself. All she had was the faint connection she felt to the garden, the mysterious bond that seemed to pull her deeper into its secrets. The shadows surged toward her, but as they neared, a burst of light erupted from the open book on the table. The light was warm and golden, cutting through the darkness like a blade. The shadowy figure recoiled, its form twisting and retreating into the corners of the room. The light from the book faded, and the room fell silent once more. Lena stood frozen, her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. The figure was gone, but the feeling of being watched lingered, a heavy presence in the air. She glanced down at the book, its pages now blank. Whatever power it held had been used, and Lena couldn't help but wonder if it had protected her, or if it had simply delayed the inevitable. Gathering her courage, Lena turned and left the tower, stepping back into the garden. The fog had lifted slightly, revealing a new path that hadn't been there before. It stretched out before her, lined with glowing flowers that seemed to pulse faintly, as though guiding her forward. The voice whispered once more, its tone softer now, almost comforting. "The darkness is watching, but so is the light. Trust the garden, Lena. It will lead you where you need to go." With the memory of the shadowy figure still fresh in her mind, Lena began walking. The garden was changing again, its energy shifting with each step she took. She didn't know what lay ahead, but she knew she couldn't turn back. The garden had chosen her, and her journey was far from over. Part 4, Whispers of the Garden. The glowing flowers lining the path swayed gently, though no wind stirred the air. Lena followed their soft, pulsing light, her steps guided by an unspoken trust in the garden's magic. The encounter in the tower lingered in her thoughts, the shadowy figure, the glowing book, and the warning etched into its pages. The balance is fragile. The path opened into another clearing, this one unlike any she had seen before. A circular stone platform lay in the center, surrounded by a ring of crystalline trees. Their branches sparkled as though dusted with starlight, and the air shimmered faintly with a silvery glow. At the center of the platform stood a pedestal, atop which rested a sphere of swirling light and shadow, the two forces locked in a delicate, ever-changing dance. Lena approached cautiously, her footsteps silent against the smooth stone. The sphere's energy radiated outward. Warm and inviting one moment, cold and forbidding the next. She could feel the push and pull of its power, a tangible reminder of the garden's delicate balance. Before she could reach the pedestal, a rustling sound broke the stillness. Lena froze, her eyes scanning the trees for the source of the noise. The shadows between the crystalline trunks seemed to shift and ripple, and a figure emerged from the darkness. It was not the shadowy figure she had encountered in the tower, but something else entirely. This figure was human-like, cloaked in robes that shimmered with twilight hues. Its face was hidden beneath a hood, but its presence exuded both warmth and authority. In its hands, it held a staff, the tip adorned with a crystal that glowed faintly, mirroring the light of the sphere. "You've come far," the figure said, its voice resonant and calm, carrying the weight of ages. "Few reach this place. Who are you?" Lena asked, her voice steadied despite the unease bubbling within her. "I am a keeper," the figure replied. "A guardian of the balance within the garden of eternal twilight. And you, Lena, have been chosen to restore what is being lost." "Why me?" she asked, stepping closer. "I don't understand any of this. The garden, the shadows, the balance, it's all so much." The keeper raised its staff, and the crystal atop it glowed brighter. The sphere on the pedestal responded, its swirling light and shadow growing more vibrant. The figure's voice softened, though it retained its commanding tone. "The garden is not just a place, it is a bridge between realms, a sanctuary where light and shadow coexist in harmony. But that harmony is under threat. The darkness grows restless, and the balance tips. If it is lost, the garden will fall, and with it, the delicate equilibrium of the worlds it connects." Lena felt the weight of the words settle over her. She glanced at the sphere, its dance of light and shadow mesmerizing. "What do I have to do?" The keeper extended a hand toward the pedestal. "The balance resides within this sphere. To restore it, you must travel to the heart of the garden, where the source of the imbalance lies. But be warned, the journey will not be easy. The darkness will try to stop you, to consume you. You must hold fast to the light within you." Lena hesitated, her gaze flicking between the keeper and the sphere. She didn't feel ready for such a task, but the garden's voice had guided her this far, and the thought of the garden falling into ruin filled her with a sense of urgency she couldn't ignore. "What happens if I fail?" she asked quietly. The keeper's voice grew somber. "If you fail, the garden will be lost to the shadows. The realms it connects will unravel, and the harmony that sustains them will collapse. But I believe you will succeed. The garden chose you for a reason." Taking a deep breath, Lena stepped closer to the pedestal. The energy of the sphere intensified as she reached out, her fingers brushing its surface. A jolt of power coursed through her, and the world around her dissolved into a cascade of colors and sensations. Lena found herself standing in a new part of the garden, one that felt different from anywhere she had been before. The air was heavy, and the light of the twilight sky was dimmer here, as though the shadows were encroaching. The trees were gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The path ahead was overgrown, barely visible beneath the tangled vines and roots. A soft, mournful melody drifted through the air, carried on a breeze that felt colder than before. It was the same melody she had heard from the silver flower, but now it was slower, sadder, as if the garden itself was lamenting its plight. Lena pressed on, her steps careful but determined. The sphere's energy still hummed faintly within her, a guiding presence that gave her courage. She knew the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but she also knew she couldn't turn back. As she moved deeper into the shadowed part of the garden, the whispers began. They were faint at first, barely audible over the sound of her own footsteps, but they grew louder, weaving together into a chorus of voices. Some were soft and soothing, others harsh and cruel, but all of them seemed to call her name, Lena. Lena. Come closer. She tried to ignore them, focusing on the path ahead, but the voices grew more insistent. The shadows around her seemed to move, shifting and twisting into shapes that danced at the edges of her vision. Her heart raced, but she clenched her fists and kept walking. Trust the garden, the voice from before echoed in her mind. It will lead you where you need to go. The path began to slope downward, leading her toward a dense grove of trees. In the center of the grove was a single tree, its trunk massive and its branches stretching high into the sky. Its bark was black as night, and its leaves shimmered with a faint, silvery glow. Beneath the tree, the ground pulsed faintly, as though the very earth was alive. Lena knew instinctively that this tree was important, that it held a key to the balance she sought to restore. But the shadows around it were thicker, darker, and more menacing than anything she had encountered before. Steeling herself, Lena stepped into the grove. Part 5, The Heart of Shadows. The grove was unnervingly silent as Lena stepped forward, the soft crunch of her boots against the ground the only sound in the oppressive stillness. The massive black tree loomed above her, its silvery leaves glinting faintly in the dim twilight. Around it, the shadows writhed and pulsed, almost alive. She hesitated at the edge of the grove, her instincts warning her that crossing into the shadows would not be without consequence. Yet, deep within her, the sphere's energy pulsed, urging her forward. This is where I need to be, she reminded herself, clenching her fists to steady her resolve. As she stepped closer to the tree, the shadows seemed to shift, forming shapes that began to take on substance. They coalesced into figures, tall and imposing, their forms humanoid but utterly devoid of features. Their bodies were made of pure darkness, and their presence sent a shiver down her spine. One of the figures stepped forward, its head tilting slightly as if observing her. When it spoke, its voice was a deep, resonant echo, chilling and calm. You do not belong here, it said. Turn back, mortal. The garden's fate is sealed. Lena straightened, meeting the figure's featureless gaze. I was chosen to restore the balance, she said, her voice firm despite her fear. I won't turn back. The figure's form flickered, its edges blurring like smoke. The balance has already tipped. Light and shadow are no longer equals. What you seek is beyond your grasp. Another figure stepped forward, its voice sharper, more mocking. Do you think you can withstand the darkness? You are but one spark in an endless night. Lena took another step forward, the sphere's energy flaring within her. Maybe I'm just a spark, she said, but even a spark can ignite something greater. The figures didn't respond immediately. Instead, they seemed to ripple, their forms distorting as if caught in an unseen wind. Then, without warning, they lunged. The shadows surged toward Lena like a tidal wave, their tendrils twisting and writhing as they reached for her. She raised her arms instinctively, and the energy of the sphere burst outward, forming a barrier of golden light around her. The shadows recoiled with a hiss, their forms unraveling momentarily before reassembling. The grove erupted into chaos as the shadows attacked again and again, each strike more forceful than the last. Lena held her ground, the light of the sphere shielding her, but she could feel the strain. The shadows were relentless, their darkness seeping into the edges of her barrier, threatening to snuff out the light. "Trust the garden," the voice from before echoed in her mind. Closing her eyes, Lena focused on the sphere's energy, letting it guide her. She pictured the harmony of the garden, the balance of light and shadow, and the connection she felt to its magic. The warmth within her grew stronger, and the golden light around her flared brighter, pushing the shadows back. The figures hissed and retreated, their forms dissolving into the darkness. The grove fell silent once more, and Lena lowered her arms, breathing heavily. The barrier of light faded, leaving her standing alone beneath the massive black tree. As she approached the tree's base, she noticed something she hadn't seen before, a hollow in its trunk, within which a small object rested. It was a shard of crystal, its surface dark and smoky but faintly pulsing with a silvery light. She reached out, her fingers brushing against it, and a wave of energy surged through her. Images flashed through her mind, fragments of the garden's history. She saw the twilight in its purest form, a perfect balance of light and shadow. She saw the arrival of the darkness, creeping in like an unwelcome guest, disrupting the harmony. And she saw herself, standing at the heart of the garden, the sphere in her hands, its energy flaring as she faced the source of the imbalance. The vision faded, and Lena found herself back in the grove, the shard of crystal in her hand. The tree's glow seemed to dim, as if it had relinquished something vital. She tucked the shard into her pocket, its energy thrumming faintly against her side. A new path opened before her, its edges lined with faintly glowing flowers. The garden was guiding her again, leading her toward the heart of its magic. She didn't know what awaited her there, but she felt a renewed sense of purpose. The shard in her pocket was a piece of the puzzle, and the answers she sought were within reach. As she stepped onto the path, the garden's voice whispered once more, its tone both soothing and urgent. "The balance is not yet lost. The heart of the garden awaits. Go, Lena, and remember, even the smallest light can banish the deepest shadow." Part 6. The Veil of Secrets. The glowing flowers along the new path seemed to pulse in rhythm with Lena's heartbeat, their light a guiding beacon in the growing darkness. The shard of crystal in her pocket thrummed faintly, as if responding to the energy around her. With every step, the air grew heavier, charged with a tension that prickled her skin. She could feel she was drawing closer to the heart of the garden, and to the source of its imbalance. The path twisted and turned, leading Lena through landscapes that seemed to shift and change with each passing moment. The trees grew taller and more imposing, their branches entwining overhead to form a canopy that blocked out the twilight sky. The soft glow of the flowers was her only light, casting long shadows that danced across the ground. As Lena rounded a bend, she found herself at the edge of a shimmering veil of light. It hung like a curtain between two towering trees, its surface rippling as though it were made of liquid. The air around it hummed softly, and she felt a pull, as if the veil were calling to her. She hesitated, the words of the keeper echoing in her mind. The darkness will try to stop you, to consume you. Yet, despite her fear, she felt a deep certainty that this was where she needed to go. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through the veil. The world on the other side was unlike anything Lena had ever seen. She stood in a vast, open space, the ground beneath her feet smooth and reflective like glass. Above her, the sky was a swirling tapestry of light and shadow, the two forces weaving together in an intricate dance. The air was filled with a low, melodic hum, both beautiful and haunting. In the center of this strange realm stood a figure, its form cloaked in shadow. It was tall and regal, its presence commanding, yet there was a flicker of light within it, a faint glow at its core. Lena could feel its power, a mixture of light and darkness that seemed to mirror the sphere she carried. "You have come far," the figure said, its voice a blend of many tones, as if it spoke with countless voices at once. "Few reach this place. Who are you?" Lena asked, her voice steady despite the unease curling in her chest. The figure tilted its head, the glow at its core brightening slightly. "I am the heart of the garden," it replied. "I am the balance that sustains this realm. But that balance has been disrupted, and now I am fractured." Lena took a step closer, her gaze fixed on the figure. "Fractured? How?" "The shadows have grown stronger," the heart said. "Their influence seeps into every corner of the garden, tipping the scales. The light fights to hold its ground, but it cannot do so alone. The harmony we once knew is slipping away." Lena reached into her pocket, pulling out the shard of crystal she had found in the grove. Its smoky surface glinted in the strange light of the realm, and its faint pulse seemed to resonate with the heart's energy. "I found this," she said, holding it up. "Is it part of you?" The heart's form flickered, and the glow within it flared brighter. "Yes," it said. "That shard is a fragment of my essence, torn away by the growing imbalance. It holds a piece of the harmony that must be restored." Lena stepped closer, the shard in her hand radiating warmth. "How do I restore the balance?" she asked. The heart extended a hand, its fingers made of shifting shadow and light. "The answer lies within you," it said. "The sphere you carry is the key. It is both a vessel and a bridge, capable of mending what has been broken. But to wield its power, you must embrace both the light and the shadow within yourself." Lena hesitated, the weight of the task settling over her. She had always thought of light as good and shadow as bad, but the garden had shown her that the two were not enemies, they were partners in a delicate dance. To restore the balance, she would have to accept both sides, not just in the garden, but within herself. Closing her eyes, Lena focused on the sphere's energy, letting it flow through her. She felt its warmth and its coolness, its brightness and its depth. The light and shadow within it were not at odds, they were in harmony, complementing and completing each other. When she opened her eyes, the heart's form had shifted. The glow within it was brighter, its edges more defined. It extended its hand further, and Lena placed the shard into its palm. The shard merged with the heart's core, the smoky crystal dissolving into light. Your journey is not yet complete, the heart said, its voice softer now. There is one final piece to be reclaimed, one final test to be faced. Beyond this realm lies the true source of the imbalance. Go, Lena, and remember, you carry the hope of the garden within you. The shimmering veil reappeared, and Lena stepped through, her resolve stronger than ever. The path ahead was unclear, but she knew she couldn't stop now. The garden's fate, and the balance it represented, depended on her. Part 7, The Final Path. Emerging from the shimmering veil, Lena found herself in a part of the garden she had never seen before. The air was colder, heavier, and the twilight seemed darker, as though the light was losing its strength. The flowers that lined the paths in other parts of the garden were absent here. Instead, jagged rocks jutted from the ground, their surfaces gleaming faintly with veins of dark energy. Ahead, the path wound upward toward a looming cliff, where a single point of light flickered like a distant star. The shard in Lena's pocket pulsed faintly, its rhythm slower now, as though conserving its strength for what lay ahead. She gripped the sphere tightly, its golden glow a comforting presence in the encroaching darkness. As she climbed, the shadows around her grew denser, whispering faintly, their voices like 1,000 secrets spoken just out of reach. At first, Lena tried to block them out, but as she climbed higher, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Why do you struggle? One voice hissed, you can never restore what is lost. Another murmured, you are alone. A third whispered, its tone mocking. Lena paused, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. The garden had shown her that shadows were not inherently evil, they were part of the balance. These voices, however, carried the weight of despair. And she knew they were meant to weaken her resolve. She focused on the sphere, its light steady and warm, and let its energy push the voices away. When she opened her eyes, the shadows had receded slightly, their whispers quieter. She pressed on, her steps deliberate, her determination unshaken. At the top of the cliff, Lena found herself standing before a massive chasm. The ground fell away into a swirling abyss of darkness, its depths unknowable. Across the chasm stood a towering obelisk, its surface etched with intricate patterns of light and shadow. At its peak, a fragment of the heart glowed faintly, its light barely piercing the surrounding darkness. A narrow bridge of stone spanned the chasm, its surface cracked and unstable. As Lena approached, the shadows around the abyss surged, forming into twisting shapes that writhed and pulsed. One of them rose higher than the others, taking on a humanoid form similar to the shadowy figures in the grove. You cannot cross, it said, its voice resonant and cold. This place is beyond you, mortal. Turn back. Lena stepped onto the bridge, the sphere's light flaring in her hands. I'm not turning back, she said, her voice firm. The garden needs balance, and I'm here to restore it. The shadow figure shifted, its form growing larger, more menacing. You think your light can overcome the darkness? It is but a flicker against the void. Lena advanced cautiously, the stone beneath her feet trembling with every step. Light and darkness aren't enemies, she said. They need each other. And you can't stop me. The shadow surged forward, its tendrils lashing out to block her path. Lena raised the sphere, its golden light forming a protective barrier around her. The tendril struck the barrier, recoiling with a hiss, but the force of the attack shook the bridge. Lena staggered, her heart pounding as she regained her balance. The figure laughed, its voice echoing through the chasm. "You cannot win, little spark. The darkness will consume you." But Lena didn't falter. She stepped forward again, her movements deliberate, her focus unyielding. The sphere's light flared brighter, its energy pushing back the shadow's attacks. With every step, the golden glow expanded, illuminating more of the bridge and forcing the darkness to retreat. Finally, Lena reached the obelisk. The shard at its peak pulsed faintly, its light weak but steady. She placed the sphere against the obelisk, and a surge of energy coursed through her. The shard began to glow brighter, its light merging with the sphere's. The shadow figure let out a roar, its form unraveling as the light expanded. The abyss below began to shimmer, its swirling darkness giving way to a soft, silvery glow. The balance was shifting, as the shard fused with the sphere. Lena felt a wave of warmth and clarity wash over her. The obelisk's patterns of light and shadow pulsed in harmony, and the garden seemed to breathe, its energy steadier, more unified. The shadow figure's voice echoed one last time, quieter now, almost resigned. "You carry the balance within you. But remember, mortal, the light and shadow must remain as one. Do not let one overpower the other, or the garden will fall again." The figure dissolved completely, and the path back across the chasm solidified, the stones no longer cracked or unstable. Lena turned, the sphere glowing brightly in her hands. The garden was guiding her once more, its energy pulling her toward the final destination. As she descended the cliff, the twilight seemed gentler, the air lighter. The balance was not yet fully restored, but the garden's heart was stronger, its pulse steadier. Lena knew the journey wasn't over, but she felt a renewed sense of purpose. The final test awaited, and she was ready to face it. Part 8, The Keeper's Revelation. Descending from the cliff, Lena felt the garden around her begin to transform. The air grew warmer, and the soft glow of twilight seemed to carry a new sense of vitality. The flowers along the path were blooming again, their luminous petals pulsing gently with the garden's restored energy. Yet, deep within, Lena knew her task wasn't complete. There was still one final piece of the heart to recover. And its absence was a void she could feel with every step. The path led her to a clearing she recognized, the Keeper's sanctuary. The ancient figure stood waiting, its form a blend of light and shadow, glowing with a newfound vibrancy. The once withered tree at the center of the sanctuary now bore delicate blossoms, their radiance reflecting the garden's healing progress. "You have done well, Lena," the Keeper said, its voice carrying both warmth and gravity. "The heart grows stronger with each fragment you restore. The garden feels your resolve." Lena stepped closer, holding the sphere before her. Its light was now fuller, encompassing both golden warmth and the silvery coolness of the shadows it contained. "There's still one shard left," she said. "Where is it?" The Keeper's expression grew somber, and the blossoms on the tree seemed to dim slightly. "The final shard lies in the most guarded part of the garden," it said. "The nexus, a place where the balance of light and shadow is at its most fragile." "The nexus," Lena repeated, a shiver running through her. "What will I face there?" The keeper raised a hand, its fingers weaving through the air as images appeared before Lena. She saw a swirling vortex of light and shadow, its energy wild and untamed. At its center, a fragment of the heart glowed faintly, its light struggling against the chaos around it. The nexus is both the origin and the culmination of the garden's energy. The keeper explained. It is a place where the balance is most easily disrupted, and most difficult to restore. The darkness there will be unlike any you have faced. It will test not just your resolve, but your very essence. Lena's grip on the sphere tightened. How do I restore the shard? She asked. What do I need to do? The keeper stepped closer, its gaze steady. To restore the shard, you must face the deepest parts of yourself, the doubts, fears, and shadows that dwell within. The nexus will reflect them back to you, amplifying them. Only by accepting every part of yourself can you restore the final balance. Lena swallowed hard. The journey so far had taught her to embrace the interplay of light and shadow. But the thought of confronting her innermost fears was daunting. Still, she nodded, her determination unwavering. Take me to the nexus, she said. The keeper extended its hand, and the clearing around them dissolved into a swirling cascade of colors. Lena felt herself being drawn forward, the garden's energy carrying her toward the heart of the nexus. When the motion stopped, she found herself standing at the edge of a vast expanse. The ground was a mosaic of light and shadow, constantly shifting and flowing like water. Above her, the sky was a storm of swirling energy, its colors both dazzling and ominous. At the center of it all was the shard, suspended in midair, its glow faint but steady. As Lena stepped forward, the ground rippled beneath her feet, and the air grew thick with tension. Shadows emerged from the edges of the expanse, forming shapes that mirrored her own silhouette. They moved with her, their presence unnervingly close. Who are you? Lena demanded, her voice echoing across the expanse. The shadows didn't respond, but their forms solidified, taking on features that were all too familiar. They became versions of herself, each one carrying an expression of fear, doubt, or anger. You're not good enough, one shadow said, its voice dripping with disdain. You'll fail, just like before, another murmured, its tone heavy with sadness. Why even try? You'll only make things worse. A third sneered, the words hit Lena like a wave, and for a moment, she faltered. These were the fears she had carried with her, whispers in the back of her mind that she had tried to ignore. But now, they stood before her, undeniable and unrelenting. She closed her eyes, gripping the sphere tightly. Its light pulsed faintly, reminding her of what she had learned. Light and shadow were not enemies, they were parts of a whole. To restore the garden, she would need to restore herself. Taking a deep breath, Lena opened her eyes and faced the shadows. You're right, she said, her voice steady. I have doubts. I have fears. But they don't define me. They're just one part of who I am. The shadows hesitated, their forms flickering. Lena stepped closer, her gaze unwavering. I won't fight you, she said. Because you're me. And I accept you. The sphere in her hands began to glow brighter, its light blending with the shadows around her. The figures dissolved, their energy drawn into the sphere. The shard at the center of the nexus flared to life, its light radiating outward as the final piece of the heart merged with the whole. The storm above began to calm, the swirling energy settling into a harmonious glow. The ground beneath Lena's feet solidified, and the air grew lighter, filled with a sense of peace she hadn't felt before. The keeper's voice echoed softly around her. "You have done it, Lena. The heart is whole, and the balance is restored. The garden will flourish once more." Lena held the sphere close, its warmth filling her with a profound sense of completion. She had faced the garden's challenges, embraced its lessons, and found harmony within herself. The journey was over, but its impact would remain with her forever. Part 9, The Bloom of Balance. As the nexus calmed and the final shard fused into the heart, Lena felt a wave of warmth radiate through her. The garden's energy, which had been fragmented and chaotic, now flowed in a seamless rhythm. The sphere in her hands no longer glowed erratically, it was a harmonious blend of golden light and silvery shadow. Pulsing like a steady heartbeat, the keeper appeared before her, its form shimmering with a brilliance Lena had not seen before. The balance of light and shadow in its figure was perfect, each complementing the other. It bowed its head slightly, a gesture of gratitude and reverence. "You have done what many thought impossible," the keeper said. "The heart is whole, and the garden breathes anew. But your journey is not yet over." Lena blinked, her momentary sense of relief giving way to curiosity. "Not over. The heart is restored, and the balance is here. What more is there to do?" The keeper gestured to the garden around them. "The heart's restoration is but the beginning. The garden will flourish. But it will need a guardian to nurture and protect its balance. This is not a task to be taken lightly, Lena. The garden has chosen you." The words settled over Lena like a blanket of twilight. Her journey had been about saving the garden, but she hadn't considered what would come after. She looked down at the sphere in her hands, its light a tangible representation of the harmony she had worked so hard to achieve. "What does it mean to be the garden's guardian?" she asked, her voice quiet. The keeper's expression softened, and the blossoms on the nearby trees swayed gently, as if in agreement with its words. "It means you will be the bridge between light and shadow. You will guide the garden's growth, ensure its balance, and protect it from forces that seek to disrupt its harmony. It is a calling of great responsibility, but also great beauty." Lena thought of all she had faced, the shadowy figures, the illusions of despair, the challenges that had tested her spirit. She thought of the lessons she had learned, that light and shadow were not enemies, but partners in a delicate dance. The garden had taught her not only about itself, but about her own heart. "I'll do it," Lena said finally, her voice resolute. "If the garden needs a guardian, I'll stay." The keeper extended its hand, and Lena placed the sphere into its grasp. The energy within it surged, spreading outward in a radiant wave. The garden responded, its twilight deepening into a luminous blend of hues, warm golds, cool silvers, and vibrant purples. The flowers around them bloomed more brightly, their light dancing like tiny stars. "You have chosen wisely," the keeper said. "But you will not do this alone. The garden is alive, and it will guide you as much as you guide it. And should the balance ever waver again, the heart will always lead you." The ground beneath Lena's feet began to shift, and she realized she was being drawn to the sanctuary, the very heart of the garden. The keeper accompanied her, its form fading slightly with each step, as if transferring its essence to the garden itself. When they reached the sanctuary, Lena saw that the once withered tree had transformed. Its branches were strong and full, its blossoms glowing softly in the twilight. At the center of the tree, where the trunk split into two intertwining paths, the sphere now rested, embedded in the wood. It pulsed gently, its light radiating through the branches and into the garden beyond. "The heart belongs here," the keeper said, its voice growing faint. "And so do you, Lena." Before she could respond, the keeper dissolved into a cascade of light and shadow, its energy flowing into the tree and the garden itself. Lena stood in silence, watching as the garden seemed to exhale, its energy settling into a calm and steady rhythm. She felt a connection to every part of it, the flowers, the streams, the twilight sky above. The garden's pulse matched her own, and she knew she was no longer just a visitor. She was its guardian, its protector, and its guide. As the first stars began to appear in the twilight sky, Lena sat beneath the tree, her heart full of peace. The garden was whole, and so was she. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead, their balance unbroken. Part 10. Eternal harmony. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, though in the timeless glow of the twilight garden, Lena found it impossible to measure time in the conventional sense. She embraced her role as the garden's guardian, her bond with the heart growing stronger with each passing moment. The garden responded to her care in extraordinary ways. Streams of light and shadow interwove to create new pathways. Blossoms with colors she had never seen before emerged, their petals shimmering with an ethereal glow. Animals, once hidden in the garden's darker corners, began to appear, their presence a sign of balance restored. Lena spent her days tending to the garden, learning its rhythms and secrets. The heart, embedded in the great tree at the sanctuary, guided her with subtle pulses of energy. It was as if the garden itself was alive, its essence intertwined with hers. One evening, as she walked along the starlit paths, Lena noticed a faint glimmer in the distance. Following it, she came to a clearing she hadn't seen before. At its center was a pool of water, its surface mirroring the twilight sky. The reflection wasn't static, though. It shifted and flowed, showing scenes from the garden's past. Curious, Lena knelt by the pool. She saw the garden as it once was, vibrant and whole, filled with laughter and light. She saw the keeper in its prime, guiding visitors who came seeking solace and wisdom. Then the scene darkened, showing the garden's decline, the fractured heart, the shadow spreading, and the keeper fading into despair. But the reflection shifted again, showing her own journey, the challenges she had faced, the lessons she had learned, and the restoration of the heart. The final image was of herself, standing beneath the great tree, the garden thriving around her. "It's all connected," she murmured. "The garden's balance, the keeper's legacy, and my own path, they're part of the same story." The water rippled, as if affirming her realization. Lena stood, feeling a deep sense of peace. She understood now that her role wasn't just about maintaining the garden, it was about honoring its past, embracing its present, and nurturing its future. As she returned to the sanctuary, she felt the heart's energy intensify. The great tree's blossoms glowed brighter, casting soft light across the clearing. A voice, gentle and familiar, resonated in her mind. It was the keeper. Though no longer a separate entity, the garden thrives because of you, Lena, the voice said. Its harmony reflects your own. You are the bridge between light and shadow, the heart of the garden itself. Tears filled Lena's eyes, not of sadness but of profound gratitude. She had come to the garden seeking answers, and in return, it had given her purpose, belonging, and a sense of self she had never known. The twilight deepened, the stars above forming constellations that seemed to dance in celebration. The garden's energy pulsed in a steady rhythm, a symphony of light and shadow, life and peace. Lena sat beneath the tree, her hand resting gently on the heart. She closed her eyes, letting the garden's harmony wash over her. The challenges she had faced felt distant, like shadows of a story already told. What remained was the enduring glow of balance, a light that would never fade, and as Lena drifted into a peaceful sleep beneath the eternal twilight sky, the garden flourished around her, a living testament to the power of unity, acceptance, and the enduring beauty of the balance she had restored. Part 1. The Quiet Shore. There was a small village by the sea, nestled between the cliffs and the wide, endless expanse of the ocean. The people who lived there were simple, contented folk who spent their days fishing, weaving nets, and collecting seashells along the shore. The ocean had always been their companion, a silent and constant presence that had shaped their lives for as long as anyone could remember. Among the villagers was a young woman named Leora. She had grown up with the sea, listening to its whispers and watching the waves as they lapped gently against the shore. The ocean had always felt like a friend to her, comforting in its endless movement and timeless presence. But as Leora grew older, she began to feel something else, something deeper in the ocean's rhythm. It was a call, soft and inviting, that beckoned her beyond the familiar shores of her home. For years, Leora had heard the stories of sailors and adventurers who sailed far from the coast, crossing the great expanse of the ocean in search of faraway lands and treasures. Some of the tales spoke of distant islands, bathed in sunlight and filled with lush forests and golden sands. Others spoke of mysteries beneath the waves, ancient cities swallowed by the sea, long forgotten and waiting to be discovered. But despite the tales, Leora never once thought to leave the shore. The ocean had always been enough for her. Its constant ebb and flow providing everything she needed. One evening, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a warm, golden light across the water, Leora walked alone along the beach. The air was cool and salty, and the gentle sound of the waves seemed to calm her restless heart. She had always felt a special connection to the sea, but tonight, the pull was stronger than ever. The ocean seemed to hum with a quiet energy, as though it was trying to tell her something important. Leora paused by the water's edge, her toes sinking into the soft sand as she gazed out at the horizon. The ocean stretched out before her, its surface reflecting the colors of the setting sun, a mixture of gold, pink, and deep blue. The waves rolled in rhythm, their crests glistening as they broke gently upon the shore. The breeze picked up, brushing through her hair and carrying with it the scent of salt and seaweed. It was in that moment that Leora understood. The ocean was calling her to go beyond the shore, to explore its depths and uncover the mysteries hidden within. She had always loved the sea, but now, the love had transformed into something more, a desire to truly know the ocean, to become one with its timeless rhythm. With a deep breath, Leora turned away from the shore and made her way to the village. She had made up her mind. She would leave the village, at least for a time, and seek the ocean's secrets. Part 2, The First Journey. The next morning, Leora rose early, just as the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon. The village was still asleep, and the streets were quiet. She gathered a small pack with essentials, a few provisions, a simple map, and a small seashell pendant that her grandmother had given her when she was a child. It was said to hold the wisdom of the sea, though Leora had never fully understood its meaning. She hoped it would guide her. Now more than ever, Leora made her way to the beach, her heart racing with both excitement and uncertainty. She had never ventured beyond the familiar shoreline of her village. The ocean, though beautiful and calming, also held an air of mystery that both fascinated and intimidated her. But today, she was determined to answer its call. At the edge of the water, Leora spotted an old, weathered boat anchored along the shore. It was the same boat that her father had once used for fishing, now left unused for years after his passing. The boat had always felt like a part of the village, rustic, sturdy, and reliable. Today, it seemed to call to her, as though it had been waiting for this very moment. With a deep breath, Leora untied the boat and pushed it into the water. The boat creaked as it glided through the gentle waves, and for a moment, she hesitated. The ocean seemed vast, uncharted, and full of mysteries she could not yet understand. But she trusted in the rhythms of the sea. She trusted that the ocean would guide her, just as it had guided the village for generations. The boat rocked gently on the water, and Leora rowed with steady, practiced strokes, her eyes focused on the horizon. As she ventured further from the shore, the sounds of the village faded into the distance, replaced by the soothing hum of the ocean. The water around her was calm, almost too calm. There was a stillness that hung in the air, as though the ocean itself was waiting. The sun began to rise higher, casting a soft golden glow over the water. Leora's eyes began to wander, taking in the vastness of the sea that stretched out before her. She felt small, but not in a way that frightened her. Instead, there was a sense of peace, of belonging, as though the ocean had always been a part of her. After several hours of rowing, Leora's arms began to ache, but she didn't mind. She was driven by a sense of purpose, the feeling that the ocean was leading her to something. The waves, still gentle, seemed to push her forward, urging her onward with their rhythmic motion. Suddenly, the boat began to tilt slightly, as if something beneath the water had caught its side. Leora's heart skipped a beat, and she leaned over the edge to peer into the clear water below. There, just beneath the surface, she saw something that took her breath away, a shimmering light, soft and ethereal, swirling in the depths. For a moment, Leora simply stared at the light, mesmerized by its beauty. It seemed to beckon her, drawing her closer to the unknown depths of the ocean. The light pulsed gently, like the heartbeat of the sea itself, and Leora felt her heart begin to match its rhythm. Without thinking, Leora dipped her hand into the water, feeling the coolness of the ocean slip over her fingers. The moment her skin touched the water, the light grew brighter, and the boat seemed to be lifted by an unseen force, gently rocking with the ocean's pulse. The ocean was speaking to her now, not in words, but through its rhythm, its pull. Leora felt as though she was being invited into a deeper understanding of the sea, one that had always been there, hidden beneath the surface, but just as quickly as the moment had arrived, it began to fade. The light below her began to dim, and the ocean's pulse slowed, returning to its natural rhythm. Leora pulled her hand back from the water, a sense of awe filling her. She wasn't sure what she had just experienced, but she knew it was important. She had felt something ancient, something timeless, a connection to the ocean that went beyond what she had ever imagined. With her heart racing, Leora took up the oars once again, determined to follow the path the ocean had set for her. The boat rocked gently as she turned it around, heading back toward the shore. The mysterious light had disappeared, but the sense of peace and wonder remained. As the boat neared the shore, Leora felt a deep, unshakable certainty in her heart. The ocean had opened something within her, a door to a world she had always known was there, just waiting to be discovered. And she knew that this was only the beginning of her journey, one that would take her beyond the known shores, into the very depths of the ocean's secrets. Part 3. The Silent Call. Leora awoke early the next morning, the events of the day before still fresh in her mind. The shimmering light she had glimpsed beneath the water haunted her thoughts, but she could not explain it. She had lived by the ocean her entire life, and never before had she encountered something like that. The feeling of the boat rising gently with the ocean's pulse, the sensation of being called by something ancient, it all felt like a dream, but it was too real to be forgotten. Despite the uncertainty that lingered in her heart, Leora felt a pull she could not ignore. The ocean had shown her something. She didn't know what it meant, but she felt deep in her soul that there was more to this world than she had ever imagined. And the ocean was the key. That day, Leora returned to the beach. The village was quiet, and the air was still, as though the world was holding its breath. The sea stretched before her, vast and infinite, its surface calm and glittering in the morning light. The ocean was no longer just a backdrop to her life, it was alive, breathing, calling to her. She could hear the faint sound of the waves whispering against the shore, as if they were speaking directly to her. It was the same feeling she had experienced the day before, the call, gentle but persistent. Without thinking, Leora made her way down to the shore, where the boat was once again waiting for her, as if it had been expecting her return. This time, Leora did not hesitate. She climbed into the boat, her movements sure and steady, and set off once again toward the open ocean. The air was different today, charged with an energy she could feel in every breath she took. As she rowed, the rhythm of the ocean seemed to sync with her own heartbeat. The waves were gentle, but they felt like they were guiding her, pushing her forward as if to say, "You are on the right path." As she rowed further from the shore, the village became a distant memory, the sounds of daily life fading into the background. The open sea was all around her now, vast and endless. Leora felt small, but at the same time, she felt a deep sense of belonging. The ocean, with all its mysteries, was now her companion. Hours passed, and as the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting the sea in hues of pink and gold, Leora noticed something strange. The water around her began to change. It was subtle at first, small ripples in the water where there had been none before. The waves began to shift in a way that was different from their usual rhythm, as if the ocean was alive with energy. Leora's heart quickened. The sensation she had felt yesterday was returning, but this time, it was stronger, more intense. She looked around, trying to make sense of what was happening, but all she could see was the vastness of the ocean stretching out to the horizon. And then, as if in answer to her unspoken question, something emerged from beneath the water. It was a shape, rising slowly from the depths, its outline shimmering in the soft light of the setting sun. Leora's breath caught in her throat as she watched the figure grow clearer. It was a creature of the sea, elegant and graceful, with long, flowing tendrils that moved like the waves themselves. Its body glistened with iridescent scales, and its eyes, deep and knowing, locked with hers as it rose from the water. The creature seemed to be made entirely of light and water, its form both solid and fluid, as though it existed in a place beyond time and space. Leora's heart raced as the creature glided closer to the boat. It was not threatening, nor was it curious in the way a wild animal might be. It was calm, peaceful, and seemed to be communicating with her in a way that transcended words. In that moment, Leora understood, the ocean had sent this creature to guide her, to show her that there was more beneath the surface than she had ever realized. This was the magic of the sea, the ancient power that had always been there, waiting for the right person to listen, to understand. The creature moved around the boat, its tendrils brushing against the water as it circled, its eyes never leaving Leora's. She felt no fear, only awe, as she watched the creature move with grace and purpose. It was as if the sea itself was revealing a hidden world. One that had been kept secret for so long. Without warning, the creature dove back into the water, disappearing into the depths with a ripple of light. The ocean around Leora returned to its familiar rhythm, the waves calm once again. The boat rocked gently, and for a long moment, Leora simply sat there, her mind racing with questions. What had she seen? What did it mean? She didn't know yet, but she felt a deep certainty in her heart. The ocean had revealed a glimpse of its secrets to her, and she was ready to learn more. She understood now that her journey was just beginning. With renewed determination, Leora turned the boat back toward the shore, the waves gently guiding her home. The creature may have vanished, but its presence lingered in her heart, a reminder of the vastness of the ocean and the mysteries that lay just beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered. Part 4, The Heart of the Ocean. Leora returned to the shore that evening, her mind a whirlwind of questions. The ocean, once a comforting and familiar presence, had become something much larger, more mysterious, and filled with secrets she was only beginning to understand. The creature she had seen, the shimmering being that had risen from the depths, lingered in her thoughts. She could not shake the feeling that the ocean had opened a door to a hidden world, a world that now called to her. That night, as she lay in bed, the moonlight filtering through her window and casting soft shadows on the walls, Leora could hear the steady rhythm of the waves. It was the same sound she had heard all her life. But tonight, it felt different. The ocean was alive, whispering to her in a way it never had before. She knew that she couldn't ignore the call any longer. The creature, the mysterious light, the shifting waters, these were all signs, urging her to go deeper, to seek the heart of the ocean. The next morning, with resolve in her heart, Leora set out once more. She didn't know exactly where she was going or what she was searching for, but she felt the pull within her, guiding her towards something important. She packed her boat with supplies, just as she had done before, but this time she knew her journey would be different. The ocean had shown her that there was more beneath its surface, more than she could ever have imagined. As she rowed away from the shore, the familiar landscape of the village receded into the distance. The sky was clear, the air crisp, and the ocean stretched out before her, endless and inviting. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow on the water. The sea felt vast, and Leora felt small, but in that smallness, she found a deep sense of belonging. She was part of something much greater than herself, and she was ready to uncover its mysteries. The waves seemed to guide her, their rhythm steady and comforting. She had learned to listen to them, to trust them, and today, they spoke with a new urgency, as though they knew the journey ahead would be different from the others. As she ventured farther out, Leora began to notice something strange. The water around her began to shimmer in a way it hadn't before. It was as though the ocean was alive with light, its surface sparkling like 1,000 stars scattered across the sky. The waves, once gentle, seemed to grow more pronounced, their rhythm shifting, as if the ocean itself was preparing for something. Leora's heart quickened. She had felt this energy before, the same energy that had surrounded her when she first glimpsed the creature from the depths. The ocean was leading her, she was sure of it. But to what? What lay beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered? Suddenly, the boat rocked violently. And Leora was thrown off balance. She scrambled to steady herself as the water beneath her began to swirl, pulling in all directions. The sea had become a whirlpool, its waters spinning and churning like a great vortex. The sky overhead darkened, and the winds howled, sending waves crashing around her. Leora gripped the sides of the boat, fear rising within her. She had never seen the ocean like this, wild, untamed, and furious. The waves were no longer gentle, and the water felt alive, as though it was demanding something from her. Then, through the chaos of the storm, she heard a voice, soft, almost like a whisper, carried on the wind. It was the voice of the ocean, ancient and wise, yet calm in its intensity. Do not fear, child of the sea. You are ready. The words echoed in her mind, soothing her racing heart. The storm raged around her, but Leora felt a deep calm settle within her, as though the ocean had wrapped her in its embrace. She understood now. This was not a test of strength, but a call to trust in the ocean, to trust in herself. The whirlpool slowly began to subside, the waters calming once again. The storm faded, and the sky cleared, revealing a moonlit path across the water. Leora's boat, once again steady, glided forward as if carried by unseen hands. She followed the path the ocean had laid out for her, trusting that it would lead her to where she needed to be. As she traveled further into the heart of the ocean, the water grew warmer, the air thick with salt and magic. She felt as though she was entering a different world, one that was both familiar and entirely new. The horizon seemed to stretch on forever, but there was something ahead, a light, faint and soft, but unmistakable. It shimmered in the distance, like the glow of a distant star. Leora rowed towards it, her heart full of anticipation. The ocean had brought her here, and she could feel the pull of its mystery, its promise of something beyond what she had ever known. The shimmering light grew brighter as she drew closer, and soon, Leora found herself in the heart of the light itself. The waters around her glowed with an ethereal radiance, and beneath the surface, she saw the faint outline of something enormous, something ancient. The creature she had seen before was here, deep beneath the water, surrounded by the light. Leora gazed in awe as the creature rose once again from the depths, its form more magnificent than before. This time, she saw its full shape, its long, flowing tendrils, its luminous body, and its eyes, filled with wisdom and knowing. It was not a creature of the sea alone, it was the soul of the ocean, the guardian of its deepest secrets. The creature's eyes met Leora's, and she understood. She was not merely a visitor to the ocean. She was a part of it. The creature, the light, the water, they were all connected, part of a greater whole, a force of nature older than the world itself. With a deep, silent understanding, the creature gestured for Leora to follow. And without hesitation, Leora did. Part 5. The Deepest Secret. Leora followed the creature through the glowing waters, her heart racing with both awe and wonder. The ocean had always been a part of her life, but now it was something far greater, an ancient force, alive with magic and mystery. The creature moved gracefully, its tendrils trailing behind it like streams of light, guiding her boat deeper into the heart of the ocean. The waters around them shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow, as if the very sea itself was alive with energy. The light grew brighter as they traveled, until the boat seemed to be floating in a vast, underwater world. Leora could see the ocean floor below her, stretching far and wide, covered with coral reefs that sparkled like jewels in the soft light. Strange, beautiful creatures swam past, their bodies glowing with the same luminescence that surrounded her. It was a world beyond her wildest dreams, a hidden realm that few, if any, had ever seen. The ocean had always seemed vast and unknowable, but now Leora saw its depths, its beauty, and its secrets. The creature led her deeper, until the light from above seemed to fade, and the waters grew darker and colder, and then, as if by magic, a glowing city began to appear on the horizon. At first, it was just a faint outline, barely visible against the darkened waters. But as they drew closer, Leora could see it more clearly, an ancient city, built from stone and coral, its towers rising from the ocean floor like the spires of a forgotten temple. This was the heart of the ocean, Leora realized. The place she had been drawn to, the place where the ocean's deepest secrets were kept. The city had been hidden for centuries, its existence unknown to all but the creatures of the sea. It was a place of great power, and Leora felt it in every fiber of her being. This was the ocean's soul, its very essence. The boat glided slowly toward the city, the creature swimming beside it, its glowing tendrils lighting the way. As they neared the city's gates, Leora could see that they were made of intricate coral patterns, woven together in perfect harmony. The gates opened silently as if they had been waiting for her arrival, inside the city. The air was thick with the scent of salt and ancient magic. The buildings were covered in algae and seaweed, their stone surfaces worn smooth by centuries of water. Schools of fish swam lazily between the towers, and the soft light from the glowing creatures above illuminated the city's empty streets. Leora's heart pounded in her chest. She had arrived at the heart of the ocean, the place where its deepest secrets were kept, and she was about to learn them. The creature led her through the city, past towering structures and winding passageways, until they reached a central courtyard. In the center of the courtyard was a large, crystal-clear pool, its surface reflecting the glowing light from above. The creature swam gracefully around the pool, and Leora followed, her eyes wide with wonder. The water in the pool shimmered with a strange, hypnotic light, and she could feel the power of the ocean radiating from it. The creature paused before the pool and turned to face her. Its eyes, filled with ancient wisdom, met Leora's, and for a moment, they simply stared at one another. Leora felt as though the creature was speaking to her, not with words, but with its presence, its energy, its knowledge, its connection to the sea. "You have come, child of the sea," the creature's voice echoed in her mind, soft and distant, like the whisper of the ocean itself. "You are ready to learn the ocean's secret, to understand its true nature. But remember, the ocean is not just a place. It is a force, one that binds all things together, one that holds the balance of the world in its depths. To understand it is to understand yourself." Leora nodded, her heart heavy with the weight of the creature's words. She had always known that the ocean was powerful, but she had never realized just how deep its influence ran. The ocean was not just a body of water, it was a living, breathing entity that held the world's secrets within it. The creature dipped its tendrils into the pool, and the water rippled in response. The surface of the pool began to shimmer and change, and slowly, images began to form, visions of the past, the present, and the future. Leora saw the rise and fall of ancient civilizations, the movement of the tides, the creatures that inhabited the ocean, and the balance that had kept the world in harmony for millennia. She saw herself, too, standing at the edge of the ocean, watching the waves roll in. She saw the connection between herself and the sea, how her life had always been intertwined with the ocean's rhythm, how her heart beat in time with the waves. The images began to fade, and the pool settled back into stillness. Leora stood there in silence, her mind reeling from the visions she had seen. She understood now. The ocean was not just a force of nature, it was a living memory. A keeper of all the world's stories, a source of balance and wisdom. It was the very essence of life, holding all things together in a delicate, unbroken rhythm. The creature turned toward her once again, its eyes shining with an ancient light. "The ocean has shared its secrets with you, child of the sea. But now, it is time for you to return. You must carry these secrets with you, for the balance of the world depends on it." Leora nodded, feeling the weight of the creature's words in her heart. She had learned more than she could have ever imagined, and she understood that her journey was far from over. She was not just a visitor to the ocean's depths, she was a part of its story, its memory, and its future. The creature swam to the edge of the pool and gestured for Leora to follow. As she climbed into her boat and turned back toward the surface, the glowing city began to fade behind her, the ancient knowledge of the ocean now imprinted in her soul. The boat rose slowly to the surface, the waters parting around it as if the ocean itself was bidding her farewell. Leora glanced back one last time, feeling a deep connection to the ocean, to its secrets, and to the rhythm that bound everything together. The journey had only just begun, and she was ready to face whatever came next. Part 6. The Keeper's Promise. As Leora's boat rose through the waters, leaving behind the glowing city in the ancient wisdom of the deep, the ocean seemed to sigh around her, a deep, resonant sound that echoed in her heart. She glanced back once more, but the city had already vanished beneath the surface, its secrets retreating into the vastness of the ocean. The waves were calm now, a soft lull that mirrored her own thoughts. The storm she had faced earlier was a distant memory, and the creature's words still lingered in her mind like the taste of salt on her lips. The balance of the world depends on it. She wasn't sure yet how she would fulfill her part of the ocean's promise. But she felt a sense of purpose building within her, a connection to the world, to the ocean, to the very rhythm of life itself. The boat glided smoothly through the water, the sky above transitioning from the pale blue of morning to the vibrant gold of late afternoon. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the water, Leora found herself lost in thought. She had learned so much, but there was still so much more to understand. How could she carry the ocean's wisdom? What was her true role in this intricate dance of nature? Her reflection was interrupted by a faint movement on the horizon. It was small at first, just a flicker of motion, but as Leora squinted, she saw a figure approaching through the mist. A dark shape moving swiftly across the water. Her heart skipped a beat. She had been alone for so long that the sight of another person felt surreal. The figure grew clearer, and soon, Leora could see it was a ship, a large sailing vessel, its sails full with the wind, cutting through the water at an incredible speed. The figure at the helm was silhouetted against the setting sun, and as the ship drew closer, Leora noticed something strange. Its shape wasn't quite right. It was as if the vessel was made from the very ocean itself, its hull shimmering with a faint iridescent glow, like a reflection of the sea. The ship neared, and the figure at the helm raised a hand in greeting. Leora instinctively raised her own hand, unsure of what to expect. The ship came alongside her boat, and the figure, a tall, lean woman with hair that flowed like seaweed, looked down at her with an expression of deep understanding. Her eyes were the color of the ocean, deep and mysterious, and her voice, when she spoke, was like the sound of waves breaking against the shore. "Child of the sea," she said, her voice calm but full of authority. "I have been watching you." Leora blinked, surprised by the woman's words. "Watching me?" she asked, her voice unsteady. The woman nodded. "The ocean has many eyes, and it sees all. It knows when one of its own is ready to learn its deepest secrets. It knows when someone has been chosen to carry its message." Leora felt a shiver of recognition. This woman was no ordinary traveler. She was more than that. She was part of the ocean's vast network, a keeper of its mysteries. And the woman's words rang true. She had been chosen. The ocean had called to her, and now she was learning why. The woman's gaze softened. "The time has come for you to understand that your journey is not just about you. It is about the world, and the ocean's promise to keep the balance of life intact. You must now become the keeper of the sea's rhythm." Leora's heart raced. Keeper of the sea's rhythm. It was a weighty phrase, full of responsibility. But how could she, one person, carry such a burden? What did it mean to be a keeper? "Your connection to the ocean has already been forged," the woman continued. "You are a part of it, and it is a part of you. You are its voice, its heart. The rhythm you now carry within you is not only of the ocean, but of all living things. The ocean's balance depends on its protectors, the keepers, those who can hear its whispers and understand its needs." Leora felt overwhelmed, but there was a deep stirring within her, a knowing that settled in her chest. She had always felt the pull of the ocean, but now she understood. She was not just a traveler, not just someone who had wandered into the mysteries of the sea. She was becoming something more. She was becoming its steward, but how do I begin? Leora asked, her voice small in the face of such a monumental task. The woman smiled gently. You will begin with the heart of the ocean, the coral reefs. They are the lungs of the sea, and without them, the balance would crumble. They must be protected, nurtured. And you will start by sharing the wisdom of the ocean with those who are willing to listen. The ship's sails creaked in the wind as the woman turned toward the horizon, her expression one of calm determination. You are not alone in this, Leora. There are others, keepers like you, scattered across the world, waiting to be called. The ocean speaks to them as it has spoken to you. And together, you will form a bond that will protect the balance of life. Leora nodded, feeling both humbled and empowered. She didn't have all the answers yet, but she knew the journey ahead would be one of discovery, not only of the ocean's secrets, but of her own place in the world. The call to protect the balance of life was not one she could ignore. She had been chosen, and now it was time to answer. The woman extended a hand to Leora, her eyes full of wisdom. Come with me, keeper of the sea. The journey does not end here. It begins. Without hesitation, Leora climbed aboard the glowing ship, her heart light with anticipation. The sea had called her, and she had listened. The path ahead was uncertain, but it was hers to walk. And as the ship set sail into the open ocean, Leora knew that her connection to the sea, and to the world, would guide her every step of the way. Part 7, The Keeper's Path. Leora stood on the deck of the glowing ship, her heart filled with anticipation. The sea stretched out endlessly before her, its surface glimmering like a mirror under the setting sun. The woman, the keeper of the ocean, stood at the helm, her hands steady on the wheel as the ship sailed smoothly through the water. There was no land in sight, only the vast expanse of the ocean. And yet, Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a sense that she was where she was meant to be. The ship moved swiftly through the water, cutting through the waves like a blade. Leora could feel the rhythm of the ocean beneath her, the pulse of the tides, the ebb and flow of the currents. It was as though the very heart of the sea was beating in time with her own, guiding her towards something she didn't fully understand, but something important, nonetheless. The woman turned to her, her eyes shining with wisdom. The first lesson, Leora, is to understand the language of the ocean. The waves, the currents, the creatures, they all speak to one another, and they speak to you. You must learn to listen. Leora nodded, her mind racing. She had always felt a deep connection to the ocean, but she had never truly understood it, not in the way the woman spoke of. It was a language, a conversation that went beyond words, a rhythm that connected everything in the world. But how? Leora asked. How do I learn to hear it? The woman smiled. You already have. The ocean has been speaking to you since the moment you were born. The rhythm is within you. The challenge is to quiet your mind, to still your thoughts, and listen. Leora closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the ocean wash over her, the soft lap of the waves against the hull, the distant calls of seabirds, the sigh of the wind in the sails. She could feel the pulse of the ocean beneath her, a steady beat that resonated deep in her chest. She had always known this rhythm, but now, she tried to focus on it, to listen more closely. For a moment, there was only silence, a deep and peaceful stillness that enveloped her. And then, as if the ocean itself had opened up to her, she heard it, a faint whisper, carried on the wind. It was a voice, but not a voice in the traditional sense. It was more like a feeling, an emotion, a message that bypassed words and went straight to her heart. Protect what is fragile, nurture what is small, and keep the balance. The words echoed in her mind, and she understood. The ocean wasn't just a vast expanse of water, it was a living, breathing entity, and it was her responsibility to protect it, to care for it, and to ensure that its balance remained intact. She was no longer just a traveler, she was a keeper, a protector of the sea. The woman's voice brought her back to the present. You have heard it, haven't you? Leora nodded, her heart swelling with emotion. Yes. I understand now. The woman's smile was gentle, yet knowing. The ocean speaks to all who listen, but it is not always easy to hear. Many are too busy, too focused on their own lives, to truly hear the call. But you have been chosen, Leora. You are part of the ocean's rhythm, and it is time for you to help restore the balance. Leora's mind raced as she processed the weight of the woman's words. The balance of the world was fragile, and the ocean was its keeper. She had been given a great responsibility, but she also had a great purpose. It wasn't just about understanding the ocean, it was about protecting it, nurturing it, and ensuring that the delicate threads of life that connected all things remained intact. As the ship sailed on, the woman continued to guide Leora, teaching her the ways of the ocean. They spoke of the coral reefs, the creatures of the deep, the delicate ecosystems that relied on the ocean's health. Leora learned that every ripple, every wave, was part of a greater whole, a force that kept the world in balance. The health of the ocean was the health of the world itself, and it was up to the keepers to ensure that it remained protected. They sailed for days, moving further from the familiar shores of the village, and deeper into the heart of the ocean. Along the way, they encountered a group of dolphins, their sleek bodies darting through the water with grace and speed. The dolphins circled the ship, their playful energy a reminder of the ocean's vitality. The woman, who had been quiet for a while, suddenly spoke. Do you see them, Leora? The dolphins? They are the messengers of the sea. They carry its message far and wide, across the oceans and beyond. Leora watched the dolphins, their joyful movements a stark contrast to the serious task that lay before her. What message do they carry? The same one we carry, the woman replied. The message of balance, of connection. The ocean is not just a body of water, it is a network, a web of life that links everything together. The dolphins understand this. They know that their lives are intertwined with the health of the sea, just as ours are. Leora felt a deep connection to the dolphins, to the ocean, and to everything that lived within it. She realized that the task she had been given was not just about protecting the ocean, it was about understanding the interconnectedness of all life. The health of the ocean affected everything, animals, plants, people, and even the earth itself. She was not just protecting the sea, she was protecting the world. As the days passed, Leora grew more confident in her role as a keeper. She could hear the ocean's whispers more clearly now, its rhythm in tune with her own. She knew that the road ahead would not be easy, but she also knew that she was not alone. The ocean was with her, guiding her, and she was part of something much greater than herself. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a deep shade of purple, the woman turned to Leora and said, "The first task awaits you. There is a reef, one of the most beautiful and fragile in all the oceans. It is in danger, Leora. The balance is shifting there, and you must restore it." Leora's heart beat faster. She knew that this was her first true test as a keeper. The ocean had called her, and now it was time for her to answer. Part 8. The Reef in Peril. The days that followed were filled with anticipation. Leora had learned much from the woman, who had become her guide and mentor, but nothing could have prepared her for the task ahead. They sailed together, the ship cutting through the vastness of the ocean, until the sea began to change. The water was no longer the bright, clear blue of the open ocean, but a dull, almost sickly green, swirling with clouds of sediment. Leora could feel it in the air, the change in the rhythm of the sea. The pulse she had come to rely on, the steady beat of the ocean's heart, was faltering. Something was wrong, and she could feel the weight of it in her bones. "We are approaching the reef," the woman said quietly, her eyes scanning the horizon. "This place is sacred. The coral here is ancient, older than most of the world's creatures. It holds the wisdom of the ocean, and yet, it is under threat. The balance is shifting, and we must restore it before it is too late." Leora stood at the edge of the ship, her eyes fixed on the water below. She could see the faint outlines of the reef now, dark shapes rising from the ocean floor, but they didn't look right. The once vibrant coral that had thrived here for centuries was now pale and brittle, its colors washed out, as if the life had drained from it. "Why is this happening?" Leora asked, her voice heavy with concern. "The ocean is delicate." "Leora," the woman replied, her tone somber. "Every action, every ripple, every change has an effect. The balance is fragile. The reef is dying because the currents that bring it life are no longer flowing properly. Something has disrupted the natural rhythm, and we must find it." Leora nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. She could feel the weight of her responsibility pressing down on her. This was her first real test as a keeper, her chance to prove that she could hear the ocean's call and act on it. The woman led her to a small boat, and together they descended into the water. The coolness of the ocean surrounded Leora, and she marveled at how different it felt beneath the surface. The noise of the world above was muffled, and all she could hear was the gentle swish of the water, the movement of the currents, and the occasional click of distant fish. As they approached the reef, Leora's heart sank. The once thriving coral had turned gray and lifeless, its delicate structures crumbling away like dust in the water. Fish that once darted between the coral were nowhere to be seen, and the water itself seemed to lack the vibrancy it once had. It was as though the soul of the ocean had been drained from this place. Leora could feel the ocean's sorrow, a deep, aching sadness that seemed to seep from the very water around her. She closed her eyes and focused, trying to hear the ocean's whispers. Trying to understand what had gone wrong. "The rhythm is broken," she heard softly, like a sigh in the wind. "The currents are lost. They must be restored." The woman beside her spoke, her voice like the murmur of the sea. "The currents are disrupted because of an imbalance. Something is blocking the flow of life to this reef. It could be a change in the environment, something unnatural, or a creature whose actions have caused this disturbance. You must listen carefully, Leora. The ocean will guide you to the source. Leora nodded and closed her eyes again, allowing the sounds of the ocean to fill her mind. The pulse was faint now, weaker than it had ever been, but it was still there. She focused on it, listening for any sign of what was causing the disturbance. The water around her shifted, and for a brief moment, the sea seemed to whisper louder. Leora's eyes shot open, and she turned to the woman. "I can hear it," she said. Something is buried beneath the reef. It's as if it's blocking the currents." The woman nodded. "That is the source of the disturbance. You must dive deeper, Leora. Find the cause, and restore the flow." With a deep breath, Leora dove into the water, her body sinking gracefully through the cool depths. The ocean embraced her, its pressure comforting as she swam toward the reef. The water grew darker the further she descended. But Leora wasn't afraid. She knew the ocean was guiding her, keeping her safe. As she neared the base of the reef, she saw it, a large, dark mass wedged between the coral. It looked like a large stone, but as she swam closer, she realized it wasn't a stone at all. It was a creature, its body heavy and lifeless, caught in the coral. It had the shape of a great, ancient turtle, its shell covered in algae and barnacles. It was unlike any creature Leora had ever seen, and it was clear that it had been there for a long time. The creature was no longer alive, but its presence had disrupted the natural flow of the currents, blocking the pathways that brought life to the reef. The currents were trapped, and the coral was dying because of it. Leora reached out and gently touched the turtle's shell, feeling the weight of its history, of its role in the ocean's rhythm. She could sense that the creature had once been a part of the balance, a keeper of the currents, but now it was stuck, unable to move, unable to fulfill its purpose. The flow must be restored, she heard again, the ocean's voice in her mind. Release the creature, and the currents will return. Leora swam to the turtle's side, carefully prying the coral away from its body. It took all her strength, but eventually, the turtle shifted, and the water around it began to stir. The currents, once trapped, began to flow again. Slowly at first, but with increasing force. As the turtle's body was freed, the ocean seemed to breathe, a deep, relieved sigh that reverberated through the water. The reef began to shimmer with life once more, the coral slowly regaining its color, the water clearing as the currents were restored. Fish returned, swimming between the coral, and the vibrant energy of the ocean flowed through the reef again. Leora felt a wave of relief wash over her, her heart swelling with gratitude. She had done it. The balance had been restored, and the ocean's rhythm was once again strong and steady. As she ascended toward the surface, the woman was waiting for her, her face lit with pride. "You have done it, Leora. The reef is saved, and the balance is restored." Leora smiled, her heart light with the knowledge that she had fulfilled her first task as a keeper. She knew that this was only the beginning, that there would be many more challenges ahead. But with the ocean's wisdom and guidance, she was ready to face whatever came next. Part 9, The Silent Tide. With the reef restored and the ocean's currents flowing freely again, Leora felt a quiet satisfaction within her. The world beneath the waves had begun to hum with life once more, the balance delicately renewed. As the days passed, she and her mentor, the keeper of the ocean, sailed farther into the vast blue, each new horizon a reminder of the magnitude of the task ahead, but the peace that Leora felt was fleeting. The ocean, while vast and seemingly eternal, had its own rhythms, and there were still so many unknowns to explore. She knew that the task she had begun was not finished. There were other places in need of her protection. Her heart was both heavy and hopeful as she gazed out at the endless sea. One evening, as the sky dimmed and stars began to twinkle above, the woman spoke, "The next step of your journey awaits you. But first, you must learn of the silent tide." Leora turned toward her mentor, intrigued by the strange name. "What is the silent tide?" The woman's gaze darkened, her eyes reflecting the stars and the ocean's depths. The silent tide is a force of the ocean that most people do not know about. It is a tide that moves in silence, unseen, but its power is immense. It can alter the course of rivers, change the shape of coastlines, and even shift the heart of the ocean itself. It is not a visible force, but it is the most dangerous. Leora felt a shiver run down her spine. But why is it dangerous? How can we stop it? The keeper's eyes were steady, yet full of concern. We do not stop it. We must understand it. The silent tide exists to correct imbalances in the ocean, to restore what has been lost, but when it is disturbed, it can have catastrophic effects. The most troubling part is that it moves without warning. One moment the ocean is calm, and the next, the silent tide is upon you. Leora thought for a moment, taking in the gravity of her mentor's words. How do we find it? How do we know if it's coming? The silent tide cannot be found, the woman replied. It is felt. It is the silence before a storm, the stillness that occurs when the ocean holds its breath. You will know it when you encounter it. Leora's heart raced. She had faced many challenges, but this was something different. The silent tide was an unknown force, and though the ocean had shown her much, it had also kept many secrets. The woman placed a hand on Leora's shoulder, grounding her. You will not face this alone. The ocean will guide you, just as it always has. Trust in the rhythm. The ship sailed on through the night, the moonlight reflecting off the water's surface like silver threads weaving through the darkness. Leora tried to settle her thoughts, but she couldn't shake the image of the silent tide, an invisible force lurking just beneath the calm. The next morning, as dawn painted the sky in soft pinks and oranges, the woman pointed toward the horizon. There. That is where the silent tide begins. Leora squinted into the distance, seeing nothing unusual, just the endless sea stretching before them. But the woman's expression was serious, and Leora could sense a change in the air. The ocean felt stiller than it had before, unnaturally still. The usual hum of the water beneath the ship had quieted, replaced by a silence that pressed against her ears. The woman's voice was low, almost a whisper. This is it. The silent tide is here. Leora felt a strange pulling sensation, as if the ocean was calling her deeper, urging her to follow its rhythm even more closely. But there was something disconcerting about it, something that made her uneasy. The water no longer rippled with the gentle ebb and flow of the tide. Instead, the sea seemed to hold its breath. "Do you feel it?" the woman asked, her voice carrying the weight of unspoken knowledge. Leora nodded slowly, her senses heightened. "Yes. The ocean. It's waiting." "But for what?" The woman's gaze hardened. "The silent tide doesn't wait for anything. It moves when it is ready. But it cannot move freely when it is disturbed. We must find the disturbance, Leora. Whatever is blocking its flow must be removed." They both looked out at the ocean, now eerily calm, as if the sea had paused in time. The wind, which had been soft before, now seemed absent, leaving only the unnatural stillness. Leora took a deep breath and dove into the water. The moment she submerged, the coldness of the ocean enveloped her. The silence was even more pronounced beneath the surface, the usual hum of life muted as if the entire ocean was holding its breath. Leora swam deeper, following the pull she felt in her chest. It was a strange feeling, like being drawn to something that she couldn't see but knew was there. Her heart beat faster, the only sound in the still water, as she pushed forward, further away from the surface, and then, she saw it. A shadow loomed ahead, massive and looming, shifting with the slightest movement of the water. It was a great mass, caught in the current, blocking the flow of the silent tide. A creature, a massive, ancient leviathan, tangled in seaweed and broken coral, its body torn and writhing. It had the shape of a serpent, its scales dark as the night, and its eyes glowed with a faint, eerie light. The creature was trapped, its body ensnared in the very currents it once controlled. Leora approached cautiously, feeling the weight of the ocean's sorrow around her. She understood now that the silent tide was not an enemy, it was a force of balance, and this creature, once a guardian of the currents, had been corrupted by an unknown force. The tide could not move freely with this guardian trapped. Leora swam closer, her hands reaching out to touch the creature. Its eyes glimmered in the shadows, and for a moment, Leora thought she saw a flicker of recognition in them, as though the creature knew that it was her who had come to help. With great care, Leora untangled the seaweed that had ensnared the creature's body, working with the currents, feeling their pulse and rhythm beneath her fingers. Slowly, piece by piece, the creature's form began to shift, its massive body unwinding from the tangled mess. The water around them seemed to respond, the silence gradually lifting as the currents began to flow once more. Finally, with one last effort, Leora freed the creature. It turned toward her, its eyes glowing brightly, as though thanking her for her help. Then, with a powerful surge, the creature swam away, its body blending into the currents, its presence rejoining the flow of the ocean. The silent tide had been restored. Leora surfaced, her lungs burning with the need for air. The ocean around her was once again alive, its rhythm strong and steady. The balance had been restored, and the silent tide had passed. The woman was waiting for her on the ship, a proud smile on her face. "You have done it, Leora. You have restored the silent tide." Leora looked out at the sea, the vast ocean that now seemed to hum with life once again. The journey was far from over, but for now, she had succeeded. And the rhythm of the ocean had never felt more alive. Part 10, The Echoing Call. The journey had transformed Leora in ways she had not anticipated. The ocean's vastness, its whispers, and its secrets had become a part of her, and though she had restored the silent tide and saved the reef, she knew her task was far from complete. There was more to learn, more to discover, and the ocean was patient. Its tides would wait until she was ready. As the days passed, the woman led Leora farther into uncharted waters. The seas grew wilder, the skies darker, and the winds more unpredictable. The air crackled with an unfamiliar energy, and Leora could feel the pull of something distant and powerful. It was a feeling she had never experienced before, a call from deep within the ocean. An echo of something ancient and vast. One evening, as they sailed under a star-filled sky, the woman turned to Leora, her expression serious. "We are nearing the place where the ocean's heart beats the loudest. It is a place where the boundaries between the sea and the land blur, where the ocean's deepest secrets are hidden." Leora stood at the bow of the ship, the wind tugging at her hair. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice filled with awe and curiosity. "It is known as the depths of Echo," the woman replied. "A place where the ocean's true heart resides, where the creatures of the deep can be felt but not seen. It is here that the echoes of the past, the whispers of the first waves, can still be heard. And it is here that you will find the next piece of your journey." Leora's heart beat faster. The depths of Echo. She had heard rumors of such a place. Legends told of a mysterious zone where the ocean's ancient memories were stored in the currents, where the sea itself held the stories of its beginnings. Some said it was a place of great power, others claimed it was a place of danger. As they sailed deeper into the uncharted waters, the air grew heavier. The horizon shifted, and the stars above seemed to dim, their light swallowed by an unnatural darkness. The woman did not speak, her face shadowed by the growing tension in the air. Then, as they approached the edge of an island shrouded in mist, the ocean itself seemed to change. The waves, once rhythmic and predictable, became erratic, swirling and crashing against unseen rocks. The sound of the water became deafening, a constant roar that filled Leora's ears. It was as though the sea was alive, pulsing with energy, and Leora felt the call growing stronger, a deep, echoing pulse that seemed to vibrate through her very bones. "This is the edge of the depths of Echo," the woman said, her voice barely audible over the tumultuous waves. "Here, the ocean is not only a force of nature. It is a memory. A living, breathing memory." Leora stepped forward, her feet steady despite the wildness of the sea. She could feel it now, the ocean's pulse beneath her feet. The rhythm that had once been faint and distant, now loud and insistent, reverberating through her very being. Suddenly, a strange sound pierced the air, a low, mournful song that seemed to come from all directions at once. It was like the call of a whale, but deeper, older, echoing through the water in waves. Leora's heart raced as the song filled her senses, tugging at her in ways she could not explain. The woman turned to Leora, her expression grave. "Do you hear it, Leora? The ocean is singing. It is calling to you. The ancient voice of the ocean is reaching out, and it is your duty to answer." Leora felt a shiver run down her spine. The song seemed to resonate with something deep within her. Something primal. The ocean's voice, both a question and a command, rang in her ears, urging her to dive into the unknown. With a deep breath, Leora nodded. I will listen." Without hesitation, she dove into the churning sea, her body slicing through the water as if it were a part of her. The song grew louder the deeper she went, until it was all she could hear, all she could feel. It echoed in her mind, in her heart, as if the ocean was speaking directly to her soul. As Leora descended into the depths, the world above her seemed to fade. The light of the surface grew dim, replaced by the soft glow of bioluminescent creatures that danced in the dark waters. She felt herself being pulled deeper. Not by the current, but by the force of the ocean's call. It was as if the sea itself was reaching out, guiding her towards something she could not yet see. In the distance, a faint light appeared, shimmering like a beacon. Leora followed it, drawn to its soft, inviting glow. The song of the ocean grew louder, its notes rising in pitch, a haunting melody that seemed to guide her every movement. And then, she saw it, a great, glowing formation of coral, its colors shifting with the light of the bioluminescence. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen. The coral seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the ocean, its branches reaching out like fingers toward the deep, its very essence alive with the energy of the sea. In the center of the coral formation was a stone, a smooth, dark rock, etched with ancient markings. The stone seemed to hum with power, a low vibration that Leora could feel in her chest. It was the source of the song, the heart of the ocean's echo, the key to the ocean's memories. Leora reached out and touched the stone, her fingers tracing the markings. As soon as she made contact, the song of the ocean stopped. The water around her stilled, and a deep silence filled the depths. It was as if the ocean itself was holding its breath, and then, the stone began to glow brighter, its light swirling and shifting, forming patterns and shapes that danced before Leora's eyes. She could hear the echoes of the past. The memories of the ocean's creation, of its ancient rhythms and forgotten secrets. It was as though the stone was showing her the ocean's history, its beginning, its evolution, and the deep connection between all things in the sea. Leora closed her eyes, allowing the vision to wash over her. She saw the first waves, the birth of the first currents, the creatures that had shaped the ocean and the land. She saw the deep connection between the sea and the sky, the winds and the tides, the delicate balance that held everything together, and she understood, the ocean's heart beat not just for itself, but for all life. It was the rhythm that connected everything, from the smallest fish to the tallest trees. From the deepest trench to the highest mountain. The ocean was not just a force of nature, it was the pulse of the world itself. Leora opened her eyes, the vision fading but the understanding remaining. She felt the weight of the ocean's call, its responsibility, its power. And she knew, deep in her soul, that she was ready. The Lantern in the Mist, Part 1, The Silent Arrival. The village of Halewood was nestled between thick forests and winding rivers, hidden away from the rest of the world by dense fog that seemed to roll in from the mountains every evening, blanketing the village in a hushed silence. The mist would rise in the early hours of the morning and linger, soft and ghostly, until it finally began to fade as the sun climbed high into the sky. There was something peculiar about Halewood. The mist was not just a weather phenomenon, it had a life of its own. It had been part of the village for generations, a quiet companion that shaped the lives of those who lived there. The people of Halewood had learned to live with it, and even to appreciate its mystery. But there was one thing that made the mist more than just an ordinary fog. It was the lantern. Every evening, when the mist began to settle into the village, a faint glow would appear on the farthest edge of the woods, just beyond the reach of the fog. The lantern would hang in the air, casting its soft golden light across the trees and the mist, as though it were a guardian of the village. No one knew where it came from or who lit it. It simply appeared, hanging in the mist, swaying gently in the wind. Some said it was the spirit of an ancient protector. Others believed it was a gift from the moon, but no one ever dared to approach it. Alina had heard stories of the lantern ever since she was a child. Her grandmother had told her that it was a sign of something important, something that had yet to be understood. She spoke of it with reverence, as if the lantern held the key to the village's past and its future. It was said that anyone who tried to reach the lantern would be lost in the mist, never to be seen again. The fog was thick, and the path to the lantern was treacherous. Those who ventured too far never returned, leaving behind only whispered warnings for the next generation. Now, as Alina stood on the outskirts of Halewood, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was calling her. It wasn't just the village that had drawn her here, it was the lantern. For years, she had dreamed of it, its soft glow always just out of reach, its flickering light pulling her toward it. And now, she had come to find it. Her feet sank into the damp earth as she made her way through the mist, the village's quiet streets now behind her. The forest loomed ahead, its towering trees shrouded in a blanket of fog. The air smelled faintly of pine and earth, damp and cool. The mist wrapped around her like a soft, invisible cloak, and she could barely make out the outline of the path that led deeper into the woods, but there was something different about tonight. As Alina moved forward, she could feel a pull, a magnetic force drawing her closer to the heart of the forest. The lantern was near, and it was waiting for her. She continued through the mist, her heart pounding in her chest. The sounds of the village faded behind her, leaving only the steady rustle of the leaves and the soft whispers of the wind. The mist seemed to thicken the farther she went, wrapping itself tighter around her, obscuring her vision. Yet she did not falter. There was something she needed to find, something the mist wanted her to discover, and then, through the fog, she saw it, a faint glow, like the light of a distant star, shimmering in the distance. The lantern, it was hanging in the air, just beyond a cluster of trees. The golden light was gentle but steady, casting a soft warmth across the mist that had otherwise been cold and damp. Alina's breath caught in her throat. She had found it. The lantern swayed gently in the breeze, but it did not flicker like an ordinary flame. Its light seemed to pulse, almost as if it were alive. Alina stepped forward, her feet light and steady as she approached. The mist parted slightly in front of her, revealing the path that led to the glowing orb, but something felt different. The closer she came to the lantern, the more she felt a shift in the air around her. The mist seemed to grow thicker, the world growing quieter. A low hum echoed in her ears, a sound that was almost imperceptible but unmistakably present. It was as if the lantern was speaking to her, calling her closer. Alina reached out, her hand trembling slightly. She wasn't sure why, but she knew this moment was important. The lantern was no longer just a legend, it was real. And it was waiting for her. With a deep breath, she took one final step forward, her hand brushing the edge of the lantern's glowing light. The moment her fingers touched it, the mist exploded around her, swirling and shifting in an overwhelming rush. The world around her seemed to dissolve, the trees, the path, and the village all vanishing in an instant. The mist closed in, and for a moment, Alina felt as if she were suspended in the air, lost between realms, caught in the lantern's pull. Then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. She found herself standing in a place unlike any she had ever seen before. The ground beneath her was soft, like moss, and the air was still, almost too still. The mist had cleared, and in its place was an endless expanse of glowing white light. The lantern was still with her, floating gently in the air, its soft glow illuminating the strange world around her. Alina looked around, trying to make sense of her surroundings. There were no trees, no hills, no sky, just an endless, glowing whiteness stretching out in every direction. It felt as though she were in a dream, caught in a space between worlds. And then, from the silence, a voice spoke, "Welcome, Alina." The voice was soft but clear, resonating through the strange space like a melody. Alina's heart skipped a beat as she turned toward the sound. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling in the quiet. The lantern's light flickered softly, as if in response. "We have been waiting for you," the voice replied. "You are the one chosen to carry the light. The journey you seek is not only yours, it is the world's." Alina's mind raced. She had only come to find the lantern, to understand its mystery. But now, it seemed that there was something greater at work, something far beyond the mist and the village. The lantern had called her for a reason, and whatever lay ahead was waiting for her to uncover. Part 2, The Echoes of the Past. Alina stood in the endless glow of white, feeling a strange mix of awe and uncertainty. The voice, soft yet powerful, lingered in the air, almost like a memory of something long forgotten. She turned slowly, scanning the surreal landscape, trying to make sense of where she was. There was no horizon, no sky, and no ground beyond the soft, glowing surface beneath her feet. It was as though she had stepped into the heart of the mist itself, the one chosen to carry the light. Alina whispered to herself, her mind racing. She had no idea what that meant, but she knew deep down that her presence here wasn't an accident. This was no dream, it was real, and the lantern had brought her here for a reason. The voice spoke again, as if it had heard her thoughts. "You have always been part of this, Alina. This world, the village, the lantern, it all exists because of the bond you share with the mist. And the mist, it is not just fog. It holds the memories of everything that came before." Alina's heart quickened. The memories of the mist. What did that mean? She was certain she had never been here before, yet the voice felt so familiar, as if it had known her for lifetimes. The lantern hovered in front of her, glowing gently. Its light seemed to pulse, as though it were breathing, alive with an ancient energy that Alina could feel deep within her soul. She reached out, instinctively drawn to it. And the moment her fingers brushed against its warm glow, the landscape around her shifted, the white expanse rippled, like the surface of water disturbed by a stone. Slowly, the mist began to form shapes, swirling in patterns that were both familiar and strange. Alina blinked, and suddenly, images began to materialize before her. She saw herself, but not as she was now. She was a child again, playing in the village, surrounded by elders, their faces kind and wise. Then, the scene changed. She saw her grandmother, standing alone by the edge of the forest, watching the mist roll in as if waiting for something. Alina's heart tightened at the sight. Her grandmother had often spoken of the lantern, but never in such a way. She had always told stories, but Alina had never truly understood their weight, until now. Another image formed, this time showing a vast, ancient forest, one that seemed to stretch on for eternity. The trees were twisted and gnarled, their roots crawling deep into the earth. The mist swirled through the trunks, swirling around figures draped in cloaks. They stood in a circle, their faces obscured, their hands raised toward the sky. Alina didn't recognize them, but she felt an overwhelming sense of reverence. These were the wind whisperers her grandmother had spoken of, the ones who had walked with the mist long before the village was founded. You are part of their legacy. The voice said softly, drawing Alina's attention back to the lantern. And you are part of the lantern's truth. The mist that surrounds Halewood is not merely a force of nature, it is a vessel, a keeper of the past. And it is through this mist that the light will find its way to those who seek it. Alina's mind raced, trying to piece together what she was witnessing. The mist, the lantern, the ancient figures in the forest, all of it seemed connected, yet she couldn't grasp the full meaning. What was her role in this? Why had she been chosen to carry the light? The lantern's glow brightened slightly, and the images shifted once more. This time, the scene was different. It showed the village of Halewood. But it was no longer the quiet, sleepy place she knew. It was alive with energy, with people coming together, their faces filled with purpose. The mist no longer hovered at the edges of the village, it was woven into the very fabric of their lives, a living, breathing presence that pulsed with life, and then, the image changed again. Alina saw the forest, the mist creeping deeper into the trees. But this time, something was wrong. The mist was growing darker, thicker, and the trees seemed to wither, their leaves turning gray. The figures in the forest, once so regal, were now shadows, lost to time. Balance has been disturbed, the voice whispered, and Alina felt a cold shiver run down her spine. The mist has begun to fade. And with it, the light that once protected this land is slipping away. Alina's heart pounded in her chest as the scene continued to unfold. The mist was fading, vanishing from the world, leaving only a sense of emptiness in its wake. The village, her village, was falling into darkness. You have been called to restore what was lost, the voice continued. The lantern has chosen you, Alina, because you are the bridge. The one who can restore the balance. Alina's breath caught in her throat. She was the one who could restore the balance. How was she supposed to do that? She had no training, no knowledge of the ancient ways. She was just a girl from a quiet village who had heard stories about the lantern. Yet, the more she thought about it, the more she understood. This was her destiny, her purpose. The mist and the lantern are one, the voice said, and the lantern began to pulse brighter, its light flooding the space around her. And only through understanding both can you restore what has been lost. Alina stood still, her mind spinning with the weight of this new understanding. The lantern was not just a symbol, it was a key, a force that could bring the mist back. She wasn't just meant to carry the light, she was meant to revive the mist, to restore the balance that had been lost long ago. As the images of the village and the forest faded, Alina felt a new sense of clarity settle within her. The journey ahead would not be easy, but she had been given a gift. She was the keeper of the light, and it was time for her to step into her role. The mist around her began to stir once more, gently swirling in the air as the voice spoke one last time. Go now, Alina. The world is waiting for you. The lantern's light pulsed once more, and Alina took a deep breath, stepping forward into the unknown. Part 3. The Path of the Wind Whisperers. Alina's feet barely touched the soft ground beneath her as the world around her began to shift. The white, glowing expanse started to fade, and the mist once again began to swirl around her. She could feel its coolness on her skin, a reminder of the world she had left behind, the village of Halewood. Her home. But now, she was no longer just a villager. She was something more. The lantern had chosen her, and the fate of the village, and perhaps the world, rested on her shoulders. The voice that had guided her spoke again, its tone warm and knowing. You have seen what must be done, Alina. The time to restore the mist is near, but the journey ahead will test you in ways you cannot yet imagine. The fog thickened, swirling around her like a living, breathing entity. The air felt charged with energy, as if the mist itself was preparing for something ancient, something powerful. Alina stood tall, her heart steady despite the fear that lurked in the corners of her mind. She had seen the fading of the mist, the darkened forest, and the broken village. She knew now that the lantern was more than just a light in the distance. It was a guide, a link to something far greater, something that would help her heal the world that had been lost. The wind whisperers, she whispered to herself, recalling the cloaked figures in the visions. How do I find them? The mist parted before her, revealing a path, a narrow trail winding through the trees. It was the same forest she had seen in her vision, the one that had once been full of life, now withering under the weight of the darkness. The lantern's soft glow hovered just above her hand, casting a warm light as she stepped onto the path. She could feel the pull of the forest, guiding her forward. You are ready, the voice said softly. But remember, the wind whisperers are not easy to find. They are the keepers of the old ways, the ones who know how to speak to the mist. Only by proving your heart is pure will they reveal themselves to you. Alina nodded, even though she wasn't sure exactly what that meant. How could she prove her heart was pure? She didn't feel special or extraordinary. She was just a girl who had been drawn to the lantern, to the light. Yet deep within her, something stirred, a sense of purpose she had never known before. The lantern had chosen her for a reason, and she would not fail. The path led deeper into the forest. And the air grew heavier. The trees towered above her, their branches twisted and gnarled, as if they had been here for centuries. The mist curled around the trunks, and the faint sound of whispers echoed through the air, as though the trees themselves were speaking to each other. Alina could barely make out the words, but they felt ancient, like a language she almost understood. She continued forward, her footsteps muffled by the soft earth beneath her. The further she walked, the more she felt the presence of something unseen, watching, waiting. The mist seemed to grow thicker, swirling in patterns that made the trees appear to shift and move. It was as if the forest itself was alive. Watching her progress with interest, after what felt like hours of walking, Alina reached a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone circle, weathered by time and covered in moss. The air was still, the only sound the gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the mist. Alina hesitated for a moment before stepping into the circle. As soon as her feet crossed the threshold, the mist around her began to swirl, forming shapes, vague, shadowy figures that seemed to emerge from the very fog itself. Her heart pounded in her chest as the figures slowly took form. They were the wind whisperers, clad in dark, flowing robes that seemed to blend seamlessly with the mist. Their faces were hidden beneath hoods, their presence both eerie and majestic. They stood in a circle, their hands raised toward the sky, as if they were communing with something beyond this world. Alina took a step forward, her breath caught in her throat. She felt both small and significant at the same time, standing in the presence of these ancient beings. The lantern pulsed gently in her hand, casting a soft glow that illuminated the mist around her. The leader of the wind whisperers stepped forward, her hooded face tilting in Alina's direction. There was a silent moment of recognition, a sense of understanding that passed between them. Without a word, the figure extended her hand. And Alina, instinctively, placed her own hand into it. "Welcome, Alina." The voice of the wind whisperer was soft but carried an ancient authority. "We have been expecting you." Alina's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. I don't understand. How do you know my name?" "I don't know how to restore the mist. I'm not like you. I don't have any power." The figure smiled beneath her hood, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. "You carry the lantern, child. The light within it is the key to everything. You have been chosen because you are of the mist, as we are. The light connects us, and through it, you will learn what must be done." The other wind whisperers began to circle around Alina. Their movements graceful and fluid, as if they were part of the wind itself. The mist around her began to swirl faster, and the air grew colder. The whispers grew louder, as though they were speaking directly into her mind. "You must open your heart, Alina," the leader said. "The mist is not something to control. It is a living, breathing entity. You must learn to listen to it, to understand its needs. Only then will you be able to restore it." Alina closed her eyes, trying to clear her mind. The sound of the whispers seemed to grow louder, their meaning slowly becoming clearer. It was as if the mist was speaking to her, sharing its ancient memories, its stories, its pain. She could feel it now, the deep sorrow of the mist. The grief of a world forgotten. The mist was not just a veil between realms, it was the soul of the land, the essence of everything that had once been alive and vibrant. And now, it was dying, fading away as the balance of the world shifted. Alina opened her eyes, her voice steady now. "I understand. The mist isn't just a barrier. It's a guardian. And I must heal it." The wind whisperers nodded, their faces unreadable beneath their hoods. "You are ready," they said in unison. The leader stepped back, and the mist around Alina began to dissipate, revealing the forest once more. But this time, it was different. There was a lightness to the air, a sense of hope that had not been there before. The first step had been taken, the journey to restore the mist had begun. Part 4. The Heart of the Mist. The next morning, Alina awoke with a sense of clarity she had never known before. The stone circle, the wind whisperers, and the lantern were now etched deeply into her memory, as if they had always been a part of her. She stood at the edge of the clearing, the mist now swirling around her in gentle, peaceful waves. It felt almost alive, breathing with her, as though it were welcoming her presence. The leader of the wind whisperers had told her that the mist was not just an obstacle, but a living entity, one with its own desires, its own needs. And if she was to restore the balance, she would have to understand the mist, communicate with it, and ultimately heal the wounds that had caused it to fade. Her heart raced with both excitement and fear. The path ahead was uncertain, and she had so many questions, so many doubts. How could she, someone so ordinary, speak to something as ancient and powerful as the mist? And even if she could understand it, what would be required of her? Could she really restore the balance? With the lantern still glowing softly in her hand, Alina began walking through the forest once more, her steps light but determined. She could feel the wind whisperers watching her from the shadows of the trees, their presence comforting yet distant. They had told her the journey ahead was hers to take alone, and she would have to face what lay ahead with courage and patience. The path she followed seemed to stretch endlessly, winding deeper into the heart of the forest. As she walked, the mist became denser, swirling around her in thicker layers. The trees, once towering and full of life, now appeared twisted and bare, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. There was an eerie stillness in the air, and the usual sounds of wildlife were absent. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. Alina paused for a moment, taking in the surroundings. The silence was almost overwhelming, broken only by the soft rustling of the mist at her feet. She felt a strange pull, an invisible force that urged her forward. Without hesitation, she followed the pull, stepping deeper into the fog. As she walked, the mist began to shift again, swirling more intensely. Alina reached out, feeling the cool tendrils brush against her skin, her heart beating faster. She could hear a soft whispering now, like a voice carried by the wind. The words were unclear, but the sound was familiar. It was as if the mist was calling to her, beckoning her closer. "You must listen," the voice whispered, though it was not spoken aloud. It was more like a thought, a presence inside her mind. "You have the light. Let it guide you." Alina's hand tightened around the lantern. The soft glow within it pulsed, brightening with each step she took. She had been told the lantern was the key to the mist's healing, but she had yet to truly understand how. But now, as the mist swirled more intensely around her, she could sense that the light within her hand was becoming something more. It was not just a light, it was a connection. A bridge between her world and the ancient, mysterious realm of the mist. As she reached the heart of the forest, the mist thickened even further, enveloping her in a cool embrace. There, standing amidst the fog, was something she hadn't expected to find. A large stone archway, half obscured by the mist, stood tall before her. The arch was worn, with intricate carvings that were almost faded beyond recognition, yet still carried an undeniable sense of importance. Alina approached the arch, her breath catching in her throat. The lantern pulsed brighter in her hand, and as she drew closer to the arch, the mist seemed to part before her. She stood at the threshold, unsure of what lay beyond. "You've reached the heart of the mist," the voice whispered once again. "The portal to the past. To the heart of what was lost." Alina hesitated. Was she ready for this? The weight of the task ahead pressed down on her shoulders, but there was no turning back. She had come this far, and the path before her felt like it was made for her. She could feel the presence of the wind whisperers around her, their support silent but unwavering. Taking a deep breath, Alina stepped through the archway. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, the world seemed to shift. The mist parted with a sudden rush of wind, and the fog around her began to swirl in mesmerizing patterns. The air grew colder, and the distant sound of flowing water reached her ears. The once muted colors of the forest now came to life. The trees, the grass, the sky, all seemed more vibrant, more vivid, as if the very world around her had awakened. And then, she saw it. In the distance, beyond the archway, lay a grand city, surrounded by lush, green fields. The buildings were towering and elegant, made of stone and wood, with intricate carvings and designs that Alina had never seen before. There was a quiet hum in the air, a sense of life that filled the streets. The city felt like a dream, a vision of a world from the past, untouched by time and decay. The mist had brought her here. To a place that existed long ago, in an age when the wind whisperers had thrived and the mist had been strong. She had crossed into a memory, a forgotten piece of history. This was the heart of the mist, the voice explained softly. The city of the wind whisperers, where the mist was alive and the balance was maintained. But that balance was broken. The city fell into ruin, and the mist began to fade. Now, you must uncover the truth of what happened here, and restore what was lost. Alina's heart raced as she took in the sight before her. The city was beautiful, but there was an undeniable sense of sorrow in the air. She could feel the weight of its history, its lost stories, and its faded glory. But she also felt something else, a pull, a connection. The mist, the lantern, the city, they were all part of the same story. She knew her journey had only just begun. Part 5, The Secrets of the Forgotten City. Alina stood in awe, gazing at the forgotten city that lay before her. The lantern in her hand pulsed with a soft, rhythmic glow. Its light now casting long shadows across the ruins. The city was beautiful, but its beauty was tinged with sorrow. Its once glorious towers now crumbled, its cobbled streets cracked and overgrown with moss and ivy. Nature had begun to reclaim it, and yet, there was a feeling of timelessness in the air, as though this place had been frozen between two worlds, the past and the present. She stepped forward cautiously, her boots crunching against the broken stones of the path that led into the heart of the city. The mist around her danced and shimmered, like it had a life of its own, swirling around her in an embrace that felt both comforting and unsettling. As she moved deeper into the city, the whispers she had heard earlier grew louder, like distant voices calling her name, Alina. The voice murmured once more, but this time it was not just a voice inside her mind. It seemed to echo through the very air, reverberating off the ancient stone walls. The voice felt familiar, but Alina couldn't place it. She was certain it was one of the wind whisperers, but their identities remained hidden, shrouded in mystery. She moved through the abandoned streets, her eyes drawn to the majestic buildings that lined the way. Their architecture was unlike anything she had seen before: towering arches, ornate windows, and intricate carvings depicting scenes of nature, of the wind, of the mist itself. The walls of the building seemed to pulse faintly, as if they were still alive with memories. The mist clung to the buildings like a veil, protecting them from the outside world. At the center of the city, she saw a large, circular plaza, its center marked by a stone pedestal. The pedestal was worn by time, but Alina could still make out the markings carved into it, a series of symbols that seemed to glow faintly in the light of the lantern. The mist swirled around the pedestal, as though it were alive, reacting to her presence. Alina stepped closer to the pedestal, her heart beating faster with each step. She could feel the weight of the city's history pressing down on her. This was the place where the balance had once been maintained, where the wind whisperers had lived in harmony with the mist. But something had gone wrong. The mist had faded, and with it, the city had crumbled. But why? As she reached the pedestal, the symbols on its surface began to shift, as if they were responding to the light of the lantern. The air around her crackled with energy, and the mist swirled violently, forming shapes that almost seemed to be watching her. Then, with a low hum, the symbols on the pedestal began to glow brighter, and the mist parted, revealing a hidden staircase leading down beneath the city. Without thinking, Alina descended the steps, her breath shallow as she moved deeper into the earth. The air grew colder with each step, and the light from the lantern flickered as the darkness closed in around her. She could feel something calling her forward, a force she couldn't explain. It was as if the very heart of the city, the very soul of the mist, was waiting for her. At the bottom of the staircase, Alina found herself in a vast underground chamber, its walls covered in more intricate carvings, though these were far older, far more worn than the ones she had seen above. In the center of the room stood a large stone arch, its shape twisted and broken. The arch was unlike any she had ever seen, its surface covered in strange symbols and lines that seemed to move in the dim light of the lantern. The mist here was thick, almost solid, swirling around her in a constant, swirling pattern. But what struck Alina most was the presence of a figure standing in the center of the archway. The figure was tall and cloaked, their features hidden in shadow. Their voice, when it came, was deep and ancient. "You have come," the figure said, its voice both familiar and distant. "The lantern has led you here, Alina. You are the one who can restore the balance." Alina's voice trembled. "Who are you? And what happened to this city? Why did the mist fade?" The figure's head tilted slightly, as though considering her question. "I am the guardian of the mist, the last of the wind whisperers. Long ago, we lived in harmony with the mist. But a great catastrophe struck. The balance was broken, and with it, the mist began to fade. The city fell into ruin, and we were scattered. The winds grew silent, and the mist withdrew, leaving only memories." The guardian stepped forward, and Alina could feel the weight of their presence. It was as if this figure had lived through countless ages, bearing the burden of a world long lost. Their voice was tinged with sorrow as they continued, "The mist is not simply a force of nature. It is a living entity, tied to the very essence of the land. When the balance was disturbed, the mist began to die, and with it, the life force of this place. The lantern you hold is the key to restoring it. Alina's mind raced. How can I restore the mist? What do I need to do? The guardian extended a hand toward her, and as they did, the mist around them parted, revealing a glowing stone embedded into the floor of the chamber. The stone pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light, much like the lantern in Alina's hand. The guardian spoke once more, their voice echoing in the chamber. To restore the mist, you must place the lantern into the heart of this stone. It will merge with the mist, reigniting the balance. But be warned, Alina, this is not an easy task. The power you wield is ancient, and it will test you. The mist will not return without a cost. You must be willing to face the darkness, to sacrifice what you hold dear. Alina's heart thundered in her chest as she stepped toward the stone. She knew what she had to do, but the weight of the decision made her pause. Could she truly restore the mist? Could she heal the world that had been broken so long ago? The lantern was the key, but the cost. The cost was unknown. The guardian's voice broke through her thoughts. The mist is waiting, Alina. Time is running out. With a final breath, Alina knelt before the stone. Holding the lantern close, she placed it gently into the center of the glowing stone. As she did, the mist around her surged, and the chamber was filled with a brilliant light. The moment the lantern touched the stone, the world seemed to shudder. The light grew brighter, and the mist began to swirl around her, wrapping her in a cocoon of energy. She could feel the power of the mist coursing through her veins, its ancient energy flooding her body. The guardian's voice echoed once more, but it was faint, distant. You have begun the journey, Alina. The mist will return, but at a cost. The balance will be restored, but only if you are willing to pay the price. The light intensified, and Alina closed her eyes, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on her. The journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever lay ahead. Part 6, The Price of Light. Alina's eyes fluttered open, and she found herself surrounded by an ocean of light. The mist, now more vibrant and alive than she had ever seen it, swirled around her in waves, as though it were trying to embrace her. The stone beneath her fingertips still pulsed with energy, the lantern still nestled within its heart, glowing softly in the center of the chamber. But something had changed. The moment the lantern made contact with the stone, the world had transformed. It wasn't just the mist that had shifted. Alina could feel the very air around her humming with energy, as if the land itself had woken up from a deep slumber. Yet, in the midst of this newfound vitality, she could also feel an undercurrent of something darker, something that chilled her to the core. The guardian's voice echoed in the chamber, faint but steady. The mist has begun to return, Alina. The balance is shifting. But the price? The price has yet to be revealed. Alina's heart pounded in her chest as she stood, her legs unsteady beneath her. She reached out toward the glowing stone and felt a strange sensation, like a tether, pulling her in, connecting her to something ancient and immense. The light from the lantern seemed to grow stronger, and with it, the mist thickened, swirling faster and more intensely. Suddenly, the chamber trembled. Alina gasped and looked around. The mist had begun to spiral violently, rising into the air like a storm. It twisted and churned, pulling at the edges of the room. The stone beneath her feet seemed to shudder, its glow now blinding, as though it were reacting to something unseen. the voice of the guardian grew clearer, and Alina realized that the voice wasn't just coming from the guardian, it was coming from the mist itself. The very essence of the mist was speaking to her. The balance is delicate. The mist is not easily controlled, not easily restored. Its return will demand something of you, something precious. Alina's breath caught in her throat. What did the mist mean? What price was she being asked to pay? Before she could ask, the mist began to shift again, revealing a vision, a scene playing out before her, like a memory from another time. She saw a city much like the one she had just visited, but vibrant, alive, filled with the laughter of its people. The wind whisperers walked among them, their robes billowing as they moved gracefully through the streets. The mist was thick here, swirling gently around the city, its presence calm and peaceful. But then, a shadow crossed the scene, the mist began to darken, swirling ominously, and the people of the city started to look around in fear. The wind whisperers attempted to control the mist, to calm it, but it only grew more violent. Swirling out of control. The city trembled, and the ground cracked, splitting open beneath the feet of the people. The mist grew colder, its presence now suffocating, choking the life from the land. Alina watched in horror as the scene unfolded. The wind whisperers, helpless against the force they had once controlled, fell to their knees. One by one, the city's inhabitants vanished into the mist, their faces twisted in terror as they were consumed by the darkness. And in the center of it all, the heart of the city, the stone that had once been the source of the mist's power, glowed with an unnatural light, the same light that now filled the chamber where Alina stood. The vision faded. And Alina staggered back, gasping for breath. "No, no," she whispered, clutching her chest. That was the past. The mist. It turned on them. The mist around her swirled violently again, and the voice of the guardian spoke once more, but this time, there was a deep sadness in their tone. The balance was lost when greed and fear took hold. The mist is not a force to be controlled, it is a living thing, a spirit of the land. It feeds on the emotions of those who try to control it, on their desires, their fears. It will give, but it will also take. You must decide, Alina. You have the power to restore the mist, to bring life back to this place, but it will cost you. The question is, what will you sacrifice? Alina stood frozen, her mind racing. The vision had shown her the truth. When the mist had been controlled, it had consumed everything. But it was also clear that the mist was tied to something deeper. It was not just a force of nature. It was a reflection of those who wielded it. The wind whisperers had tried to control it, and in doing so, they had brought ruin to their world. The weight of the decision pressed down on her, and she could feel the heat of the lantern in her hand, its glow steady and strong. She had come so far, but now it seemed that everything was at a crossroads. The mist had returned, but would it be her salvation, or would it bring the same destruction that had befallen the city long ago? "I understand now," Alina whispered, her voice filled with resolve. "The balance is not just about the mist. It's about me, about all of us. I can't control it. I can't force it." The mist swirled faster, reacting to her words, as though listening, waiting. "You must release it," the guardian's voice echoed softly, "or it will take from you." Alina closed her eyes, her heart heavy with the weight of the decision. The mist had already given so much. And now, she had to give back. The price was not just a thing, it was a part of herself. In that moment, she understood. The mist was not something to be conquered. It was something to be respected. To restore it, she would have to let go of her desire for control. To trust the land, to trust the mist, and to trust herself. With a deep breath, Alina stepped forward, placing the lantern gently back into the glowing stone. The mist around her swirled once more, but this time, it was different. The violence, the chaos, it was gone. In its place was a calm, a peace, as if the mist had found its balance again. The guardian's voice was warm and steady now. You have chosen wisely, Alina. The mist has returned. The balance is restored. But remember, the price is not always what you think. Sometimes, it is simply the willingness to let go. The light from the lantern flickered, then dimmed, settling into a soft, steady glow. The chamber was silent. The air still. And outside, the mist had begun to lift, like a veil being drawn back from the world. Alina stood alone in the chamber, the lantern now at peace, the mist outside calm and gentle once more. The journey was far from over, but for now, the balance had been restored. Part 7, The Awakening of the Mist. Alina stood at the heart of the ancient chamber, her heart still racing from the weight of the decision she had just made. The mist outside was now calm, a soft, billowing cloud floating gently across the landscape, as if the land itself were breathing a sigh of relief. The lantern in her hands was no longer glowing as it had before, its light had dimmed to a steady, serene pulse. As though it had found peace alongside her, but even as she stood in quiet contemplation, Alina could not shake the feeling that the journey was far from over. The mist had returned to balance, but she could sense that there was something more, something that still needed to be understood. She turned to face the glowing stone, which had once again settled into its resting place within the chamber's walls. The soft light from the lantern bathed the room in a warm glow, and for the first time since she had entered, the air felt clear, unclouded by the heavy weight of the storm that had raged before. Yet, despite the tranquility, Alina knew that this peace was fragile. She had felt the energy of the mist shift, and it was now entwined with her own. Her connection to it was deeper than ever, but with that connection came a new responsibility. Suddenly, a low hum filled the air, faint at first but growing louder, like a distant voice carried on the wind. Alina turned, her senses alert, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of movement. From the shadows at the edge of the chamber, a figure emerged, a figure draped in a cloak that shimmered with the same misty glow that had once filled the air. Alina's breath caught in her throat as she recognized the figure. It was the guardian. But something was different. The guardian's form seemed more solid now, more corporeal, as if the mist itself had woven them into existence. "You have done well, Alina," the guardian's voice resonated through the chamber, soft yet firm. "The mist is no longer in turmoil, but now you must face what comes next." Alina took a step forward, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. "What do you mean? Hasn't the mist been restored? Isn't this the end?" The guardian shook their head slowly, a faint sadness in their eyes. Restoring the mist was only one part of the journey. "You see, Alina, the mist is not just a force of nature. It is a memory, a living reflection of the world that once was. It remembers all things, both the good and the bad. But with the mist's return, something else has also awakened, something older, deeper. Alina felt a chill creep up her spine. What do you mean? What has awakened? The guardian's gaze turned toward the mist outside, their eyes distant. The mist is tied to the land, to the very essence of this world. It has been here since the beginning, a protector and a guide. But in ancient times, it was more than that. It was a keeper of memories, a recorder of history. And in the depths of the mist, there lies a great secret, a secret that has been hidden for centuries. Alina's mind raced. What secret? What does it have to do with me? The guardian's voice softened, almost a whisper. The secret of the mist is a power that you will need to understand in order to truly restore balance. You have seen the damage that control over the mist can cause. Now, you must learn how to channel its energy, how to live in harmony with it. Alina's heart began to pound as the weight of the guardian's words sank in. She had never intended to control the mist, only to restore balance. But now, it seemed that her journey was far from finished. You are the one chosen, Alina, the guardian continued, their eyes meeting hers with a steady gaze. The mist has recognized you. It will not obey through force, but through understanding. And in order to understand it, you must first confront the very heart of the mist itself. Before Alina could speak, the chamber seemed to shift. The ground beneath her feet began to tremble. And the mist outside thickened, swirling with an energy that felt ancient and powerful. Alina's hand instinctively gripped the lantern, the warmth of its glow offering a sense of comfort. The guardians stepped closer, their presence now even more solid than before. The heart of the mist lies beneath the world you know. In the deepest roots of the earth, where the land breathes, and the energy flows. You must go there, Alina. You must face what lies beneath. Alina's breath caught in her throat. Beneath? You mean? There's more. There is always more, the guardian replied, their voice filled with a quiet intensity. The mist is vast, and it holds many secrets. The journey ahead will be dangerous. But it is the only way to truly understand the power you now hold. Alina stood still for a moment, her mind spinning with the weight of the revelation. The mist was not just a force, it was an ancient being, a living history, tied to the very heart of the earth itself. She had thought she had restored the balance, but now, she understood that the true journey was only just beginning. I'm ready, she said, her voice steady with newfound resolve. The guardian nodded, their expression solemn. Then you must go to the heart of the mist. Follow the path beneath the earth. Trust in the lantern, trust in the mist, and most importantly, trust in yourself. You are the key. As the guardian's words faded into the stillness of the chamber, Alina took a deep breath. She had come so far, but now, she was about to embark on a new part of the journey, one that would take her deeper into the mysteries of the mist than she had ever imagined. With a final glance at the guardian, she turned toward the path that would lead her below, to the heart of the mist, where the true test awaited. Part 8. Into the depths, Alina stood at the edge of the chamber, the lantern warm in her hands. its light steady and reassuring. Her heart was heavy with the weight of what lay ahead. The guardian had spoken of the heart of the mist, and Alina knew that the path would not be easy. It would take her to places unknown, deep beneath the earth, where the very essence of the mist awaited her. The air in the chamber seemed to hum with anticipation, the mist swirling around her in gentle wisps. It was as though the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to take the next step. And though fear crept into her chest, Alina felt a surge of determination. The mist had chosen her, and she would see this journey through to the end. Taking a deep breath, she turned toward the narrow passage that led deeper into the earth. The walls of the chamber seemed to fade away as she walked, the light from the lantern casting long shadows on the stone path before her. Each step echoed in the silence, but there was no turning back now. The further she went, the thicker the mist became, curling around her ankles like a living thing, urging her forward. As she descended, the air grew cooler, and the walls of the passage narrowed, squeezing her on all sides. The mist, though ever present, became more oppressive, pressing in on her with every step. It was as if the land itself was resisting her presence, reluctant to reveal the secrets that lay hidden in its depths. Alina reached out and placed her hand on the stone wall, feeling the vibrations of the earth beneath her fingertips. She could feel the pulse of the land, steady, rhythmic, as if it had a life of its own. The mist, too, seemed to resonate with that pulse, swirling in time with the beat of the earth's heart. It was alive, in a way she had never truly understood before. Ahead, the passage split into two directions. One path descended even deeper into the earth, a yawning darkness at the end. The other led to a small alcove where the mist swirled in a concentrated spiral, glowing faintly. Alina hesitated, uncertainty creeping into her mind. Which path was the right one? She closed her eyes and listened, focusing on the pulse beneath her fingertips. She felt the faintest tug in her chest, a pull toward the alcove, toward the glowing mist. Trusting her instincts, she turned toward it. The mist parted as she stepped into the alcove, and Alina felt a sudden shift in the air. The glow from the lantern flickered, casting long shadows across the walls. The mist, too, seemed to shift in response, swirling faster, its glow intensifying. For a moment, Alina felt as though she were standing at the center of a storm, the mist swirling around her in a dizzying dance. Then, without warning, the mist parted completely, revealing a vast underground chamber. It was unlike anything Alina had ever seen, an enormous cavern, the size of a small forest, filled with ancient trees whose roots twisted and sprawled across the stone floor like living veins. The air was thick with the scent of earth and moss, and the mist hung in the air, suspended as if it were waiting for something. In the center of the cavern, a massive stone formation rose from the ground, its surface covered in glowing symbols that pulsed with a faint light. At its peak, a large crystal rested, its surface flickering with a deep, golden light. The heart of the mist. Alina stepped forward, her breath caught in her throat. This was it. The heart of the mist, the source of its power. And yet, there was something else about the crystal. Something strange, something unsettling. As she approached, the mist began to swirl again, gathering around the stone formation. The crystal's glow grew brighter, and for a moment, Alina saw a flash of movement, a figure standing in the shadows, watching her. Her heart raced as she stepped closer, but the figure remained still, hidden in the mist. She couldn't make out any details, but the presence was unmistakable. It was as if the very air in the cavern was charged with tension, as though something was waiting. "Who's there?" Alina called out, her voice echoing off the walls. The figure did not answer. Instead, the mist seemed to pulse around her, responding to her words. It was as though the mist itself had taken on a life of its own, moving in rhythm with her heartbeat. Alina's mind whirled. Was this a test? Was this the final trial? With a steady breath, Alina stepped toward the crystal, her fingers trembling as she reached out to touch its surface. As her hand made contact, the mist surged forward, coiling around her wrist like a living thing. It was cold, icy cold, and for a moment, Alina felt a wave of panic rise in her chest, but she did not pull back. Instead, she closed her eyes and focused on the rhythm of the pulse beneath her fingertips, the same pulse that had guided her here. The mist was not her enemy. It was not something to fear. It was alive, just like the earth itself, just like the world around her. She had learned that much already. The mist tightened around her wrist, but Alina held firm, her hand steady against the crystal. She could feel the energy of the mist flowing through her, its power surging into her veins, awakening something deep within her. It was overwhelming, and yet, it felt right. This was her connection to the world, her place in the balance. The figure in the shadows moved closer, and for the first time, Alina could make out a face, pale, ancient, with eyes that gleamed like silver in the dim light. "Do you understand now?" The figure asked, their voice like a whisper on the wind. Alina nodded slowly, her heart pounding in her chest. "Yes," she whispered. "I understand." The figure smiled, their face softening with approval. "Then you are ready." With that, the mist began to calm, the swirling energy ebbing away like a receding tide. The crystal's glow faded, returning to its soft, steady pulse. And the figure stepped back into the shadows, disappearing into the mist once again. Alina stood alone in the cavern, her heart still racing but her mind clear. The mist had revealed its secrets, and now, she understood. The power she had sought to control was not something to be harnessed, it was something to be embraced, something to be understood, and now, the true balance had been restored. Part 9. The Return of the Calm. Alina stood in the center of the cavern, her hand still resting on the crystal as the last echoes of the mist faded away. The figure in the shadows had vanished, leaving her with nothing but the soft pulse of the crystal and the steady rhythm of her own breath. It was as if the entire world had exhaled in unison, and the air around her had returned to its natural calm. The cavern felt different now, less like a place of mystery and more like a sacred sanctuary, the heartbeat of the world itself. The mist that had once seemed so wild and unpredictable now felt like an old friend, familiar and gentle, like a whisper on the wind. Alina slowly withdrew her hand from the crystal, her fingers tingling with the energy that had surged through her. She looked around the cavern, taking in the ancient trees, their twisted roots intertwining with the stone floor. The mist lingered in the air, swirling lazily in the calm atmosphere. It was beautiful, soft, ethereal, and at peace, but despite the tranquility, Alina knew that there was still much to understand. She had learned how to connect with the mist, how to embrace its power rather than control it. But the deeper mysteries remained, waiting for her to uncover them. Turning back toward the path she had entered through, Alina felt a pull in her chest, a sense that her journey was far from over. The mist had been restored, yes, but there were still many layers to it, many secrets buried in the land, many truths that had yet to be revealed. As she began to make her way back up the path, the ground beneath her feet shifted, the walls of the passageway narrowing once again. The mist followed her, wrapping around her in gentle tendrils as if it were guiding her, ensuring her safe return. The lantern in her hand glowed softly, its light a steady companion on her journey. The further she climbed, the lighter the air became, the earth around her seeming to breathe more easily, as though the weight of the world had been lifted. Alina felt the burden of the mist's unrest slipping away, replaced by a profound sense of peace. The journey was nearing its end, but the lessons she had learned would stay with her forever. When she emerged from the passage, the land outside had changed. The mist no longer roiled and surged like a storm. Instead, it lay in gentle waves, covering the landscape in a soft, protective blanket. The air felt fresh, unburdened, and the sky above had cleared, revealing the stars in their brilliance. The land, once heavy with uncertainty, was now at rest. Alina stood on the edge of the forest, gazing out at the serene view before her. She could feel the subtle presence of the mist, still alive, still whispering to the world, but no longer threatening. It was as if the land itself had taken a deep, contented breath and finally found its equilibrium. "You did it," a voice spoke from behind her, soft but full of pride. Alina turned to see the guardian standing a few paces away, their form glowing faintly in the twilight. They were no longer the shadowy figure of the past, but something more solid, more real. The mist had woven them back into the world, just as it had woven her into its fabric. "I did," Alina replied, her voice filled with a quiet satisfaction. "But I couldn't have done it without you. Without the guidance." The guardian nodded, their expression serene. "The mist chose you, Alina. But it was your heart, your willingness to embrace the unknown, that allowed you to succeed. You have learned more than you realize." Alina smiled softly, the weight of the journey finally lifting from her shoulders. "I've learned that balance isn't about control. It's about understanding, about knowing when to let go and when to hold on." The guardian's eyes gleamed with approval. "You have come far, Alina. And you have restored the peace that was lost. But remember, this is not an end. It is a beginning." Alina turned her gaze back to the mist, now calm and steady as it flowed over the land. "I understand. There will always be more to learn, more to discover." The guardian's form began to fade into the mist, their presence slipping away like a dream. "Yes. But you are ready for whatever comes next." Alina stood alone, the lantern glowing softly in her hand as the mist swirled around her feet. The world was at peace, and she had played her part in its restoration. But as the mist whispered its ancient secrets, Alina knew that her journey was far from finished. The heart of the mist was still alive, and with it, the world's stories were still waiting to be told. With a final glance at the fading figure of the guardian, Alina stepped forward, the mist parting before her as if to welcome her back. The calm was hers to carry, and she knew that the lessons of the mist would guide her for the rest of her days. And so, with the lantern's soft light at her side, Alina walked forward into the world, ready for whatever mysteries lay ahead. Part 10. The Eternal Flame. The world was still. The mist, now calm and gentle, drifted across the land like a soft, living veil, whispering secrets only those who listened closely could hear. Alina stood in the heart of the transformed world, her hand still cradling the lantern that had guided her through countless trials. The lantern's glow was no longer a frantic, desperate light but a steady, comforting presence, an eternal flame that had not only illuminated the path but had become a part of her, forever intertwined with her spirit. As she looked out over the peaceful landscape, the trees seemed to sway in rhythm with the breeze, their leaves sparkling with 1,000 tiny dewdrops. The stars above shone brightly, like beacons in the dark, their soft light mingling with the glow of the mist below. It was as though the entire world was holding its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. Alina felt a sense of completeness she had never known before. The power of the mist, the guidance of the lantern, the wisdom of the guardian, everything had come together to bring her here, to this moment of quiet stillness. The land had been healed, the balance restored, but there was something more, something deeper, that Alina knew she had yet to understand. She took a step forward, her feet sinking slightly into the soft earth, and as she walked, the mist parted around her, like the world itself was guiding her towards something important. The lantern in her hands pulsed with warmth, its light shimmering in response to the rhythm of her heart. Far ahead, Alina noticed a faint glow on the horizon, different from the steady light of the stars or the lantern. It was a soft, golden light, pulsing gently as if calling to her. Intrigued, she began walking toward it, her pace steady and sure. The closer she got, the more she felt the pull of the light, as though it were alive, drawing her forward with an irresistible force. She had felt this before, the pull of something greater, something that transcended her understanding, but now, it felt like a final invitation, a call to the very heart of the world. As Alina neared the source of the light, she saw that it was not just a glow, but a small fire, nestled in the heart of a grove of ancient trees. The fire was contained within a stone circle, its flames dancing gently in the still air, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. It was a fire unlike any other she had seen, not of wild flame but of quiet, eternal light, as if the very essence of life itself had been captured within it. The mist, too, seemed drawn to the fire, swirling around the stone circle in a delicate dance, like an offering to the flame. Alina approached the fire slowly, feeling a deep sense of reverence. She knelt beside the stone circle, the warmth from the flames washing over her skin. It was as if the fire were speaking to her, not in words, but in a language of light and warmth, a language she had come to understand during her journey. The fire was ancient, timeless, a flame that had never gone out and never would. It was the heart of the world, the eternal flame that kept the balance of life and death, light and dark, in harmony. She reached out, her fingers hovering just above the flames, and as she did, a strange peace washed over her. She understood now. The mist, the lantern, the journey, it had all led her to this moment. She was not just a guardian of the mist, she was a part of the eternal cycle, a keeper of the flame. She could feel it in her bones, in her heart, the power of life, of creation, of everything that had come before and everything that would follow. The fire pulsed in response to her touch, and as it did, the mist seemed to react, swirling in closer, as if acknowledging her newfound understanding. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the faintest echo of a song of the earth, of the stars, of the very fabric of existence. Alina smiled softly, closing her eyes. She understood now. The mist was not a force to be controlled or conquered. It was a living part of the world, a part of the balance that kept everything in harmony. And the lantern, once just a tool for light, was now a symbol of her own journey, a journey that had brought her closer to the very heart of the world. As she sat by the fire, watching the mist swirl around the stone circle in perfect harmony with the flames, Alina felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. The world was at rest. And so was she. The balance had been restored, and she was no longer just a traveler on a journey. She was a part of the world itself, a guardian of the eternal flame, a keeper of the mist, and in that moment, Alina knew that her journey was not over. It was only just beginning. The mist would continue to whisper its secrets, the stars would continue to shine, and the fire would continue to burn. But Alina had found her place in the world, her place in the eternal cycle, and with the lantern in her hands, she would walk forward, embracing whatever mysteries the future held. The Mirror of Endless Reflections, Part 1, The Mysterious Invitation. It was a quiet evening when Kira received the letter. The air was still, the sky painted with the soft hues of a fading sunset, and the faint rustle of the trees outside her window was the only sound. She had been sitting by the hearth, lost in thought, when the letter slipped through the crack beneath the door, as if carried by an unseen hand. The paper was old, its edges frayed and worn, and the ink was a deep, midnight blue, almost shimmering in the dim light of the room. Opening the letter with curiosity, Kira read the elegant script. You are invited to witness the wonders of the Mirror of Endless Reflections. Follow the path beyond the ancient oak, where the shadows dance and the world you know begins to unravel. Come alone, for the mirror will show only those with the heart to see. The journey begins at midnight. The letter was unsigned, but it was clear that whoever had sent it knew something about her. Kira's heart raced at the mention of the Mirror of Endless Reflections, an artifact of legend, said to reveal not just one's reflection, but the endless possibilities of what could have been, what might be, and even what was hidden deep within the soul. She had heard whispers of the mirror in the stories of her childhood, tales of travelers who had sought it out only to disappear into its endless depths. Many believed the mirror was cursed, its allure so powerful that once someone gazed into it, they were lost forever, trapped within the web of their own reflections. But something about the invitation intrigued her. It wasn't fear that gripped her heart, but a strange pull, a curiosity that she couldn't ignore. There was a mystery here, something that beckoned her to follow. And so, despite the warnings, Kira made up her mind. She would go. As the clock struck midnight, Kira stood by the door of her cottage, her hand resting on the cool, wooden frame. The moonlight bathed the landscape in an ethereal glow, casting long shadows over the trees and the soft earth beneath her feet. She could hear the distant whisper of the wind, as if the night itself were holding its breath in anticipation. With one final glance over her shoulder, she stepped outside, her heart both heavy and light with the unknown. The path ahead was winding and narrow, leading deep into the forest. She had walked this path before, but tonight it felt different, darker, more mysterious. The ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the hands of forgotten gods, stood at the edge of the forest, its presence looming in the distance, Kira walked with purpose, her boots crunching softly on the damp leaves. The forest was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of an owl in the distance or the gentle swish of leaves in the wind. The path seemed to stretch on forever, as though the forest itself were shifting, guiding her towards some unknown destination. After what felt like hours, Kira finally reached the oak. The massive tree seemed to pulse with an energy of its own, its roots twisting and curling into the earth like ancient veins. A faint glow emanated from the base of the tree, illuminating the dark space beneath the branches. At the foot of the oak, nestled between the roots, stood an ornate archway, carved from stone and adorned with intricate symbols that Kira couldn't quite understand. The glow from the archway pulsed gently, as though inviting her to step forward. Without hesitation, Kira walked through the archway, her heart beating faster with each step. The moment she crossed the threshold, the air shifted. It felt cooler here, and the very atmosphere seemed to hum with magic. A soft mist rose from the ground, swirling around her feet as she continued deeper into the forest. The trees here were taller, their trunks smooth and silver, their branches woven together in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. The path ahead was shrouded in mist, the light from the moon barely cutting through the haze. As Kira walked, she felt as though she were moving through a dream, each step echoing in the silence, each breath coming slower, deeper. She could feel something watching her, something ancient and wise. But it was neither threatening nor reassuring. It was simply there, waiting. Eventually, the mist parted, revealing a clearing bathed in the soft glow of a single lantern. At the center of the clearing stood a pedestal, and upon it, resting as if it had been waiting for her, was the mirror of endless reflections. The mirror was not like any mirror Kira had ever seen. It was framed in silver, with intricate patterns etched along its edges, patterns that seemed to shift and change as if they were alive. The glass itself was like a pool of liquid silver, reflecting the moonlight in a way that seemed almost too perfect, too smooth. And yet, there was something about it that felt different. As if it were not a reflection of the world around it, but a reflection of something much deeper. Kira stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the mirror. She felt a sense of awe and trepidation, as though the mirror was calling her name, beckoning her to look beyond its surface. The air around her seemed to grow still, and for a moment, it was as if time had stopped altogether. With a deep breath, Kira reached out, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the mirror. The moment her skin made contact, the world around her seemed to shudder, the mist swirling in a whirlpool around her feet. The reflection in the mirror flickered, and for a brief moment, Kira saw something she hadn't expected. It wasn't her own reflection, it was a world, a vast, endless world, full of possibilities she could not comprehend. Faces, places, moments she had never lived, paths she had never walked. All unfolding before her eyes. And among the reflections, she saw her own face, but it was different. It was older, wiser, and yet there was a sadness in her eyes that made her heart ache. Before she could process what she was seeing, a voice echoed through the clearing, a voice that seemed to come from the mirror itself. What do you seek, Kira? What is it that you wish to find? Part 2, The Question of Choice. The voice that echoed through the clearing was not loud, but it resonated deeply within Kira's chest. As though it were not just heard by her ears, but by the very essence of her being. The question hung in the air, thick with the weight of its importance. and for a moment, she felt frozen, unsure of how to answer. The mist seemed to thicken around her feet, and the world beyond the mirror appeared distant, blurry, as though she were caught between two realms. What do I seek? She repeated softly, the words slipping from her lips almost before she had time to consider them. She had been asking herself that very question for years. She had spent so much time running, hiding from her past, seeking something, anything, that could give her purpose, that could give her life meaning. But now, faced with the mirror and the mystery that surrounded it, the question felt deeper, more complex than it ever had before. Kira's fingers still rested lightly against the cool surface of the mirror. The liquid silver of the glass rippled beneath her touch, and she watched as the reflection shifted. No longer was it a vast, unknowable world filled with faces and places she could not name. Instead, it became clearer, more focused, as if showing her not the world itself, but the reflections of her own choices, her own possibilities. She saw herself as a child, running through a meadow, laughing without a care. She saw herself as a young woman, standing on the edge of a cliff, staring out at the horizon, full of ambition. Then there was another reflection, one that caught her breath. She saw herself, older now, her face drawn with sorrow, standing alone in the middle of a darkened forest, the weight of the world pressing down on her shoulders. The images shifted again, each one more fleeting than the last, each showing a different version of her life. A life where she stayed in the village she was born, where she pursued a different path, where she loved and lost, where she never left home at all. Each one was a possibility, a path that could have been hers, and yet none of them felt truly right, as the mirror swirled with these endless possibilities. The voice spoke again, soft but clear. What is it you seek, Kira? Is it the life you left behind? The future you dream of? Or something deeper, something hidden within the reflection itself? Kira's heart raced. She wanted to answer. She wanted to know what she truly sought, but the mirror only seemed to multiply her confusion. How could she choose between all the lives she might have lived? How could she know which one was the right path, the true reflection of who she was meant to be? Her gaze shifted to the reflection of herself standing in the dark forest, alone, burdened by a grief she could not explain. There was something in that image that felt so real, so familiar, as though it was a part of her that she had buried deep within. But why had she chosen to bury it? What had she hidden from herself? Suddenly, a realization washed over her, and the world around her seemed to still. The mirror was not showing her the answers, it was showing her the questions. It was not revealing what she should choose, but guiding her to uncover what she had hidden from herself all along. The mirror reflected not just the lives she could have lived, but the choices she had made, or failed to make, and the truths she had avoided. The mist swirled again, and the forest seemed to grow quieter, the air heavier. Kira took a deep breath, her mind clearing as she stepped back from the mirror. The reflections faded, but the question still hung in the air. Like a challenge, she closed her eyes, letting the silence settle around her. What did she seek? It was not the life she had already lived, nor the one she dreamed of. It was something deeper. The truth about herself, the truth she had avoided for so long, something buried beneath the weight of her own doubts and fears. When she opened her eyes again, the mirror had stopped shifting. It had become still, its surface now as calm as a lake at dawn. In the reflection, Kira saw herself, not the child, not the woman filled with sorrow, but herself as she was now, standing at the threshold of her own journey, ready to face what lay ahead. The voice returned, softer this time, almost as if it were speaking directly to her heart. You have seen what lies within the reflection, Kira. Now, you must choose what path you will walk. The mirror shows all that could be, but it is the heart that determines what will be. Kira swallowed, her gaze fixed on her reflection in the mirror. She realized now that the mirror was not merely a tool to show her possibilities, it was a way to understand her choices, to see the consequences of the paths she could take. But the most important thing was that she was not bound to any one reflection. She could choose. She could shape her future, her destiny, by embracing the lessons the mirror had shown her and trusting herself to make the right choice, taking a steadying breath. Kira stepped away from the mirror. The mist parted in front of her, and the clearing seemed to open up, the lantern's glow casting a soft light on the path that lay ahead. She didn't have all the answers yet, but she understood one thing: she was ready to face whatever came next. The mirror of endless reflections had shown her the truth, not just of the world around her, but of herself. And now, with her heart steady and her resolve firm, Kira stepped forward, ready to embrace the journey that awaited her. Part 3, The Path of Choices. Kira stepped away from the mirror, the soft glow of the lantern in the clearing illuminating her path. The mist parted before her, but the air felt different now, charged with a new sense of clarity. The reflection she had seen had not been a final answer, but a guide, a reminder that the choices she made were not confined to the past, nor to the future. They were part of a journey she could shape herself, a journey that was hers alone. As she began to walk, the forest seemed to shift, almost imperceptibly. The towering silver trees, their trunks now more distinct, lined her path, their leaves swaying gently in the breeze. She was no longer simply moving through the forest, she was part of it, as though the very woods were listening to her thoughts, responding to her every step. The further she walked, the more the path seemed to change, twisting and turning as if leading her deeper into her own mind. The trees grew taller, their leaves thick and green, forming a canopy that shielded her from the full moon above. The lantern's light dimmed as she moved forward, but she didn't feel the need for it anymore. It was as if the forest itself was guiding her, its silent whispers urging her onward. Kira's thoughts were still tangled with the images from the mirror. She kept returning to the reflection of herself standing in the darkened forest, weighed down by something invisible. It had unsettled her more than the other images, the carefree laughter of her childhood, the ambition of her youth, because it had felt so real, so haunting. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was a part of herself she had been avoiding, a shadow that lurked within her, waiting to be confronted. But how could she face something she didn't understand? What was that sorrow, that burden? Why did it feel like a part of her story she had buried so deeply? A sudden rustle in the trees snapped Kira from her thoughts. She paused, listening. There it was again, a faint sound, like a whisper, not quite a voice but something that seemed to carry a message. Kira turned toward the source of the sound, her eyes scanning the darkened forest. There, in the distance, she saw a flicker of light, another lantern, swinging gently as though beckoning her forward. Her curiosity piqued, Kira moved toward it, the whispering sound growing louder with each step. As she approached the light, she realized it was coming from a small, hidden clearing. And in the center of the clearing, there was a figure standing beneath the light, a tall figure cloaked in shadow, their features obscured. Kira hesitated, but something about the presence before her felt familiar, almost comforting. The figure spoke, their voice a soft murmur, carried by the wind. "You are not alone in this journey, Kira. There are many like you, wandering through the forest of their own hearts, seeking the answers that lie within." Kira's heart skipped a beat. "Who are you?" she asked. Her voice barely a whisper. The figure stepped forward, and as they did, the shadows seemed to lift, revealing the face of a woman, ageless and serene. Her eyes were deep and knowing, as if they had seen every corner of Kira's soul. "I am a guide," the woman said simply. "Not a guide in the sense that I will show you the way, but a guide in the sense that I will help you remember what you already know." Kira felt a strange sensation, an overwhelming sense of recognition. There was something about this woman that felt like an echo of her own self, something both distant and intimately familiar. "I don't understand," Kira said, her brow furrowed. "I thought I was alone in this. I thought I had to face the mirror by myself." The woman smiled gently, a soft expression that seemed to carry 1,000 years of wisdom. "You are never truly alone, Kira. The forest, the mirror, the path you walk, they are all part of you. You are connected to all of this. You always have been." Kira's mind swirled with confusion and curiosity. "But I'm still not sure what I'm supposed to do. The mirror showed me so many things, so many paths. How do I know which one is mine? How do I know what choice to make?" The woman's eyes glinted with understanding. "The choice is not about finding the perfect path, Kira. It is about understanding who you are in the moment you make that choice. You are not defined by the paths you did not take, nor by the ones you fear to walk. You are defined by how you stand in the face of your own truth." Kira shook her head. "But what if my truth is not enough? What if I make the wrong choice and lose everything?" The woman stepped closer, her presence soothing and steady. "You will make many choices, Kira. And sometimes, you may feel lost, or even uncertain. But remember this, no path is ever truly wrong. Every choice you make teaches you something about who you are. And in the end, it is not the destination that matters, but the journey you take to get there." The wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of the trees and the cool, crisp air of the night. Kira closed her eyes, letting the woman's words settle in her heart. Slowly, she began to understand what the guide meant. The mirror had shown her endless possibilities, but it was not the mirror's reflection that would define her. It was the choices she made now, the steps she took from this moment onward, that would shape her journey. When Kira opened her eyes again, the woman was gone, leaving only the soft, flickering lantern behind. The path before her seemed clearer now, and though the fog of uncertainty still lingered, Kira felt a sense of peace that she hadn't felt before. She knew what she had to do. Part 4. The heart of the forest. Kira stood in the clearing. The lantern flickering gently beside her, its soft light casting long shadows on the path ahead. The guide had disappeared, leaving only her words behind, which echoed in Kira's mind. You are never truly alone. The choice is not about finding the perfect path. It is about who you are when you make that choice. The wind had picked up, carrying a rustling sound through the trees, as if the forest itself was whispering its secrets to her. With a steadying breath, Kira set off down the path once more, her heart lighter, though still filled with questions. The fog had begun to lift, and the moonlight shone down through the branches, illuminating the forest floor beneath her feet as she walked. The path before her seemed to stretch onward, winding through dense thickets and towering trees. The forest felt alive, every leaf and branch swaying with an unspoken energy. The deeper Kira ventured, the more the forest seemed to transform, taking on a magical, almost otherworldly quality. The air grew thick with the scent of pine and moss, and the moonlight appeared to dance in patterns on the ground, leading her forward as though the forest itself was guiding her every step. Kira had wandered far from where she had first arrived, and the clearing with the mirror was now a distant memory. She had no idea how long she had been walking, only that the path seemed endless, stretching forward into the depths of the forest. Yet, for some reason, she did not feel weary. The forest's quiet hum was soothing, like the beat of her own heart, and it gave her a sense of calm that had been missing before. As the trees began to thin out, Kira noticed a faint, shimmering light up ahead. It was not like the steady glow of the lantern, but a soft, ethereal radiance that seemed to come from within the forest itself. Intrigued, she quickened her pace, the light drawing her in like a magnet. The further she walked, the stronger the light became, until it enveloped her, casting a warm glow over everything in sight. When she reached the source, she found herself standing at the edge of a small, tranquil clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient, gnarled tree with silver leaves that shimmered in the moonlight. The light emanated from the tree itself, its roots spreading wide, wrapping around the earth as if it were deeply connected to the heart of the forest. The air here was thick with magic, and the atmosphere felt charged, as though something significant was about to happen. Kira stepped closer, feeling a pull toward the tree. As she neared, she noticed that the bark of the tree was covered in symbols, intricate and delicate, glowing faintly beneath her touch. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, and as her fingers brushed against the symbols, she felt a strange warmth spread through her, like the tree was alive, breathing with the very life of the forest. The moment her fingers touched the tree, the ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, and the air around her seemed to shift. The shimmering light intensified, enveloping her completely, and for a brief moment, Kira felt as though she were standing not just in the forest, but at the very center of the world, connected to something much larger than herself. Then, the voice returned. This time, it was different. It was not a voice from the mirror or the guide, but a voice that seemed to come from the heart of the tree itself. It was soft, ancient, and wise, carrying the weight of time and the stories of the earth. You have come far. Kira, the voice spoke, the words reverberating deep within her chest. Farther than most who have walked these woods. But the path you seek is not one of distance, for you are already where you need to be. The question you must ask yourself is not where you are going, but who you are becoming. Kira's breath caught in her throat. Who I am becoming. She echoed, the words tasting strange on her tongue. I thought I was searching for answers. For clarity. The tree's voice seemed to sigh, a deep, rich sound that filled the air. The answers are not out there, it said. They are within you. You seek not clarity, but understanding. Not the reflection of who you were, but the truth of who you are becoming. You have chosen to walk this path because it is your path, Kira. The forest will show you what you need, but you must open yourself to what you already know. Kira closed her eyes, the weight of the words settling in her mind. She had been searching for a path, a clear answer, something concrete. But now, standing beneath the ancient tree, she realized that the journey was not about finding something outside of herself. It was about understanding the person she was becoming with each step, with each choice she made. The tree's voice grew softer, almost a whisper. The journey ahead will not always be easy. There will be moments of doubt, of fear, and of sorrow. But remember this, even in the darkest moments. The light of the path you choose will always guide you. Trust yourself, Kira. You are more than the reflections you have seen. You are the one who shapes your own story. Kira stood in silence, her heart filling with a deep sense of peace. The shimmering light around the tree faded, but the warmth remained, filling her with a quiet knowing. She understood now, understood that the journey was not about finding the perfect answer, but about walking the path with courage and trust in herself. As she took one last look at the tree, Kira turned and began to walk back into the forest. The path seemed clearer now, not because the way was any easier, but because she had found a deeper understanding of herself. She had learned that the answers she sought were not outside of her, they had always been within. The forest was still, but no longer silent. The rustling of leaves, the calls of distant birds, and the whisper of the wind felt like a song of reassurance. She was not alone. She never had been, and so, Kira continued her journey, knowing that she was becoming the person she was always meant to be, one step at a time. Part 5. The echoes of the past. Kira's journey through the forest had taken on a new rhythm. With each step, she felt more connected to the earth beneath her feet, more attuned to the subtle energies that surrounded her. The lessons of the ancient tree had settled deep within her. And she no longer sought answers from external sources. Instead, she trusted the wisdom of her own heart, the knowledge that had always been there, waiting to be recognized, but there was still a part of her that felt incomplete, a lingering sense of something unfinished. The forest, though full of mystery and beauty, could not fully soothe the restlessness that stirred within her soul. The light of the lantern, though warm, still flickered uncertainly in her hands, as if it too was waiting for something more. One evening, as Kira walked through a particularly dense part of the forest, the path suddenly widened, and she found herself at the edge of a clearing she had not seen before. This place felt different, the air thick with the scent of ancient stone and moss. Before her stood an old stone archway, weathered by time but still standing strong. It was covered in ivy, its surface etched with symbols Kira recognized from the tree, symbols of reflection, of choice, of time. A deep sense of familiarity washed over her, though she could not remember ever having been here. The archway seemed to beckon her, calling her to step through, to cross the threshold into whatever lay beyond. And yet, a part of her hesitated. What was on the other side? What did this archway represent? And why did it feel as though it held a secret she had forgotten? Taking a steadying breath, Kira approached the archway and placed a hand on its cold, weathered surface. As her fingers brushed against the stone, a shiver ran through her, and the symbols on the arch seemed to glow faintly, as though they were alive. In that moment, Kira felt a surge of memories, memories that were not her own, but were deeply connected to the forest, to the journey she was on. The world around her began to shift. The trees swayed, and the mist that had been hanging in the air thickened, swirling around her feet. The archway seemed to pulse, as if it were alive, and Kira found herself stepping through it before she even realized it. She emerged on the other side into a vast, open space, a place that felt both ancient and timeless. The sky above was a deep violet, speckled with countless stars. The ground beneath her was soft and sandy, like a forgotten beach, stretching endlessly in all directions. Yet, there was no sea, no water, only the dry expanse of the earth. In the distance, she saw shapes moving, figures that seemed to be walking in a slow, deliberate fashion. Kira's heart quickened. The figures were familiar, almost like shadows of people she had known, or perhaps people she had been. She couldn't quite place them, but there was something hauntingly recognizable about them. As she moved closer, she saw their faces, or rather, their reflections. They were not solid beings, but echoes of the past. Each one tethered to a moment in time that had long passed. Each figure held a lantern, much like hers, but their lights were dim, flickering with a faint sadness. Kira felt drawn to them, compelled to learn their stories, to understand why they were here in this strange, forgotten place. One of the figures, a woman with silver hair and a flowing gown, turned toward Kira as if sensing her presence. Her face was serene, but her eyes were filled with a quiet sorrow. "You have come," the woman said, her voice echoing in the vast space. "You have crossed the threshold." Kira nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "Where am I?" The woman smiled gently, though there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. "This is the place where the echoes of the past live. It is not a place of time, but of memory. Here, we carry the weight of what was, of what might have been, and of what we left behind." Kira's gaze swept over the other figures, each one holding a lantern, each one walking in slow, deliberate steps, their eyes fixed on the horizon. "Who are they?" Kira asked, her voice trembling. "Why are they here?" "They are the reflections of your past," the woman replied. "The choices you did not make, the paths you did not take, the people you left behind, these are their echoes. They are the parts of you that linger, waiting to be understood." Kira felt a pang of something deep within her chest. A quiet ache. These were not strangers, but fragments of herself, parts of her story that had been lost or forgotten along the way. She saw herself in their eyes, in the lanterns they carried, in the choices they had made that she had not. The woman stepped closer, her voice soft. "Do you see now, Kira? These echoes are not here to haunt you. They are here to remind you that every choice you make creates ripples in time. The past is never truly gone, it lives on in you, in your memories, and in the paths you have yet to walk." Kira swallowed hard, her heart heavy with the weight of the truth. She had been so focused on finding her way forward, on the choices she had yet to make, that she had forgotten the importance of what had already been. The past, with all its joys and sorrows, was not something to escape from or ignore. It was a part of her, woven into the very fabric of who she was becoming. I understand now, Kira said, her voice steady. The past is not something I can outrun. It is a part of me, and I must learn to carry it with me. The woman nodded, her eyes filled with approval. Exactly. Only then will you be able to move forward with the clarity you seek. Kira took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the past settle into her heart. She looked around at the echoes of her past, the figures that were once part of her journey, and for the first time, she felt a sense of peace. She was not running from them. She was not alone in her journey. The past and the future were intertwined, and she could carry both with her as she continued to walk the path that lay ahead. With a final glance at the figures, Kira turned toward the horizon, where the first light of dawn was beginning to break. The lantern in her hand flickered brightly, its light strong and steady. She took her first step forward, knowing that she was not just walking into the future, but embracing all that she had been, all that she was, and all that she would become. Part 6. The Shifting Path. Kira walked on, her heart light and steady, as she moved away from the clearing of echoes. The first rays of dawn were breaking across the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the landscape. The air felt fresh, crisp with the promise of a new day, yet Kira knew that the forest, with all its mysteries, was far from over. The fog had lifted completely, and the path before her had become clearer, the trees less dense, their branches no longer looming ominously. Now, the forest was filled with light, natural, pure, and illuminating. Yet, a part of Kira still carried the weight of what she had learned. The echoes of her past would always be there, but they no longer haunted her. They had shown her a vital truth. The past was a mirror, reflecting not just the paths she had walked, but the strength she had gained from every choice. As Kira continued down the now visible path, she began to notice something unusual. The trail ahead seemed to be shifting, twisting slightly as if the very ground beneath her feet was moving in subtle ways. At first, she thought it was her imagination, the result of the emotions stirred by her encounter with the echoes, but soon it became undeniable. The trees were no longer stationary, they seemed to bend and sway, their trunks slowly rotating as if they were alive, guiding her in new directions. A strange hum filled the air, rising from the ground itself, as if the forest was awakening in a new way. It was not frightening, but it was a sensation Kira had never felt before, a deep, ancient energy vibrating beneath the earth. Confused but curious, she slowed her pace, looking around. The path ahead split into two directions. One path led toward a dense grove of trees, their branches twisting together like a tangled web, while the other path curved toward a serene pond that seemed to reflect the sky above perfectly. Both paths were inviting in their own way, but Kira could feel something drawing her toward the pond, the water shimmering with an almost magnetic pull. She approached the water's edge, the ground soft beneath her feet, and gazed into the pond's depths. The surface was so still, it looked like glass, reflecting the sky, the trees, and even Kira herself. Yet, as she stared, the reflection of her own face seemed to change, becoming blurry and indistinct, rippling like the surface of the water was alive. Her reflection morphed into countless versions of herself, versions she had seen in the echoes of the past, versions of herself that never came to be, and versions that were yet to be. Kira stepped back, her heart pounding. Was this another trick of the forest? Another test of her choices and her understanding. She wasn't sure, but she felt compelled to step closer again, to examine the water and its strange, shifting reflections. A soft voice, low and clear, suddenly echoed in her mind. It was the same voice she had heard when she first encountered the ancient tree. The mirror reflects not just who you have been, but who you can be. The path you walk is shaped by the choices you make, the intentions you hold, and the truths you accept. But remember, what you see here is not fixed. It is fluid, as your life is. The future is not set, and you are not bound by what you have seen. Kira's fingers hovered over the water, her reflection still flickering and changing before her eyes. She could feel the truth of the voice in her bones. The future was not some distant, unchangeable thing. It was something she had the power to shape. The water was a reflection of her choices, but it was also a reminder that the future was fluid, open to interpretation, and to change. Do not fear the shifting path, Kira, the voice continued, gentle yet powerful. The path you see before you is only one version of the future. There are many. The choices you make now will guide you toward one of them, but you are not limited to just one destiny. You are free to choose again, to embrace the unknown with courage. Kira's heart swelled with understanding. The path she had walked had been leading her to this moment of clarity, the realization that she could shape her own destiny, not only through the choices she made, but through the strength she carried within her. The shifting path, the changing reflections, they were all part of a larger truth. She had the power to decide who she would become, regardless of where she had been or what the past had shown her. She looked up from the pond, her eyes clear. The forest had quieted again, but the energy around her had changed. The path was no longer a maze of uncertainty, it was open, waiting for her to take the next step. The future, once a shadowy unknown, was now a canvas before her, ready to be painted with the choices she would make. Without hesitation, Kira took a step forward, moving away from the pond and onto the new path that lay before her. She did not know where it would lead, nor did she need to. What mattered now was that she was moving forward, with trust in herself and the journey ahead. The path would shift again and again, but she would always be ready for whatever came next. As she walked, the trees seemed to part in greeting, their branches bending as though they were guiding her forward. The air around her was still, but there was a sense of anticipation, as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for her next choice. Kira smiled softly. The journey was far from over, but for the first time, she felt ready to embrace whatever it brought. The shifting path no longer scared her. She understood now, she was not just following a path. She was creating it. Part 7, The Guardian of the Horizon. Kira's steps were sure now, each one falling gently onto the path that seemed to stretch endlessly before her. The trees, still bent and swaying, whispered softly, their branches intertwining above her, forming a delicate canopy of leaves that filtered the light. It was as though the forest itself was moving with her, its rhythm matching her own, guiding her forward. As she walked, the air grew warmer, the sunlight more golden, and the sounds of the forest took on a new quality. The hum she had felt earlier had faded, replaced by a peaceful silence, as though the entire world had paused for a moment to listen. But Kira knew this was not a stillness of emptiness, it was the calm before something new. The path she followed seemed to rise gradually, leading her toward the top of a hill. From the peak, she could see far into the distance, across a vast, open plain that stretched to the horizon. The sky above was wide and infinite, its colors shifting from soft blues to the vibrant hues of twilight, as though the entire world was holding its breath. At the edge of the horizon, something caught Kira's eye, a figure standing tall and still, silhouetted against the sky. It was a shape she had seen before, but this time, it was clearer, more solid. The figure was tall, cloaked in flowing robes, with a hood that obscured most of its face. Yet, despite the mystery of the figure, Kira felt a sense of recognition. As if she knew this presence in some deep, unspoken way, the figure stood at the edge of the horizon, its back to her, as if waiting for her to approach. And so, Kira did. Her steps were steady, her heart calm. As she drew closer, she could feel the weight of something ancient and wise emanating from the figure. The air around it seemed to hum with power, with knowledge, as though the very fabric of time and space shifted in its presence. When Kira was only a few steps away, the figure turned, its hood falling back to reveal a face that was both familiar and strange. The features were those of an older person, wise and serene, yet there was a timeless quality to the face, as though it belonged to someone who had existed for eons. "You have come far, Kira," the figure said, its voice deep and resonant, carrying the weight of many years. "You have walked the paths of the past, seen the reflections of what could have been, and understood the fluidity of the future. But now, you stand on the edge of something more." Kira nodded, her breath steady. She could feel the energy of the figure, its presence both grounding and elevating, and she knew that this was a pivotal moment in her journey. This was the point where she would face something deeper, something she had yet to understand. "Who are you?" Kira asked, her voice filled with awe and curiosity. "What is this place?" The figure smiled gently, a knowing look in its eyes. "I am the guardian of the horizon. I am the keeper of possibilities, of all the futures that lie ahead. I stand at the boundary of what is and what could be. It is my role to remind those who walk this path that every step forward is a choice, a decision that shapes the world to come." Kira felt a wave of understanding wash over her. The guardian was not a being that controlled the future, it was a symbol, a reminder that the future was not a singular destination, but a series of paths that branched out from every decision she made. "You have learned much on your journey," the guardian continued, its eyes kind but resolute. "You have embraced the echoes of your past, understood the fluidity of your future, and learned to walk your path with awareness. But now, I ask you, are you ready to step beyond the horizon? To embrace the unknown and move into the next phase of your journey?" Kira's heart raced. The horizon was both a promise and a challenge, a place where the known world ended and the unknown began. The thought of stepping beyond it filled her with both excitement and fear. But she had learned, through each lesson in the forest, that the only way to move forward was to embrace the unknown, to trust in herself and the path she was creating. "I am ready," Kira said, her voice clear, filled with a sense of purpose. The guardian nodded, as though it had known all along that she would say that. "Then, step forward, Kira. Step beyond the horizon and into the world of possibilities. The path ahead is yours to create, but know this, no matter where you go, the journey will always be about one thing, embracing who you are and who you are becoming. With those final words, the guardian stepped aside, gesturing toward the horizon. Kira took a deep breath and stepped forward, her feet moving with purpose as she crossed the threshold into the unknown. The moment her foot touched the ground beyond the horizon, she felt a shift, an expansion of energy, a deepening of her awareness. The world seemed to open up before her, vast and limitless. She did not know what lay ahead, but she knew that the path she was walking was one she had chosen. And with each step, the future would unfold, shaped by her choices, her strength, and her courage. As she walked into the world beyond the horizon, Kira felt the presence of the guardian still with her, a guiding force in the distance, reminding her that the journey was never truly over. It was simply one step after another, each one leading her closer to the person she was always meant to be. And as she moved forward, the sky above her shifted, the stars beginning to twinkle softly, as though they too were watching her, waiting to see where her path would take her. Part 8. The Realm of Infinite Roads. Kira's footfall echoed in the vast emptiness that lay beyond the horizon. She had crossed into a world where nothing seemed fixed, where the ground beneath her shifted like sand, and the sky stretched endlessly, unfurling in every direction. The air was heavy with possibility, thick with the sense that every choice she made from this moment onward would shape the world in ways she could scarcely imagine. The guardian's presence lingered behind her, like a soft whisper in the wind, yet Kira knew she was no longer alone. Around her, the landscape unfolded in unexpected ways, a breathtaking expanse that seemed both dreamlike and real. The sky was a canvas of swirling colors, vibrant blues, deep purples, and gentle pinks all blending seamlessly into one another. Below, the ground was an ever-changing tapestry of earth and light, stretching out in paths that curved and diverged into infinity. As Kira walked, she felt the subtle pull of something calling to her, a distant murmur carried on the breeze. It was as though the very fabric of the realm was alive, each breeze, each rustle of leaves, each sound a hint, a guide, beckoning her forward. She walked for what seemed like hours, her feet treading lightly across the shimmering ground, until she came upon a sudden fork in the road. This wasn't a fork like any she had seen before. The roads before her were not just paths, they were entire realms, stretching into the distance like parallel universes, each one glowing with a different hue. One path was bathed in a warm golden light, another in deep azure, while the third glimmered with silver streaks, like stars scattered across the sky. Each road seemed to hold its own promise, its own destiny, and Kira knew that this was the true test. These were not mere directions, they were entire worlds, each shaped by the energy she would bring to it. She felt an urge to walk down the golden path, the warmth of the light drawing her in. But something stopped her, a quiet, insistent voice deep within her heart. She had been taught the importance of choice. The golden path was alluring, but was it truly the one she was meant to walk? Or was it simply the one she was most drawn to in the moment? Kira understood now that the world of infinite roads was not about following the most comfortable or the most obvious path. It was about choosing the one that resonated with the deepest part of her being. With a deep breath, she turned away from the golden light and stepped onto the silver road, her heart calm yet filled with a new sense of excitement. As she walked, the road beneath her feet seemed to hum with energy, the silver streaks dancing like stars across the sky. The air was crisp, fresh, and charged with a quiet power, as if the very essence of the universe was unfolding before her. The path grew more defined as she walked, and before long, Kira found herself standing at the edge of a vast, shimmering lake. The water's surface was smooth, like a mirror, reflecting the expanse of the realm and the starry sky above. But something in the lake's reflection was different. It was not only showing the sky, but also her. Kira's reflection in the water was clearer now than it had ever been, and as she gazed at it, she saw herself not just as she was, but as she could be. The woman in the reflection was radiant, confident, and whole, a vision of strength and purpose that Kira had always hoped to become. The reflection flickered, and Kira felt a surge of understanding. The road she had chosen, the silver path, was not a destination, it was a journey of self-discovery. Each step she took on it was an act of transformation, a shedding of the old and the embracing of the new. The reflection was not just of her body. It was a reflection of her soul, showing her the limitless potential within. Do you see? The voice of the guardian echoed softly in her mind. The reflection in the water is not the truth of who you are, it is the truth of who you can become. The silver road will lead you to a place of growth and discovery, but it is up to you to decide what that future looks like. Kira smiled softly, the weight of those words settling in her heart. She knew now that the future was not a destination to be reached, it was a series of choices, each one molding her into the person she was always meant to be. The water shimmered again, and as she looked deeper into its depths, she saw more reflections, different versions of herself. Each one representing a path she had not taken, a choice she had not made. They were not regrets, nor were they mistakes. They were simply possibilities, alternate versions of her journey. She could see herself living in a different world, making different decisions, but still, it was her essence shining through in each one. Kira understood then that the infinite roads were not separate from her. They were part of her. Each road represented a different version of herself, and the silver path was her way of embracing all that she could be. She did not need to choose one path over the other, she simply needed to trust herself and allow the journey to unfold as it would, with newfound clarity. Kira turned away from the lake, ready to continue down the silver road. As she did, she could feel the path shifting once again, as if the realm itself was responding to her choice. The road ahead glowed brighter, and the air around her felt charged with excitement, as though the very universe was holding its breath, waiting to see what she would do next. Each step was a new beginning, and with each beginning, Kira knew that she was not just walking down a path. She was creating it. The future, like the road, was fluid and infinite, and she was ready to embrace all that it held. Part 9. The Garden of Forgotten Dreams. Kira continued along the silver path, her heart light and her mind focused. The air around her buzzed with a quiet energy, like the hum of a distant melody just out of reach. The path had become narrower now, winding through a forest of twisted trees whose branches arced overhead, creating a canopy of silver leaves that shimmered in the soft light. It felt as though the world had transformed, turning into something both ancient and ethereal, where the lines between reality and dream were no longer clear. As she walked, Kira began to notice the subtle changes in the world around her. The trees no longer whispered with the wind. Instead, the air was filled with soft murmurs, like voices carried on the breeze, speaking in languages that seemed both familiar and foreign. There was an energy here, an undercurrent of something forgotten, something lost, The path led her to a clearing, and in the center of that clearing stood a vast, sprawling garden. The garden was unlike any Kira had ever seen, lush and wild, filled with flowers in colors she had never imagined, their petals glowing softly, almost as if they held the light of the stars within them. The air was thick with the scent of these flowers, a fragrance both sweet and heady, filling her senses with memories she could not place. But there was something else in this garden, something deeper. At the edges of the garden, nestled between the vines and flowers, were statues, figures frozen in time. Their faces serene and peaceful. As Kira stepped closer, she realized that these were not ordinary statues. They were human figures, carved with such incredible detail that they seemed almost alive. Yet, their eyes were clouded, their expressions distant, as though they were trapped in an eternal dream. Each statue was different. Some stood tall and proud, while others were hunched, their forms broken as if caught in moments of struggle. But all of them shared one thing in common, a subtle sadness, a feeling of something unfinished. These were not just statues, they were dreams, frozen in time. Kira's heart ached as she looked at them. These were the forgotten dreams of those who had once walked the silver road. The paths not taken, the choices not made. She could feel their presence, the weight of their lost hopes and desires, suspended in the garden like a delicate, fragile web. She approached one of the statues, a figure of a woman with flowing hair, her hands outstretched as if reaching for something just beyond her grasp. The statue's eyes were closed, but Kira could sense the yearning within it, a longing for something that had never come to be. As Kira stood before it, the air around her seemed to shift, and for a moment, she heard the faintest whisper. "Remember," it said, a voice so soft it was barely audible, yet somehow familiar. Kira stepped back, her mind swirling with the weight of the words. The statues were not just remnants of the past, they were a part of the journey she was on, reflections of the dreams and aspirations that had been left behind. She could feel them calling to her, asking her to remember, to honor the dreams that had been lost. Even as she walked her own path, the garden was a place of choices, the dreams that had been abandoned, the roads not taken, and the futures that had faded into the mists of time. It was a reminder that every choice she made carried weight, that every path she walked would leave behind dreams that might never come to fruition. But it was also a place of healing, a space where those forgotten dreams could be acknowledged and embraced. No matter how small or distant they seemed, Kira took a deep breath, her heart swelling with compassion for the forgotten dreams. She walked slowly through the garden, her fingers grazing the petals of the flowers, feeling their warmth and softness. As she did, the air around her seemed to brighten, the shadows lifting as if the garden itself was coming alive, awakening to her presence. She stopped in front of a statue of a young child, eyes wide with wonder and joy, hands clasped as if reaching for the stars. There was something about this figure that resonated deeply within her, a sense of innocence and possibility. She bent down to touch the child's outstretched hands, and as her fingers brushed against the stone, the air shimmered, the statue's eyes opened, slowly, as though waking from a long slumber. The child's gaze met Kira's, and in that moment, Kira understood. The child was not just a dream lost to time. It was a part of her, a part of everyone, a reminder that no dream was ever truly forgotten, and no possibility was ever entirely lost. Every dream, every hope, every wish, was still there, hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be remembered. do not fear the dreams you leave behind, the child's voice echoed softly, a melody of hope and light. They are not gone. They are simply waiting for you to return to them, to make them real once more. With that, the garden seemed to pulse with life. The flowers blooming brighter, the air filling with a song of renewal. Kira stood in the center of the garden, feeling a profound sense of peace wash over her. The forgotten dreams were not lost, they were simply part of the journey. They were the building blocks of her own path, the very essence of what made her who she was. Kira closed her eyes, breathing in the scent of the garden, and with that breath, she made a silent promise to herself, to honor the dreams she had forgotten, to embrace the ones still waiting to be born, and to carry forward the lessons she had learned. When she opened her eyes, the garden was no longer shrouded in mist. The statues had returned to their peaceful slumber, their faces serene and knowing. Kira knew it was time to continue her journey, but she carried the garden with her, the memories of the forgotten dreams, the hopes and the whispers that would guide her every step. The path ahead glowed faintly, and with a steady heart, Kira stepped forward, knowing that the road she walked was not just hers. It was a journey shared with all the dreams that had come before and all the ones that would follow. Part 10. The Heart of the Infinite. Kira stepped away from the garden of forgotten dreams, her mind quiet but full of the lessons she had learned. The path ahead seemed to shimmer, the silver light from the road now tinged with golden hues, as if the very essence of the realm was shifting in response to her presence. The air felt different, charged with a sense of completion, yet there was an unspoken knowing that her journey was not yet finished. As she walked, the world around her began to blur, the edges of the path softening as the landscape dissolved into a great expanse of swirling light. She felt herself being pulled forward, as though the very fabric of the realm itself was guiding her. Each step became lighter, her body lighter, until she felt as if she were floating, suspended in a vast, endless space. In the distance, Kira saw a figure. It was the Guardian, now appearing more clearly than ever before, standing at the edge of an immense, luminous pool of light. The light radiated with an inner warmth, like the very heart of the universe itself, and as she approached, Kira felt a deep, overwhelming sense of calm. The air here was thick with peace, and it seemed as though time itself had paused, holding its breath. "Come," the Guardian's voice echoed, softer now, yet more profound than before. "You have walked many paths, Kira. And now, you are here, at the heart of the infinite." Kira stepped closer to the pool, its surface reflecting not just the vast expanse of light, but also the core of her own being. The reflection before her was no longer a mere image. It was an entire universe, her essence spread out across time and space, filled with the energy of every choice she had made. Every dream she had followed, and every lesson she had learned. As she gazed into the pool, the Guardian spoke again, but this time, the words were filled with a deeper wisdom, a kind of knowing that Kira could feel all the way to her bones. "The heart of the infinite is not a destination, Kira," the Guardian said, "but a truth. It is the understanding that every path you take, every choice you make, echoes throughout the universe. You are not separate from it. You are a part of it, and it is a part of you. The journey you've taken, all the roads you have walked, are but reflections of the infinite within you. You are both the seeker and the answer." Kira stood still, absorbing the magnitude of the Guardian's words. She had felt it all along, the deep connection to everything around her, the sense that she was both a part of this realm and something much greater, something that transcended the boundaries of time and space. But now, standing at the heart of the infinite, she understood. The realm was not separate from her journey. It was her journey, unfolding with each choice, each breath, each step forward. You have learned many things, the guardian continued, but the greatest lesson of all is this: the journey is never truly over. It is a constant unfolding, a continuous reflection of the self, ever changing, ever evolving. You will always be moving forward, but you will never be alone. The infinite is within you, always guiding, always reflecting, always waiting. Kira felt a warm light beginning to spread through her chest, expanding outward. The light was not just around her, it was inside her, filling every part of her being. It was the heart of the infinite, the source of all things, and it was a part of her now. It was as if every road she had walked, every lesson she had learned, and every dream she had embraced had all led to this moment, the moment when she realized that she was both the journey and the destination. "Thank you," Kira whispered, not just to the guardian, but to the universe itself, for the wisdom and the love that had guided her thus far. The guardian nodded, their figure now dissolving into the light. The road ahead will continue to unfold, and you will continue to walk it. But you are ready now. You carry the infinite within you, Kira. You carry the truth of the journey. Now, go forth, and let your light guide the way. With those words, the guardian vanished, leaving Kira standing before the luminous pool. She knew that this was not an end, but a new beginning. The light of the infinite was inside her now, and she could feel it guiding her, no matter where the path would lead. She took one last look at the pool, at the reflection of herself that shimmered in its depths, strong, radiant, and filled with possibility. The path ahead was clear, but it no longer mattered where it led. She was no longer seeking. She had found everything she needed within herself. With a deep breath, Kira stepped forward, ready for whatever lay ahead. The journey had no end, only endless beginnings. And as she walked, the light of the infinite danced around her, illuminating her way and reminding her that she was part of something far greater than she could ever fully comprehend, yet it was hers to explore, to shape, and to live. The heart of the infinite was hers, and she was ready. Part 1, The Whisper of the Water. Lena's journey had led her far from the hollow of lost wishes, across vast landscapes of rolling hills and quiet forests. After the heavy trials of the hollow, she longed for a place of peace, a sanctuary where she could regain her strength and gather her thoughts. It was during one of her quiet walks under the stars that she stumbled upon a secluded lake, nestled between two towering cliffs. The moonlight danced on the surface of the water, casting shimmering reflections that seemed almost otherworldly. As Lena approached, she felt the coolness of the air shift, the weight of the night becoming lighter as if the lake held its own magic, a calm power that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the beat of her heart. The soft lapping of the water against the shore was the only sound, a gentle lullaby that soothed her tired soul. There was something about this place, something ancient and timeless. The moonlight seemed to breathe life into the lake, transforming the dark waters into a glowing pool of silver. Every ripple carried with it a soft, melodic whisper, as though the water itself was speaking in a language known only to the stars. Lena knelt at the edge of the water, her fingers brushing the cool surface. For a moment, she felt a deep connection to the lake, as if it held secrets waiting to be uncovered. The whispers in the water seemed to call to her, and though she couldn't understand their words, she felt their meaning deep within her heart. "Who are you?" Lena asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the serenity of the place. The water shimmered in response, rippling outward in gentle waves. A soft, melodic voice echoed in the distance, a voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the lake itself. "I am the keeper of forgotten dreams," the voice murmured, its tone calm and steady. "I am the guardian of hopes that have faded in the quiet of the night, the silent keeper of wishes cast adrift on the waters of time." Lena's heart raced as she listened. The lake, the very water she knelt beside, was a keeper of dreams, a protector of forgotten wishes. She felt a profound connection to it, as if the very fabric of her journey was somehow linked to the moonlit waters before her. "Are you a dream?" Lena asked, curiosity rising in her chest. The voice in the water echoed once more, this time with a hint of sorrow. "I am not a dream, but I hold them, lost wishes, silent hopes, and forgotten desires that drift here, seeking a place to rest." Lena closed her eyes, letting the whispers of the lake wash over her. She could almost feel the dreams that lay beneath the surface, each one carrying its own story, its own sorrow, and its own hope. She could hear the distant murmurs of dreams that had once been bright but had since been left behind. Floating aimlessly on the water's surface, "Can I help them?" she asked, her heart full of compassion for the forgotten dreams that filled the lake. The voice responded with a gentle sigh, its sound like the wind rustling through the trees. "You can help them, yes. But you must first understand the true nature of the lake. To restore a dream, you must first hear its story. The lake holds the memories of all those who have wished, and within its depths, each dream has a voice." Lena stood slowly, her eyes fixed on the shimmering waters. She could feel the weight of the words in her heart. This was no ordinary lake. It was a place where dreams lived on, even if they were forgotten by those who had once wished them. And now, Lena had the opportunity to listen, to understand, and to help them find their way back to the light. With a deep breath, Lena stepped closer to the water's edge. "I will listen," she promised softly, her voice resolute. "I will hear the stories of these lost dreams and help them find their way again." As the moon hung high in the sky, its light casting a soft glow on the water, Lena waited. She could feel the lake's quiet energy pulling at her, as if it was beckoning her to dive deeper into its mystery. The whispers of the water grew louder, more distinct, and slowly, Lena began to hear the faintest stories, the echoes of wishes that had once been. The first story came like a soft sigh. A wish made long ago, a desire to find love. The dream was a simple one, but its owner had long since stopped believing in it. Now, the wish floated aimlessly, seeking a way to return to the heart of its creator. The next story was one of adventure, of a dreamer who had wished to explore the world but had been too afraid to step beyond the familiar. The dream, once vibrant and full of possibility, now drifted on the lake's surface, unfulfilled and forgotten, and so the stories continued, each one unique, each one filled with hope, loss, and longing. Lena listened with her heart open wide, feeling the weight of each forgotten dream as it whispered its tale to her. The water shimmered once more. And the voice of the lake returned, softer this time. "You have heard their stories," it said. "Now you must help them." You must bring their voices back to the ones who dreamed them. Lena nodded, her heart filled with determination. She knew the path ahead would not be easy. To restore these dreams, she would need to find the dreamers, those who had once wished and lost their hope. But she also knew that she was ready. She had come this far, and she would not stop now. With one last look at the shimmering lake, Lena turned and began her journey anew, carrying the voices of forgotten dreams with her. The moonlit lake would guide her, and she would help the lost wishes find their way back to the hearts that had once longed for them. Part 2: The Echoes of Lost Wishes. Lena walked away from the shimmering moonlit lake, her heart filled with the weight of the stories she had heard. The whispers of forgotten dreams still echoed in her mind, each one unique but all carrying the same thread of longing. She could feel them, soft and persistent, as though they were calling out to her, urging her to act. The journey ahead felt daunting. Finding the dreamers who had once made these wishes would be no easy task, but Lena's determination was unwavering. She had been entrusted with these dreams, and she couldn't turn away. The lake had offered her a glimpse into their depths, but it was up to her to help bring them to life again. As she walked beneath the starlit sky, the air felt cooler, the night stretching on in silence. The landscape around her seemed to shift. Tall trees with their branches twisting like arms reached toward the sky, casting long, flickering shadows on the ground. It was as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for her next move. Suddenly, a soft wind stirred the trees, carrying with it the faintest sound, a distant song, haunting and beautiful. Lena paused, her senses sharp. The song seemed to be calling to her, like a soft, mournful lullaby drifting from somewhere deep within the forest. Without thinking, Lena followed the sound, her footsteps light and purposeful. The path through the trees led her to a small clearing, where the moonlight bathed the ground in silver. In the center of the clearing, she saw a figure, a woman sitting by a stone well, her back hunched in quiet sorrow. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, blending with the shadows of the night. Her hands rested in her lap, fingers curled slightly, as if holding something fragile. Lena approached slowly, her heart pounding in her chest. There was something about this woman that felt familiar, as if she had seen her in a dream before. The woman's soft singing faded as Lena drew near, and the air grew still. "Excuse me," Lena called softly, not wanting to startle her. The woman turned, her eyes wide and filled with a quiet sadness. Her gaze seemed to penetrate Lena, as if searching her very soul. A faint flicker of recognition passed between them, though neither spoke a word. "You have come," the woman said, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking to herself more than to Lena. "I have waited so long, but I no longer know if the wish is worth it." Lena knelt beside the woman, her heart aching with the weight of her words. "What wish do you speak of?" she asked gently. The woman hesitated, her eyes flicking to the ground as if unsure of herself. "Long ago, I wished for a love that would last forever," she began, her voice trembling. "I wanted to find someone who would understand me, someone who would walk with me through the storms and share my joys. But I have waited, and nothing has come. The years have passed, and my heart has grown cold with loneliness." Lena could feel the weight of the woman's sorrow. This was the dream she had heard in the lake, the wish for love that had never been realized. It had floated on the water's surface, forgotten by the woman who had once dreamed it. Now it had taken root in her heart as a quiet ache, a longing that had never been fulfilled. "Your wish has not been forgotten," Lena said softly, reaching out to gently touch the woman's hand. "It still lives. The lake told me about you. Your wish is still waiting, not lost, but waiting for the right moment." The woman looked up at her, her eyes filled with a mixture of hope and skepticism. "You believe it can still come true?" she asked, her voice thick with emotion. "I do," Lena replied, her heart full of compassion. "Wishes don't fade. They are not forgotten. They are simply waiting for the right time, the right person, the right place. And you deserve that love. It is still out there, waiting for you." Tears welled up in the woman's eyes, but she did not speak. Instead, she stood slowly, brushing the tears from her cheeks as she looked up at the stars. For the first time, Lena saw a glimmer of something other than sorrow in the woman's gaze, a flicker of hope. Lena smiled softly. "The lake has entrusted me with your wish, and now I will help you bring it to life. But you must believe that it can still come true. Your heart must remain open to the possibility." The woman nodded, her gaze fixed on the stars above. "I have been afraid," she admitted softly. "Afraid to hope again, afraid to believe that love could find me after all this time. But maybe it is time to believe once more." Lena reached out and gently cupped the woman's hand in her own. "It's never too late to dream again," she said, her voice full of warmth. "Your wish is not lost. It is waiting for you to claim it." The woman nodded, a small but genuine smile playing at the corners of her lips. For the first time in years, she felt a spark of hope, faint, but there. And with that hope, the dream she had long abandoned began to take root again. As Lena turned to leave the clearing, she felt a deep sense of peace. This was just the beginning, one wish restored, but many more to go. The lake had shown her the way, but it was up to her to guide these lost dreams back to life. She knew the road ahead would be long, but with each wish she restored, the world would become a little brighter, a little more whole. And so, Lena continued her journey, carrying the wishes of the forgotten with her, determined to help them find their way back into the hearts of those who had once longed for them. Part 3. The Journey of the Lost Adventure. Lena's heart felt light as she walked away from the woman, her steps carrying her deeper into the forest. The moon hung high, casting its silver light on the world, illuminating her path ahead. She had helped one forgotten wish return to the light, one soul had found hope again, but many more still waited. As she walked, the air around her began to shift, growing warmer. The trees parted to reveal a wide meadow, where the grass swayed gently in the breeze, and the night sky stretched above her in endless constellations. In the center of the meadow, a tall stone archway stood, worn by time but still majestic. The archway seemed to beckon her forward, as if calling to her with the same quiet voice of the lake. Lena approached the archway with curiosity. As her fingers brushed against the cool stone, a faint sound echoed from within, the soft, rhythmic beat of drums, distant but steady. The air hummed with an energy that felt both ancient and alive. It was as if the archway was a doorway to another world, a world where dreams and wishes came to life in ways she had yet to understand. Stepping through the archway, Lena felt a rush of wind, and suddenly, the meadow around her faded into a vast, open landscape. She was standing at the edge of a towering cliff, gazing out over an endless stretch of mountains, valleys, and forests. Far below, she could see a winding river cutting through the landscape, its waters sparkling in the moonlight. The sky above was a tapestry of stars, the air crisp and clean. Lena took a deep breath, feeling a rush of exhilaration. The beauty of this place was overwhelming, and it stirred something deep within her. This was no ordinary land, it was a place of adventure, of wild dreams that had been set aside, waiting to be realized. She could feel the echo of a wish here, one that had once burned brightly but had since been forgotten in the pursuit of other things. As if on cue, a figure appeared beside her, a man, dressed in simple traveling clothes, with a rugged look that spoke of journeys taken and paths untraveled. His dark hair was windswept, and his eyes were filled with a quiet longing. "Who are you?" Lena asked, her voice soft but filled with curiosity. The man smiled wistfully, his gaze turning toward the vast landscape before them. "I was once an explorer," he said, his voice low and thoughtful. "I dreamed of seeing the world, of discovering new places, of living a life full of adventure. But somewhere along the way, I forgot. I became tied to responsibilities, to routines. And my dreams of adventure faded." Lena looked at him closely, her heart stirring with empathy. This was the second wish she had come to restore, the dream of adventure that had been lost to the mundane demands of everyday life. "Your wish has not been forgotten," Lena said gently. "I've come to help you remember it." The man turned to her, surprise flashing in his eyes. "You came from the lake, didn't you?" he asked. "I've heard whispers of its magic. I've heard that dreams can be restored if one is brave enough to seek them out." Lena nodded. "I've come to restore your dream of adventure. The lake told me about you, about your desire to travel, to explore the world. But it has waited so long that you've forgotten the excitement of it." The man's gaze shifted downward, his shoulders slumping. "I wish I could remember that thrill," he said softly. "I used to look at maps and imagine all the places I could go, the people I would meet. But now it feels like a dream that belongs to someone else. I'm not sure I even know where to begin anymore." Lena's heart went out to him. She could see the weight of his lost dream in his eyes, the sadness of a man who had once felt the fire of adventure but had allowed it to die out. But she also saw something more, a flicker of the same spark that had once ignited his wanderlust. "You can still have it," Lena said with certainty. "The journey hasn't ended, only paused. The world is still out there, waiting for you to find your way. Your dream isn't gone. You just need to take the first step." The man looked at her, his brow furrowed in thought. "But I'm no longer the same person. I've changed." "The world has changed," Lena smiled. "That's true. But the world is still full of wonders, and you are still you, capable of great things. The adventure doesn't have to look like it once did. It can be whatever you want it to be, wherever your heart leads." The man's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope, the first sign of life in him since their conversation began. "What if I took that first step?" he asked, his voice filled with a quiet excitement. Lena's smile widened. "Then your adventure will begin anew. And I'll be here to help you, to guide you, as you discover the world again." With those words, the man took a deep breath, his shoulders straightening. The weight of his forgotten dream lifted, replaced by the spark of possibility. Lena could feel the energy in the air shift, the land around them seeming to respond to his renewed hope. "You're not alone," Lena said, her voice calm and encouraging. "There are so many paths to take. And the world is waiting for you to explore it." As the man nodded, a sense of peace settled over him, and Lena felt a deep satisfaction in her heart. She had helped restore another dream, a dream that had been buried beneath the weight of life's demands. But now, the adventure was alive again, ready to unfold in ways the man had never imagined. With a final glance at the vast landscape before them, Lena turned to leave. The journey was far from over, and many more wishes waited to be restored. But for now, she had done what she set out to do. She had reminded one's soul that adventure was never truly lost, only waiting to be found. As Lena walked back through the archway, she felt the quiet thrill of the man's renewed dream at her back. The stars seemed to twinkle brighter above her, and the winds whispered their secrets. There were many more dreams to uncover, but Lena was ready to continue her journey, knowing that each wish she helped restore brought the world one step closer to the light. Part 4, The Song of Lost Joy. Lena walked through the archway once again, the moonlight casting its soft glow on the landscape that stretched before her. Each journey seemed to open a new door to a forgotten wish. And each one brought with it a story, a yearning that had once filled a heart with purpose, but had since been abandoned in the quiet of time. The air was cool and crisp as she walked through a valley that seemed untouched by the years. Tall, slender trees with silver leaves stretched toward the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The path ahead curved through this enchanted forest, a place that seemed to shimmer with life despite the stillness that surrounded it. It was a place where dreams had been left behind, lost to the echoes of time. Lena's heart quickened as she sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The air seemed heavier here, filled with the haunting melody of a song so beautiful and sorrowful that it made the very ground beneath her feet tremble. The music called to her, a sound as delicate as a whisper but as powerful as a storm. She followed it, drawn to its sweet, mournful tune. The song led her to a small clearing in the forest, where she found the source, a woman, standing alone in the middle of a ring of ancient stones. The woman's eyes were closed, her long hair flowing like a river of gold around her shoulders. She stood perfectly still, her arms raised to the heavens, as if she were calling to the stars themselves. Lena watched in awe as the woman sang, the melody weaving through the air like a spell. The song was filled with sorrow, but also with a longing for something more. It was the song of a lost joy, a dream that had faded away but had never truly died. When the song ended, the woman lowered her arms and opened her eyes, her gaze meeting Lena's. Her eyes were deep pools of sadness, filled with the weight of 1,000 untold stories. But there was something more in them, something bright, something full of hope. "Why do you sing such a sad song?" Lena asked gently, her voice barely above a whisper. The woman sighed, her shoulders slumping as if the weight of her grief was too much to bear. "I sing because I once knew joy," she said softly. "I was once filled with laughter, with love, with all the things that make life beautiful. But then, I lost it. I lost my joy. I lost the music of my heart, and now all I have left is this song, this hollow tune that reminds me of what I had and what I lost." Lena stepped closer, her heart aching for the woman. This was the third wish, the dream of joy that had been extinguished by time and sorrow. It was a wish that many had, but few could hold on to. You have not lost your joy, Lena said gently. It is still there, waiting for you to find it again. The woman shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. But how can I find it? She asked, her voice breaking. How can I reclaim something I've lost so completely? The world has become dull, empty. I no longer know how to laugh, how to feel the lightness of the heart. I don't even know where to begin. Lena reached out and gently touched the woman's arm. Your joy is not lost forever, she said. Sometimes, we need to be reminded of the things we once had, to remember that they still live within us. Joy doesn't disappear. It hides, waiting to be rediscovered. You just need to open your heart to it again. The woman looked at her, the faintest glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. But what if I can't find it? She asked, her voice trembling. What if I'm not the person I used to be? Lena smiled softly. You are still you. The joy you seek is not a thing of the past, it is part of who you are. It's in the memories of laughter, in the moments of love, in the beauty of the world around you. You don't need to go back to who you were, you just need to embrace the joy that still exists within you. Right here, right now, the woman closed her eyes, a tear slipping down her cheek. For the first time in a long while, she allowed herself to remember the happiness she had once known, the moments of pure, unadulterated joy that had filled her heart. The sound of children laughing, the warmth of the sun on her face, the simple pleasure of dancing in the rain. The memories flooded her mind like a wave, and with each one, she felt the weight on her heart lighten. You're right, the woman whispered, her voice full of wonder. It was always there. I just forgot to listen. Lena nodded, her heart full of warmth. You don't need to search for joy. It's always been within you. Sometimes we only need to quiet our hearts and listen to the song that's always been there. The woman smiled, a soft, bittersweet smile that held both sorrow and hope. Thank you, she said, for helping me remember. Lena stood quietly, watching as the woman turned toward the stones, her arms raised once again. But this time, the song that filled the air was different. It was still the same beautiful, haunting melody, but now it was filled with something more, a sense of peace, of joy rediscovered. It was a song of healing, of reclaiming what had been lost. As Lena left the clearing, the music of the woman's song echoed in her ears, and she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Another dream had been restored, another wish brought back to life. But Lena knew her journey was far from over. There were more wishes to restore, more hearts to heal. The world was full of dreams that had been forgotten, but with each step, she was bringing them back into the light, and so, Lena continued on her path, the night sky above her filled with stars, each one a reminder of the wishes waiting to be restored, of the hearts waiting to rediscover their joy. Part 5. The Path of Unspoken Words. Lena stepped through the archway once more, the familiar warmth of the moonlight enveloping her like a gentle embrace. She could feel the weight of her journey pressing on her heart, but also a deep sense of purpose that guided her through the night. The wishes she had already restored had been transformative, but there were still so many left to help, so many hearts that needed healing. The landscape around her shifted as she walked, the forest thinning to reveal a wide, open plain. In the distance, She could see the silhouette of a tall, solitary figure standing beneath a tree. The figure stood perfectly still, facing the horizon, as if lost in thought. The moonlight bathed the scene in silver, and Lena felt a pull, a quiet tug at her heart that urged her toward the figure. As she approached, Lena could see that the figure was a man, his back straight, his hands clasped behind him. His face was shadowed, but there was a quiet intensity about him. As if he were waiting for something, or someone. He did not notice Lena's approach, so she stopped a few feet away, unsure of how to begin. Finally, the man spoke, his voice soft but steady. "I know you've come to help me," he said, as though he had been expecting her all along. "But I don't know if I want it." Lena blinked in surprise. She had never met someone who had so clearly spoken the truth of their heart before she had even spoken a word. "You don't want help?" Lena asked gently, taking a small step closer. "Why?" The man turned slowly, his face coming into the light. His eyes were filled with a quiet sadness, and his brow furrowed as if weighed down by thoughts he could not express. "I've carried this burden for so long that I don't know how to let it go. There are things in my heart, words I've never said, things I've never shared, and now they feel too heavy to carry. But I don't know how to speak them. I don't know how to release them." Lena understood then. This was the fourth wish she had come to restore, the unspoken words, the feelings held tight in the heart. The man had a wish to speak his truth, but fear and doubt had kept him silent for so long. "Words have power," Lena said softly. "And sometimes, the hardest ones to say are the ones that can heal the most." The man looked at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I don't even know where to start. I've lived with silence for so long that I fear the words I speak now may never be enough. What if they're not heard? What if they hurt more than help?" Lena smiled, her heart full of compassion. "You won't know until you try. Sometimes, the words we keep hidden are the ones we need to speak the most. The ones we think are too small or too insignificant can be the ones that make the biggest difference." The man shifted uncomfortably, clearly struggling with the weight of his emotions. "I've hurt people in the past," he admitted, his voice tight with regret. "I've never told them how sorry I am, never apologized for the things I said or didn't say. I've let misunderstandings fester. And now I don't know how to fix it." Lena nodded, understanding the complexity of the situation. "It's never easy to speak those words," she said. "But forgiveness doesn't always come from waiting. It comes from speaking the truth, from sharing what's in your heart, even when it's difficult." The man let out a deep sigh, and for a moment, he looked as though he might turn away, retreating back into his silence. But Lena stayed with him, her presence a quiet encouragement. The wind rustled the leaves of the nearby tree, and the air felt charged with anticipation. "I've spent so much of my life thinking that if I just stayed silent, things would get better," the man continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "But it's only made everything worse. My silence has built walls between me and the people I love. I never meant to hurt anyone, but my silence did that all on its own." Lena stepped closer, her voice soft but firm. "Your silence has kept you from healing, but the words you've been holding back, those are the ones that can start to mend what has been broken." The man stood there for a long time, his gaze fixed on the ground, as if searching for the words that had eluded him for so long. Lena could feel his inner turmoil, the battle between the fear of speaking and the desire to set things right. Finally, the man spoke again, his voice trembling. "I've hurt my family. I've let them down. And I've never told them how much I love them, how much I regret my actions. I've kept everything bottled up inside, thinking I could fix it on my own. But now I see that I need to let them know. I need to speak my truth, no matter how hard it is." Tears welled up in his eyes as he finally gave voice to the words that had been locked away for so long. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice shaking. "I'm sorry for all the pain I've caused. I love you, and I wish I could go back and undo the hurt I've caused. But all I can do now is ask for your forgiveness, and tell you that I'm here, ready to be better, to be the person you deserve." Lena stood quietly, allowing him to speak, her heart filled with a deep sense of peace. She could see the weight lifting from the man's shoulders as he finally released the burden of his silence. The world around them seemed to pause for a moment, the air still with the power of his words. The man looked up at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of relief and gratitude. "Thank you," he said softly. "I didn't know if I could ever say those words, but now I feel like I can finally breathe again." Lena smiled, her heart swelling with warmth. "You've done the hardest part. You've spoken your truth. Now, the healing can begin." With that, Lena turned to leave, her heart content knowing that yet another wish had been restored, the wish for the unspoken words, the healing that came from speaking the truth. As she walked back toward the archway, the air felt lighter, and the stars above seemed to shine brighter, as if the universe itself was echoing the man's release. There were still many wishes to restore, many hearts to heal, but for now, she knew she had helped another soul find peace. Part 6: The Fire of Transformation. Lena's journey had become a tapestry of whispers and shadows, of lost dreams and forgotten desires being rekindled. Each soul she met seemed to hold a different fragment of the world's sorrow, yet each also carried a glimmer of hope waiting to be reignited. She knew that with each passing step, she was bringing more light into a world that had long been dimmed. This time, as she walked through the moonlit landscape, she felt a shift, a crackle in the air, as though the very atmosphere was charged with an unseen force. The path before her twisted, bending through a dense thicket of tall, flickering flames. They were not destructive fires, but soft, warm, gentle flames that danced with a beauty all their own. They created an ethereal glow, illuminating the darkness and casting strange, shifting shadows along the ground. Lena felt drawn into this mysterious scene, her curiosity piqued by the glowing firelight. As she moved deeper into the thicket, the scent of smoke and earth filled the air, and she soon came upon a clearing. At the center stood a towering tree, its trunk a brilliant golden hue, its leaves shimmering like embers in the wind. Beneath it, sitting on a rock, was a figure, a woman, whose eyes were closed, her face a mask of contemplation. The woman appeared as if she were part of the fire itself, her hair the color of burning orange, and her skin radiating with an inner warmth. She was surrounded by a circle of small flames that flickered and crackled with an almost hypnotic rhythm. Despite the fire's warmth, the air around her was cool, as if she were untouched by the flames. Lena approached slowly, feeling the pull of this enigmatic figure. She could sense that this woman carried a deep, fiery energy, a passion that had perhaps once burned brightly but had since dimmed. leaving behind only the remnants of a flame that had been allowed to die. Are you lost? Lena asked gently, standing just outside the circle of flames. The woman opened her eyes, which glowed with a strange, golden intensity. She looked at Lena with a mixture of surprise and recognition, as if she had been waiting for her arrival. "I am not lost," she said, her voice smooth but tinged with sorrow. "But I have forgotten what it is to burn with passion. My fire has gone out." Lena's heart stirred with understanding. This was the fifth wish, the fire of transformation, the passion that had been smothered by time, fear, or neglect. This woman had once been filled with purpose, with a fire that illuminated her world, but somewhere along the way, that fire had faded. "Why do you say your fire is gone?" Lena asked softly, stepping closer. "Fire never truly dies, it just needs to be kindled again." The woman gave a small, bitter laugh. "You think it's that simple?" she asked. "You think I haven't tried to reignite the flame? I've spent years trying to find the spark again, but it's as though it no longer exists within me. I feel cold, empty, like a smoldering ember that can't quite catch again." Lena understood the depth of the woman's pain. Sometimes, we bury our passions deep inside, thinking they are lost to us. But all it takes is the right spark, the right moment, to rekindle the fire. The woman looked at her, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. "And what if I don't have it in me? What if my fire is meant to burn out, like so many others before me?" Lena smiled softly, her gaze warm with encouragement. "Fire doesn't choose to burn out, it's often the world, the fear, or the silence that extinguishes it. But you don't need to wait for the world to reignite your flame. You can be the spark. You just need to remember how to set it alight." The woman stared into the flames surrounding her, her eyes lost in their dance. For a moment, it seemed as though she were lost in the fire, consumed by its hypnotic rhythm. Then, slowly, she closed her eyes and breathed deeply, allowing the warmth to envelop her. She seemed to draw something from the fire itself, a deep connection to the energy that flickered and pulsed around her. "I don't know how to begin," she whispered, her voice small but trembling with a kind of uncertainty. "I don't know where to find the passion I once had." Lena placed a gentle hand on the woman's shoulder. "The passion is inside you, waiting to be remembered," she said. "It doesn't need to be loud or grand. It's the quiet moments of inspiration, the things that make your heart beat a little faster, the dreams you let slip away because you were afraid they were impossible. Find one of those moments, no matter how small, and let it be the spark that lights your fire again." The woman's brow furrowed as she thought. Then, with a sudden motion, she stood and faced the fire, her hands outstretched toward it. She closed her eyes and felt the warmth of the flames against her skin, allowing their energy to flow into her. For a long moment, nothing happened. But then, something within her stirred, an ember deep inside, hidden under years of doubt and fear. Lena watched in silence as the woman's body trembled, not with cold, but with the stirring of something deeper. Her hands began to glow, faint at first, then brighter, as the energy within her began to awaken. Her breath came faster, her heart raced, and the flames surrounding her seemed to respond, crackling louder in rhythm with her growing energy. Slowly, the woman spoke, her voice filled with newfound strength. I remember now, she said, her words clear and strong. I remember the feeling of creation, of passion, of purpose. It's still within me. It never left. The flames around her began to dance more wildly, their light growing brighter, their warmth more intense. The woman's entire being seemed to pulse with energy as she embraced the fire that had once defined her, letting it fill her with life once more. I am ready, she whispered. I am ready to burn again. With that, the fire around her exploded in a burst of light, but instead of consuming her, it enveloped her in a shield of glowing energy. She stood, now radiant, her whole being infused with the fire she had rekindled within herself. Lena smiled, watching the transformation. The woman's fire was reborn, her passion reignited. The flames that had once been smothered by doubt and fear now burned brightly. A beacon of hope and strength. As Lena turned to leave, the woman called out to her, her voice full of gratitude. Thank you, she said, her voice rich with emotion. You've shown me that the fire was never gone. It was always waiting for me to remember how to find it again. Lena nodded, her heart light with fulfillment. Another wish had been restored, the fire of transformation, the rekindling of passion. She continued on her path, knowing that many more hearts were waiting to be set alight, one spark at a time. Part 7, The Garden of Lost Dreams. Lena's steps grew lighter with each wish she restored, but with each heart she healed, a deeper understanding of the world's quiet suffering bloomed within her. She had ventured through darkened woods, across shimmering plains, and under moonlit skies, helping souls rediscover the forgotten pieces of their hearts. And yet, there was still one wish left, one that felt more fragile than the rest, a wish that carried with it the weight of years of longing. As she walked further along the path, the landscape shifted once more. The air became thick with the scent of fresh soil and blossoming flowers. The soft hum of life surrounded her, soft chirps of crickets, the rustling of leaves in the wind. The path led her to an ancient, wrought iron gate covered in ivy. It stood in front of a large, sprawling garden, hidden away from the world. The gate creaked softly as Lena pushed it open. Stepping into the garden with a sense of reverence, the garden was unlike any she had ever seen. Wildflowers of every color grew in untamed clusters, creating a beautiful tapestry that stretched as far as the eye could see. But there was something off about it, something that gave the place an air of sadness. As she walked deeper into the garden, she realized that the flowers, while stunning, were all withered and fading, their petals soft and delicate, but lacking the vibrancy they once must have had. Lena's gaze fell on a figure sitting at the far end of the garden, under the shade of an old willow tree. She moved closer, and as she did, the person stood, their movements slow and deliberate. It was a man, his hair long and flowing, and his face worn by time and grief. He gazed at the fading flowers with a sorrowful expression, as though mourning the garden's decline. "You've come," he said softly, his voice carrying a deep, gentle sadness. "I've been waiting." Lena approached him slowly, her heart recognizing the familiar weight of longing in his eyes. "I'm here to help," she said, her voice kind and steady. "What is it that you wish for?" The man looked down at the garden, his hands trembling slightly as he reached for one of the wilted flowers. "This garden," he began, his voice thick with emotion, "was once full of dreams. Dreams that I planted long ago, each flower representing a hope. a wish for the future. But over time, my dreams began to fade. They never grew as I imagined. Some withered before they could bloom. Others never even sprouted at all. Lena's heart ached as she listened. This was the sixth wish, the garden of lost dreams, the unfulfilled hopes that had once held such promise but had long since been abandoned. Dreams are fragile things, Lena said softly, kneeling beside the man. Sometimes, they are left in the soil for so long that they lose their strength. But that doesn't mean they are lost forever. Sometimes, all it takes is a little light, a little care, to bring them back to life. The man shook his head, his shoulders slumping under the weight of his regret. I've tended to this garden for years. I've watered it, I've tried to nourish it, but the dreams I planted never grew the way I wanted. I no longer have the strength to keep hoping. What's the point of dreams if they never come true? Lena felt a deep compassion for the man. She knew all too well the pain of unfulfilled hopes, the despair that came with watching one's dreams slip away like sand through an open hand. Sometimes, dreams change, she said gently. They don't always grow in the way we expect. But that doesn't mean they're not worth cultivating. Dreams are like seeds, they need time, patience, and sometimes a little guidance. What matters is that you keep tending to them. Even when they seem impossible, the man's eyes filled with tears, the weight of his loss clear on his face. I don't know if I can keep hoping, he whispered. Every time I try, I feel as though I'm only setting myself up for more disappointment. Lena smiled softly, placing a hand on his arm. Hope doesn't come from perfection. It comes from the courage to keep trying, to keep believing, even when it feels like the world is telling you to stop. Your dreams may not have turned out as you imagined, but that doesn't mean they've failed. Perhaps the garden needs to be reimagined, the flowers need to be nurtured in a new way. Let's give it one more chance. The man looked at her. His gaze searching for something, hope, perhaps, or maybe just the courage to believe again. Finally, after a long pause, he nodded. I'll try, he said, his voice quiet but resolute. I'll try once more. Lena's heart soared with relief. She could feel the shift within him, a quiet stirring of energy, as though his willingness to try had already begun the healing process. Together, they knelt in the garden, and Lena guided the man's hands as they carefully tended to the flowers. They removed the wilted petals and trimmed back the branches that had grown wild. Slowly, they planted new seeds, dreams for the future, dreams that could grow in a different way, dreams that could be nurtured with fresh perspective and renewed hope. As they worked, the air around them seemed to change. The fading flowers began to shimmer, their colors deepening, their petals slowly unfurling as if in response to the care they were being given. The garden came alive again, not in the way the man had once imagined, but in a new, unexpected way, more beautiful, more vibrant, more alive than before. When they stood up to survey their work, the man's eyes were filled with tears, not of sorrow, but of gratitude. I never thought I could find hope again, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. But you've shown me that even the smallest dream can grow, even in the darkest of places. Lena smiled warmly, her heart full. You've done it yourself, she said softly. You've rekindled the fire of hope in your heart, and that's the most important thing. The dreams will come, in time. And even if they don't turn out the way you expect, they will always be worth nurturing. As Lena stood to leave, the garden behind her was no longer a place of fading dreams, but a vibrant, living testament to the power of hope and renewal. The man stood in the center, his heart lighter, his spirit rekindled, as he watched the dreams he had once thought lost begin to bloom once more. Part 8. The Song of the Heart. Lena stood at the edge of the garden, watching the newly awakened flowers sway in the breeze. The man who had once mourned his lost dreams now stood in the midst of his vibrant garden, a soft smile on his face. The weight of his sorrow had lifted, and in its place was the quiet hope that had been rekindled within him. He was no longer a keeper of a dying garden, but a gardener of possibility, tending to each bloom with patience and care. As Lena turned to leave, she felt a pull within her, a soft, distant sound on the wind. It was a melody, faint at first, like the echo of a song carried across a vast, unseen distance. She listened closely, her heart picking up the rhythm, the faint stirrings of music that seemed to resonate with her very soul. Without a second thought, she began to follow the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The path before her twisted and turned, leading her through a quiet, darkened forest. The trees loomed tall and ancient, their branches heavy with the weight of time, but the melody grew stronger, clearer with each step. Finally, she reached a clearing, and there, at the center of the moonlit space, stood a figure. A woman, draped in a flowing gown that shimmered like stardust, her long hair cascading around her shoulders. She stood in perfect stillness, her head slightly tilted as if listening to the very air itself. In her hands, she held an instrument, a harp, its strings glowing faintly under the moon's light. The woman's eyes were closed, and her lips moved as if she were singing, her voice a gentle hum that seemed to blend with the wind. The music was haunting, beautiful, a song that spoke of long-forgotten memories, of promises unspoken, of dreams lost in the silence of the heart. Lena felt the weight of it in her chest. This song was not just melody, but a prayer, a plea for something lost to be found. Lena stepped forward, drawn by the music that seemed to call to her very essence. "Your song," she whispered, her voice barely a breath in the quiet of the night. "It's so beautiful. But it's filled with such sorrow." The woman opened her eyes, and Lena was struck by the depth of emotion in them, eyes that carried centuries of longing, of silent wishes left unspoken. She looked at Lena with a mixture of surprise and recognition. As if she had been waiting for her. "You hear it?" the woman asked softly. "The song of the heart. The one that we all carry within us, though we rarely know how to sing it." Lena nodded, her gaze full of understanding. "It's a song of longing, isn't it? A song of everything we've lost or forgotten, everything we wish we could say but don't." The woman smiled faintly, her fingers caressing the strings of the harp. "Yes. It's the song of the heart. But it's also the song of silence, the things we cannot speak, the truths we hide from the world and from ourselves. I have been singing it for so long, but it seems that no one has ever truly listened. And without being heard, the song fades into the darkness." Lena stepped closer, her heart filled with compassion. "I'm listening," she said softly. "I hear your song, and I understand it. But you don't have to sing it in the silence anymore. Your heart deserves to be heard." The woman's fingers paused over the harp strings, her gaze drifting to the instrument. I don't know how to stop the silence, she said, her voice breaking with the weight of her words. The world has grown too quiet, too distant. And the more I sing, the more I feel as though my song is swallowed by the night. Lena felt a deep ache within her chest as she looked at the woman, knowing that this was the seventh wish, the song of the heart, the voice of truth that had been buried beneath layers of silence and fear. "You're not alone," Lena said, her voice full of warmth. "Your song matters. And it's time for you to sing it in the light." The woman's eyes filled with tears, but she did not look away. She placed the harp gently on the ground and took a step forward. "I've forgotten how to sing without fear," she whispered. "I've silenced my heart for so long, afraid that if I spoke, the world wouldn't listen. I've been waiting for someone to hear me, to remind me that my voice is worth hearing." Lena smiled gently. "Your voice is more than worth hearing, it's needed. It's time to sing, not just for yourself, but for everyone who has forgotten the power of their own hearts." The woman took a deep breath, her hands trembling slightly as she lifted them to her chest. She closed her eyes, the air around them still and expectant. And then, she began to sing. At first, her voice was soft, hesitant, as though she were testing the waters of her own soul. But with each note, the music grew stronger, richer, filled with the weight of all the dreams and desires she had kept hidden for so long. The song swirled around them, a symphony of emotion that resonated through the trees, across the meadow, and into the night sky. It was a song of hope, of pain, of love, of longing, a song that had been waiting to be sung for so long. As her voice grew louder, the stars above them seemed to shine brighter, the moon casting a silver glow over the clearing. The wind picked up, carrying her song further into the world, and Lena felt the very earth beneath her feet tremble with the power of it. This was not just a song, it was a declaration, a reminder that the heart's voice could never truly be silenced. It could be forgotten, buried, or ignored, but it would always find a way to be heard, to rise above the quiet and reclaim its place in the world. When the song finally faded, the woman opened her eyes, her face flushed with the energy of her own truth. Lena smiled at her, her heart light with joy. "You did it," Lena said softly. "You sang your song. And the world heard you." The woman's tears were no longer of sorrow, but of release. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice full of gratitude. "I never thought I could find my voice again. But now I know that it's always been within me." Lena nodded, her heart full. "Your song will never fade again. And now, others will hear it too." As Lena began to leave, the woman's voice called after her, not in sorrow, but in joy. "Thank you for reminding me that my voice matters, that my heart matters." Lena smiled one last time, the music of the woman's heart still ringing in her ears as she stepped away from the clearing. The song of the heart had been restored, the silence broken. And with that, the world felt just a little brighter, a little louder, and a little more alive. Part 9, The Return of the Dawn. Lena walked away from the moonlit clearing with a peaceful heart. The woman's song still echoed in the depths of her soul, a beautiful reminder that truth, no matter how long silenced, could always rise again. It was as if the night itself had been transformed, its quiet hum replaced by the harmonious pulse of restored voices, of hearts no longer afraid to speak. As Lena made her way down the path, she noticed the air was beginning to change. The soft, cool touch of night still lingered, but there was a warmth now, a subtle promise that the darkness would soon give way to the light of a new day. The first rays of dawn began to peek over the horizon, casting a soft glow across the landscape, transforming the world in gentle hues of gold and lavender. The lake, which had always seemed calm and serene under the moonlight, now reflected the early morning light. The surface shimmered as if it were made of pure silver, and the sky above it took on shades of pink and peach, like the first colors of a painting being brought to life. Lena felt drawn toward the water's edge once more. The gentle ripples that lapped at the shore seemed to carry with them the essence of everything she had witnessed on her journey, the healing of the man's dreams, the restoration of the woman's song, the rekindling of hope in places long forgotten. She knelt by the edge of the lake and gazed into its depths. As she stared into the water, the images of the past days began to swirl before her eyes. The faces of those she had helped, the soft smiles, the tears of relief and joy, it was all so clear now. Each person she had encountered had been like a mirror, reflecting a part of her own heart, reminding her that even the smallest act of kindness could change the course of someone's life. Lena's heart swelled with gratitude. She had come here seeking to restore the wishes of others, but along the way, she had found her own heart restored as well. The burden of doubt and uncertainty that had once weighed her down had lifted, replaced by the unwavering certainty that everything in life was interconnected. That every wish, no matter how small, was worth nurturing. As the first rays of sunlight touched the surface of the lake, Lena felt a wave of warmth wash over her, as if the lake itself was whispering its own version of a lullaby, a song of quiet peace and acceptance. It was as though the entire world was holding its breath, waiting for the final piece of the puzzle to fall into place, and then, she heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible sound, like the flutter of wings. She looked up, her breath catching in her throat as a figure appeared in the sky, a bird, its wings outstretched, soaring high above the lake. But it wasn't just any bird. It was a bird made of light, its feathers glowing with the soft radiance of dawn. Its eyes shimmering with the wisdom of ages, the bird circled above her, its wings moving with an elegance that seemed to defy the laws of nature. It was beautiful, ethereal, as though it were a creature born from the very essence of the sky itself. Lena watched, mesmerized, as the bird flew closer, its gentle cry filling the air with a sound that seemed to resonate deep within her. The bird landed gracefully beside her, its glowing feathers soft against the cool grass. Lena knelt down, drawn to it in a way that she could not explain. The bird looked at her with eyes that were ancient, filled with the secrets of the universe, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. You have completed your journey. The bird spoke, its voice soft but clear, as though it were part of the wind itself. Lena blinked in surprise. I have? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. The bird nodded, its gaze steady in knowing. You have restored the wishes of the hearts you met along the way. You have rekindled hope, healed the broken, and shown others the power of their own voices. And in doing so, you have brought the dawn to the world. Lena's heart fluttered with understanding. The journey had never been about completing a series of tasks, nor had it been about restoring the wishes of others alone. It had been about awakening the truth that lay within her and within everyone she encountered. The power to heal, to restore, and to rekindle was something shared by all. it was the spark of life that connected them all. But what now? Lena asked softly. What is left for me to do? The bird tilted its head, its wings fluttering gently. Now, you must return to the world. You must carry the light you have discovered within you and share it with those who have yet to see it. The world is full of those still waiting for their wishes to be heard, for their hearts to be restored. Your journey has only just begun. Lena smiled, the weight of the bird's words settling into her heart. She understood now that her role was not to be a savior, but a guide, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there was always a light waiting to be found. The bird took to the air once more, its wings cutting through the sky with the grace of a dream. As it disappeared into the distance, Lena stood, her heart filled with peace and purpose. The dawn had come, bringing with it a new beginning, a fresh start for both the world and for her. She turned toward the lake one last time, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face, the cool breeze in her hair, and the quiet rhythm of the world all around her. The journey had been long, but now, it was time to return. She would carry the light, the song, the hope, and the dreams she had helped restore, and in doing so, she would continue the work of healing. One heart at a time, as she walked away from the lake, the first rays of dawn casting long shadows on the ground, she knew that no matter where her path took her next, she would always carry the memory of this journey with her. And that, in itself, was a wish fulfilled. Part 10, The Legacy of the Heart. Lena walked away from the lake with her heart full, the warmth of the morning sun a reminder of the new chapter beginning in her life. The soft glow of the dawn seemed to touch every corner of the world, as though everything was waking up from a long, quiet slumber. The bird of light had disappeared into the horizon, but its presence lingered in the air, a quiet promise of the endless possibilities that awaited. She felt the pull of the world calling her, an invitation to step forward, to continue her journey and share the light she had discovered with those she had yet to meet. Every step she took felt like a new beginning, as if the path was unfolding before her, just as it had always been meant to. She didn't need to know exactly where it would lead, because she had learned that the journey itself was as important as the destination. As she walked, Lena reflected on the people she had helped, the man in the garden, the woman with the lost song, the souls who had rediscovered their dreams, their voices, and their hopes. They had all been her teachers, just as much as she had been theirs. In the quiet moments, in the shared smiles, and in the words of encouragement, they had shown her that the power to heal was not something that came from a single person. It was a gift shared by all, a collective energy that flowed between hearts, building and growing stronger the more it was given. Lena paused for a moment as she reached the edge of a small village. It was nestled among rolling hills, surrounded by fields of green that seemed to stretch on forever. The sound of children laughing echoed from the distance, and the scent of fresh bread wafted on the breeze. She had arrived at the doorstep of a new chapter, and she knew that it was here, in this village, that she would begin to share the wisdom she had gained. The people here, too, carried their own burdens, their own unspoken dreams and silent wishes. She could feel it in the air as she walked through the village, the quiet yearning that lingered in the eyes of the people. It wasn't just sadness or longing, it was hope waiting to be rekindled, waiting for someone to remind them that they had the power to make their wishes come true. She was ready. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lena stood in the village square, her heart calm and steady. She had spent the day speaking with the villagers, listening to their stories, offering her help wherever she could. The day had been filled with moments of connection, small acts of kindness that had sparked something in the hearts of those she met. But now, as the stars began to twinkle above, it was time to do what she had come here to do. Lena stood on the steps of the town hall, her voice carrying across the square as she called for the villagers to gather. They looked up from their work and slowly made their way toward her, curious and uncertain, but drawn by the warmth in her presence. When they had all gathered, Lena took a deep breath and began to speak. "The journey I've been on has shown me something beautiful," she began, her voice steady and clear. "It's shown me that each of us carries a light within us. And when we share that light with others, it grows brighter. When we listen to one another, when we hold space for each other's dreams and hopes, we can create something powerful, something that can heal, inspire, and transform." She paused, letting the words sink in. "I know that we all have dreams, and sometimes, it can feel as if they are too far away, too out of reach. But I've learned that the key to making those dreams a reality is to never stop believing in them. And even when the world seems dark, there is always light to be found, within ourselves and in each other." A soft murmur of agreement spread through the crowd. Lena smiled, feeling the connection between them deepen. "The light we share, the kindness we offer, is never wasted. It creates ripples, like stones thrown into a pond, and it spreads far beyond what we can see. And when we listen to our hearts and to the hearts of others, we can help each other find the way back to our dreams." The villagers were quiet now, their eyes filled with something new, something that hadn't been there before. Hope. Lena could see it in their expressions, the way their shoulders had relaxed, the way their faces had softened. It was as though, for a brief moment, they had forgotten their doubts and fears, and had been reminded of the power they carried within themselves. "Let's not wait for someone else to bring us the light," Lena continued. "Let's be the light. Let's be the hope for one another. Together, we can make a world where our dreams can flourish, where our hearts can heal, and where no one has to walk alone in the dark." And with those words, something shifted in the air. The energy in the village seemed to crackle with possibility, as if the very earth beneath them was waking up, responding to the call of their hearts. The stars above twinkled brighter, as though they were nodding in approval, and the moon, full and radiant, smiled down on them from above. The villagers began to speak, their voices rising in unity, sharing their own dreams, their wishes, their hopes for the future. Each one added their voice to the chorus, and the energy in the square grew stronger, more vibrant. They were no longer just a group of people, now they were a community. United by their shared belief in the power of their hearts, Lena stood back, watching with tears in her eyes as the villagers embraced one another, their voices filling the air with the sounds of 1,000 dreams being realized. The path she had walked had led her here, to this moment, to this place where the light she had discovered within herself was now being shared with others. She had come to restore the wishes of others, but in doing so, she had found her own wish had been fulfilled. She had discovered that the greatest gift she could give was not just to heal others, but to help them remember that they, too, had the power to heal and to create. And in doing so, she had left behind a legacy of love, of hope, and of the eternal light that burned within the heart of every soul. As Lena watched the villagers celebrate beneath the moonlit sky, she knew that her journey was far from over. There were still hearts to heal, still dreams to rekindle, still wishes to restore. But she was no longer afraid, for she knew that the light she had shared would continue to grow, lighting the way for others to follow. And in that moment, as the first light of dawn touched the horizon once more, Lena smiled, knowing that she had found her true purpose in this world: to be the light, to be the hope, and to help others remember that their hearts, too, had the power to shine. The Moonlit Village, Part 1. The arrival at the village, on a quiet night, as the world seemed to drift into a peaceful slumber, Luna found herself standing at the edge of a small, forgotten village. The moon hung low in the sky, its soft, silvery light bathing the village in an ethereal glow. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees that lined the path leading into the heart of the village. Luna had heard stories of this place, whispers of a village that only appeared on the nights when the moon was at its fullest, a village that seemed to exist somewhere between the realms of dreams and reality. Tonight, the moon was full, and the stories she had heard seemed to be more than just tales. She stepped forward, her footsteps soft against the cobblestone road that curved through the village. The houses were small and quaint, each one made of wood and stone, with ivy creeping up their walls. The windows glowed with a warm, golden light, as though the village itself was alive, its heart beating in time with the moon. As she wandered deeper into the village, Luna noticed something strange. There was no sound. Not a single animal stirred, and no voices could be heard. It was as though the entire village was in a deep, peaceful silence, waiting for something or someone. The only sound was the soft whisper of the wind and the occasional creak of the wooden houses. The moonlight cast long shadows across the village, creating an atmosphere that was both peaceful and mysterious. Luna couldn't shake the feeling that the village was watching her, as though it recognized her presence and welcomed her with open arms. As she walked, she passed an old fountain in the center of the village square. The stone basin was covered in moss, and the water inside shimmered with a soft, silvery light, reflecting the moon above. Luna paused, mesmerized by the sight. She bent down to touch the water, but as her fingers brushed the surface, ripples spread out, and for a moment, the reflection of the moon seemed to shift and change. It was then that she heard a soft voice. Barely a whisper carried on the wind, "Welcome, Luna." Startled, Luna stood up straight, her heart racing. She turned around but saw no one. The village was still, as though nothing had moved. Yet, she knew someone had spoken to her, and she felt the weight of their words in the very air around her. She looked up at the moon, its light now brighter than before. It seemed to shine down directly on her, as if guiding her through the village. Luna felt a sudden pull, a quiet beckoning, urging her to follow the path that led to the edge of the village. With a deep breath, Luna began to walk again, her steps slow and steady as the moonlight illuminated her way. The village was alive with secrets. She could feel it, but she wasn't afraid. There was a sense of calm here, a deep tranquility that filled her heart and mind. She had been drawn to this place for a reason, and she was determined to uncover it. As she made her way toward the village's edge, Luna noticed a small figure standing beneath a large oak tree. The figure was cloaked in shadows, but she could sense that it was watching her, waiting for her to approach. Her curiosity piqued. Luna walked closer, her heart beating a little faster. She had a feeling that this figure, whoever it was, held the answers she had been searching for. The figure didn't move, but as Luna neared, it spoke again, its voice as soft as the breeze. "You've arrived, just as the moon has reached its peak. The village has been waiting for you, Luna. Your journey is only beginning." Luna stopped just a few steps away from the figure, her mind racing with questions. Who was this figure? And what did they mean by the village waiting for her? Before she could ask, the figure slowly turned, beckoning her to follow. Without a word, Luna stepped forward, her curiosity now outweighing her hesitation. She didn't know what awaited her in the heart of the moonlit village, but something told her that she was about to discover a world far beyond her wildest dreams. Part 2, The Whispering Path. Luna followed the cloaked figure through the village. Her feet light on the cobblestones, as if the earth itself were guiding her. The air was thick with the scent of night-blooming flowers, and the moonlight cast everything in a surreal, dreamlike glow. The figure led her past the quiet houses, their windows glowing softly, and into a dense forest that bordered the village. The trees towered above them, their branches stretching high like ancient hands reaching toward the sky. As they walked deeper into the woods, Luna couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder and mystery. The forest was silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the soft hum of the wind through the trees. But there was something more, something alive in the air. The trees seemed to sway in rhythm, as if they were part of some ancient song that Luna could almost hear but couldn't quite grasp. The figure continued to move ahead, gliding through the trees as if they knew this path well. Luna hurried to catch up, her curiosity burning brighter with each step. Finally, after a long while, they reached a clearing, and Luna stopped in awe. In the center of the clearing stood a stone archway, weathered and covered in ivy. It seemed out of place, ancient yet somehow still standing strong, as if it had always been here, waiting. Beneath the archway, the ground was marked with intricate symbols, glowing faintly in the moonlight. Luna felt a pull toward the arch. A quiet sense of inevitability that stirred deep within her. The figure stopped in front of the archway and turned to face Luna. "Beyond this gate," the figure said softly, "lies the heart of the village. What you seek will be revealed, but only if you are ready. The path ahead is one of discovery, and you must be willing to embrace what you find." Luna's heart raced as she gazed at the archway. She didn't know what lay beyond, but she could sense that this was a turning point in her journey. Whatever secrets the village held, she knew she was meant to uncover them. "Am I ready?" she whispered to herself, her voice barely audible. The figure nodded, its face still hidden in the shadows beneath the hood. "The moon has chosen you, Luna. You are already more ready than you know." Luna took a deep breath and stepped toward the archway, her heart pounding in her chest. As her foot crossed the threshold, a strange feeling washed over her, as though she were stepping into another world entirely. The air grew cooler, and the ground beneath her feet felt softer, like walking on moss. The moonlight seemed to grow brighter, as if illuminating a path that had been hidden for centuries. She turned back to look at the figure, but it had vanished, leaving her alone in the quiet of the clearing. For a moment, Luna hesitated. But then, with a deep breath, she pushed forward, beyond the archway. The landscape changed dramatically. The trees were still there, but they seemed to glow with an inner light, their trunks shimmering like silver in the moonlight. The ground was now covered in delicate flowers that bloomed in shades of blue and violet, their petals glowing faintly in the dark. Everything felt alive, as though the very earth beneath her feet was breathing. As she walked deeper into this enchanted realm, Luna noticed something else. In the distance, she could see a figure moving in the shadows. It was tall, slender, and appeared to be watching her. Luna's curiosity once again spurred her forward, and she followed the figure through the moonlit landscape. The figure moved gracefully, as though it were part of the very air around her. It didn't seem to notice Luna's presence, but Luna couldn't shake the feeling that it was leading her somewhere, guiding her along a path she was meant to walk. The figure finally stopped at a large, crystal-clear lake that shimmered like a mirror, reflecting the full moon overhead. The water was still, undisturbed, and Luna could see the stars in its depths, as if the entire sky had been captured within. The figure turned slowly, revealing a face that was both familiar and strange, an ethereal being with eyes that shimmered like liquid silver. "You have arrived," the figure said, its voice soft and melodic, like a song carried on the wind. "The village has been waiting for you, Luna. You are not just a visitor here. You are part of its story, part of its future." Luna stood frozen, unsure of what to say. The figure's words echoed in her mind, and for the first time, she realized that her journey had meaning far beyond her understanding. This village, this place, was not just a destination, it was a connection to something far greater. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Why me? Why was I chosen?" The figure smiled, a warm, knowing smile that seemed to hold centuries of secrets. "The moon's light reveals only what is meant to be seen, Luna. You were always meant to come here, to uncover the truths hidden in the shadows. The village is but one part of a greater story. The time has come for you to remember." Luna's heart raced again. Remember? What was there to remember? She felt as though there was something inside her, something she had forgotten long ago, but the pieces of the puzzle were still out of reach. The figure gestured toward the lake. "Look into the water, Luna. Your journey lies within." Luna stepped forward, her reflection now visible in the water. But as she gazed into the still surface, something began to change. The water rippled, and the reflection of the moon shifted. Slowly, the water began to show images, images of places she had never been, of people she had never met. There were flashes of memories, glimpses of other lives, other worlds, all interwoven with her own. It was as if the lake was showing her her true self, her past and her future, the very essence of her being. And as she looked deeper, Luna understood. The village, the moon, the figure, they were all part of her journey, part of something she had been destined to uncover. Her heart beat faster. The truth was close now. All she had to do was open her mind, let go of her doubts, and trust in the path before her. Part 3. The Hidden Memory. Luna stood frozen before the lake, her reflection now mingling with the shifting images within its depths. Her heart pounded in her chest as the water rippled, revealing flashes of lives and places she couldn't quite understand. The vision danced before her like a puzzle, its pieces scattered just beyond her reach. But one thing was clear, these memories, these glimpses, felt so familiar, as if they were hers. She took a tentative step closer, leaning over the water's edge. As she did, the images began to slow, revealing clearer scenes. She saw herself as a child, standing beneath the very same moonlit sky, surrounded by the village she now wandered. But it was different then. The village was alive with laughter, voices, and the sound of music, the air thick with warmth and joy. She saw the faces of people she knew, their smiles welcoming her. And then, something changed. The laughter faded. The light dimmed. The once bustling village fell silent, as if a great sorrow had descended upon it. Luna's reflection grew distant, her own image growing smaller as a shadow stretched across the land. The moonlight, once bright and welcoming, seemed to flicker and fade. A chill ran through her as the vision shifted again. This time, she saw herself older, standing at the village's edge, looking back. There was a sense of loss in her eyes, and in her heart, a deep longing. She watched as the village, now quiet and still, faded into the shadows of time. Luna's breath caught in her throat. These images, they were not just memories, they were fragments of something long forgotten, something buried deep within her. She had been here before. But when? And why had she forgotten? The figure beside the lake, watching her in silence, finally spoke, its voice soft and patient. You see now, don't you? The village is not a place, Luna. It is a memory, a story that lives within you. You were born here, in the heart of this village, long ago. And when the time came, you left, as did all those who had lived here. The village fell into silence, its life fading as the years passed. But the moon never forgot. Luna's knees weakened, and she slowly sank to the ground, her hands trembling. But why did I leave? Why can't I remember? The figure moved closer, its form becoming clearer, more defined in the moonlight. It was not like the other villagers. There was an ancientness to it, as though it had been waiting for Luna's return for eons. You left because your journey was not yet finished. You had to learn, to grow, to find the key to unlock the village's heart once more. The moon has watched over you, guiding you back to this place. You are the one who can restore the balance, who can bring the village back to life. Luna's mind swirled with questions, the weight of the revelation pressing down on her. How could she have been born here? How could she have forgotten everything? And what did it mean for her now, to have the power to restore the village? The village is a reflection of your heart. Luna, the figure continued. When you left, it became as you did, lost, quiet, waiting. But you have returned, not just to the village, but to yourself. The pieces are falling into place now. The time to remember is here. Luna closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to calm the storm of thoughts in her mind. The figure's words resonated within her, stirring something deep inside. She had always known there was something more, something missing. Now, she realized that what had been missing wasn't just knowledge, it was a sense of purpose, a connection to a place and people she had forgotten. The village, its heart, and her own were intertwined in ways she couldn't yet fully understand. As she opened her eyes, she looked back into the water, where the images continued to shift. This time, instead of feeling distant, the images seemed to reach out to her. She saw a group of villagers standing together, smiling, united under the moonlight. Among them was a woman who looked strangely like her, but older, with soft, silver hair and eyes that shone with wisdom. The woman stood tall, her arms raised toward the sky, as if beckoning the stars. "That woman," Luna whispered, her voice barely audible. "Is that me?" The figure beside her nodded. "Yes. That is who you were. A guardian of the village, a keeper of its light. You were once its heart, its protector. But time, as it does, carried you away. Now, the village needs you again. The moon has called you back." Luna felt a sudden surge of energy, as if a long-forgotten part of her was awakening. The lake's surface shimmered once more, and the reflection of the woman, her reflection, grew stronger, clearer. Luna saw herself standing at the center of the village, her hands raised, not in longing, but in purpose. "The moon will guide you," the figure whispered. "But it is you who must awaken the village's heart. You must restore the light that once filled these streets, and bring back the voices that once sang under its stars." Luna stood, her resolve hardening. She now understood her purpose. She was not just a visitor in the moonlit village, she was its key, its missing piece. The village had waited for her return, and now, with the memories flooding back, she was ready to answer the call. The journey ahead would be long, filled with challenges and revelations. But Luna felt a sense of peace settle within her. She was no longer lost. The village, the moon, the stars, they were all part of her. And she was part of them, with the lake's shimmering reflection of her past guiding her. Luna took the first step toward restoring the village, her heart alight with the knowledge that she was home. Part 4, The Heart of the Village. Luna stood at the edge of the shimmering lake, her heart racing with the weight of what she had just learned. The village, the moon, the reflection in the water, all of it was connected to her. She had once been a part of this place, and now, it was calling her back to fulfill a purpose she had forgotten. The figure beside her, still cloaked in shadows, was silent, watching her with eyes that seemed to hold centuries of knowledge. Luna felt a sense of peace settle within her, as if she were no longer alone in her journey. But there was also a burning curiosity, an unspoken question that lingered in her mind. "How do I begin?" Luna asked, her voice steady despite the swirl of emotions inside her. The figure nodded slowly, a soft smile tugging at the corners of its mouth. "The village's heart is not just a place, Luna. It is the essence of all that has lived here, all that still lives here, waiting to be awakened. To restore it, you must first understand its heart. The village has a spirit, and it has been dormant for too long." Luna glanced around, taking in the surreal beauty of the landscape, trees glowing with an ethereal light, flowers swaying in a gentle breeze, the moon hanging low in the sky, casting everything in a soft, silver glow. It was peaceful here, almost too peaceful. Yet, she could feel the quiet beneath it all, a stillness that spoke of something missing. "How do I awaken the spirit of the village?" Luna asked, her voice filled with determination. The figure stepped closer, its form now more distinct in the moonlight. "There is a place, hidden deep within the village, where the spirit sleeps. You must find it. The path will not be easy, and it will test you in ways you cannot yet understand. But the spirit will recognize you, Luna. It will know you are the one it has been waiting for." Luna nodded, her heart filled with purpose. She had to find this hidden place, the source of the village's spirit, and awaken it. She could feel it deep within her bones. This was her mission, the reason she had come back to this place. Without another word, the figure turned and began walking toward the edge of the lake, where the path disappeared into the forest beyond. Luna hesitated for a moment, then followed, her footsteps light on the soft ground. The air around them grew cooler as they ventured deeper into the woods, the shadows of the trees stretching long and dark beneath the moon's glow. The path twisted and turned, winding through the forest as if it were alive, shifting to guide her forward. The leaves rustled above them, but Luna felt no fear, only a quiet, knowing pull that guided her steps. She was walking towards something important, something that would unlock the mysteries of the village and her own heart. They came upon a clearing, and Luna stopped, her breath catching in her throat. Before her stood an ancient oak tree, its massive roots twisting deep into the earth, its branches reaching toward the heavens. The tree seemed to pulse with life, as though it were breathing, alive with an energy that Luna could feel in the air around her. "This is the heart of the village," the figure said softly, its voice reverberating through the clearing. "The oak tree is the guardian of the spirit. It is here that the village's life force lies. But it has been dormant for too long." Luna approached the tree, her gaze locked on its gnarled bark, which seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. She reached out, her fingers brushing the rough surface of the tree. A wave of energy surged through her, and for a moment, she saw flashes of memories, visions of the village in its prime. People laughing and dancing beneath the stars, the air filled with music and joy. She saw herself as a child, playing with friends near this very tree, her heart full of happiness and light. But then, the vision shifted. The laughter faded. The tree seemed to darken, its once vibrant leaves turning to ash. The village fell silent, the stars hidden behind clouds. The tree's energy drained, its once strong roots withering. Luna's chest tightened as she watched the destruction unfold. The vision stopped suddenly, and Luna stumbled back, gasping for air. The figure was beside her now, its expression somber. "You see," the figure whispered, "the heart of the village has been forgotten. Just as you were. The tree's spirit is the village's spirit, and when it withered, so did everything connected to it. But you, Luna, you are the key to restoring it. You must rekindle the flame of life." Luna's heart raced as she absorbed the weight of the task before her. To restore the village, to awaken the heart of the tree, she had to reignite the flame that had been lost. But how? Do you remember the moonlit dances, the songs sung by the villagers beneath the stars? The figure asked gently. The light of the moon was the spark that nourished the village's spirit. To restore it, you must call upon the moon's power. You must rekindle the harmony between the village and the stars. Luna nodded slowly. She understood now. The village had once thrived because of the connection between the people and the moon. The villagers had danced and sung beneath its light, their joy fueling the spirit of the land. But with the passing of time, that connection had been lost, and the village had faded into silence. It was up to Luna to restore that connection. With newfound determination, Luna closed her eyes and lifted her arms toward the sky. She called upon the moon, its soft glow filling her heart with warmth. She whispered a song, a melody she didn't even realize she remembered, an ancient song of the village, passed down through generations, sung by those who had lived and loved here. As the song filled the air, something began to stir within the oak tree. Its branches trembled, and a soft light began to shine from its core. Luna's song grew stronger, the melody echoing through the clearing, resonating with the very soul of the village. The tree responded. Its roots began to stir, reaching deep into the earth, pulling life from the soil. The bark shimmered with silver light, and the leaves unfurled, their vibrant green returning. The moon's energy flowed through the tree, awakening its spirit and breathing life back into the land. Luna continued to sing, her heart connected to the village, the moon, and the tree. She felt the spirit of the village awakening within her. Felt the heartbeat of the land reverberating in her chest. The connection was complete, and just like that, the village began to come alive once more. Part 5. The Village Awakens. As Luna's song resonated through the clearing, the oak tree continued to glow brighter, its ancient roots digging deeper into the earth. The air around her hummed with energy, as though the very land was waking from a long slumber. She could feel the shift, the pulse of life returning to the village, the heartbeat of its spirit syncing with her own. The moon above, which had hung quietly in the sky, seemed to grow brighter as well, casting its silver light more intensely upon the tree and the surrounding forest. The ground beneath her feet vibrated with the soft thrum of ancient magic, the air thick with possibility. Luna felt it, something old, something powerful, was stirring within the very soil of the village. As the final note of her song lingered in the air, Luna lowered her arms, exhausted but filled with a quiet joy. Her heart swelled as she watched the oak tree transform before her eyes. Its bark shimmered like starlight, and its once silent branches now swayed gently, alive with energy. The light from the tree spread outward, reaching toward the village, calling it to life. The first signs of change were subtle at first. A breeze stirred the leaves in the surrounding trees, their once muted colors now bursting with vibrancy. The flowers that lined the clearing began to bloom, their petals unfolding to reveal brilliant hues of purple, blue, and gold. The grass beneath Luna's feet grew greener, fresher, as though the very earth itself was waking from a deep, peaceful sleep. And then, as if in response to the awakening of the land, Luna heard it, the faint sound of laughter. The soft murmur of voices carried on the wind, reaching her ears like a distant memory. She turned quickly, her heart leaping in her chest. At the edge of the clearing stood a figure, tall, cloaked in the same shimmering light that now surrounded the oak. The figure moved closer, and as it stepped into the moonlight, Luna's breath caught in her throat. It was a man, his features familiar yet distant, as though she had seen him in a dream. His eyes were bright, filled with the same ancient wisdom that seemed to radiate from the oak tree. He smiled gently, his face warm and kind. "Luna," he said softly, his voice carrying the weight of time. "You have done it. You have brought the village back." Luna felt a surge of recognition, though she couldn't place it. There was something in his eyes, something that told her she knew him, or had known him, long ago. Who are you?" Luna asked, her voice trembling with both wonder and confusion. The man smiled again, his gaze never leaving hers. "I am part of the village, just as you are. We are all connected, bound together by the same spirit. But you, Luna, you are the one who has awakened us." The man reached out a hand, and Luna hesitated for only a moment before she took it. The warmth of his touch felt familiar, like coming home after a long journey. "Come," he said, his voice soft but insistent. "There is much for you to see." Luna followed him as he led her back toward the village. The path they walked now seemed different, brighter, more vibrant, as if the land itself was eager to reveal its secrets. They passed through the trees, and Luna could hear the sounds of life all around her. Birds called to one another in the branches above, and the wind rustled through the leaves, carrying the scent of flowers and fresh earth. As they neared the edge of the village, Luna's heart quickened. The houses, once dark and silent, were now bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. The streets, lined with cobblestones, seemed to come alive under the touch of the light. Windows flickered with warmth, and the air was filled with the sound of voices, soft, joyful, filled with hope. The village was awakening. Luna looked around, her eyes wide with wonder. She could see the villagers now, their figures emerging from their homes, drawn by the moonlight and the call of the village's spirit. They moved with grace, their faces illuminated by the glow of the tree, their expressions filled with a quiet sense of peace. The village, once silent and forgotten, was coming to life once more. She watched as one of the villagers, a woman with long silver hair, approached her. The woman's eyes were filled with recognition, as if she too knew Luna. "You have returned," the woman said, her voice soft but full of emotion. "You were always meant to. The village has waited for you." Luna felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She didn't know how, but she knew this woman. She had seen her in the vision at the lake, the woman who had stood beneath the moonlit sky, arms raised in joy. "I don't remember," Luna whispered. "But I feel like I've always been here. Like this place is part of me." The woman smiled warmly, placing a gentle hand on Luna's shoulder. "You are part of this village, Luna. You always have been. We are connected by the same thread, the same spirit. When you left, we all felt it. And now that you have returned, we can finally heal." The man who had guided Luna here stepped forward, his expression filled with pride. "The village is whole again. And now, it is time for you to remember, Luna. Time for you to understand your role in all of this." Luna nodded, her mind swirling with questions, but for the first time, she felt calm. The village was alive, and with it, so was she. The memories would come, slowly, but for now, she could feel the connection, the love, the joy, the peace, that bound her to this place. The man looked up at the sky, where the moon hung brightly, casting its silver light over the village. "The moon has watched over us all," he said. "And now, it will guide you to your true purpose." Luna looked up at the moon, feeling its light wash over her, filling her with warmth and understanding. She was no longer a stranger here. This was her home, and she had a part to play in its future. The village had awakened, and so had she. Part 6. The Journey Within. The moonlight bathed the village in a soft, serene glow, its light now pulsing with the rhythm of the land. Luna stood at the heart of it all, the oak tree towering behind her, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. The village had come alive once more, the people walking the streets, talking in soft murmurs, as if they had awakened from a deep slumber. There was laughter in the air, a peaceful joy that filled Luna's heart with warmth. but even as the village revived, Luna knew there was more to understand. The man who had guided her to the oak tree, the one with the ancient eyes, stood by her side. His presence was calm, as though he had always been a part of the village's spirit. Yet there was a certain gravity in his gaze, as if he was waiting for something more. "It's beautiful," Luna whispered, her eyes scanning the village, the once silent streets now alive with movement. "But what does it all mean? Why have I been brought here? What is my role in all of this?" The man looked at her, his expression filled with a quiet understanding. "You have begun to restore the village, but that is not the end. You must also restore what is within you, Luna. The village's heart cannot truly heal unless you also heal your own." Luna frowned, confusion flickering in her eyes. "I don't understand. What do you mean, restore within me?" The man nodded toward the oak tree. "The tree, the village, the land, all of it is connected to your spirit. When the village withered, so did you. You may not remember it, but you were once deeply intertwined with this place. The memories, the purpose, you must find them, just as the village must find its true balance." Luna's heart raced, a sense of unease settling over her. She had felt the pull of the village, the memories of her childhood, the connection to the land, but there was so much she didn't understand. She didn't know who she had been, only that she felt as though she had left something behind. "Where do I begin?" she asked softly, her voice tinged with both hope and fear. The man's eyes softened, and he placed a hand on her shoulder. "You must journey within. Only by reconnecting with the deepest parts of yourself will you fully understand your place here. The village's spirit cannot be restored without you understanding your own." Luna took a deep breath, her mind swirling with questions. The village had awakened, but her heart still felt heavy. How could she heal the village if she couldn't even remember who she was? The man gestured toward the path leading into the forest. "The journey is not always easy, but it is necessary. Follow the path within, and you will find what you seek." With those final words, he turned and began to walk toward the village. Luna stood still for a moment, gathering her thoughts. She could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on her. She could stay and continue to help the village, or she could embark on the journey the man had suggested and search for the answers within herself. Her eyes fell upon the oak tree once more, its branches reaching high into the sky, and something in her stirred. She knew that to truly restore the village, she had to first understand herself. She had to go deeper, beyond the surface of the memories and the images of her childhood. She had to unlock the secrets hidden in the quiet corners of her soul. With a final glance at the village, Luna took a step forward, toward the path that led into the heart of the forest. The night air was cool, the gentle rustle of leaves the only sound as she walked alone, the moonlight her guide. The deeper she ventured into the forest, the more the world around her seemed to change. The trees, though ancient, now seemed to pulse with life, their bark shimmering with faint traces of silver light. The ground beneath her feet was soft and damp, the air thick with the scent of earth and moss. She walked for what felt like hours, her mind wandering as she lost herself in the labyrinth of the forest. There was no clear path, only the winding, twisting trails that seemed to call her forward, as if the forest itself were alive, guiding her to something. And then, as she stepped into a small clearing, Luna stopped. The air around her seemed to shimmer with energy, a soft glow filling the space. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface covered in moss and ivy. The archway seemed to pulse with a soft, golden light, as if it were breathing, alive with some hidden power. Luna felt a pull toward it, an undeniable force that tugged at her heart. She stepped closer, her breath catching in her throat as she reached out to touch the stone. The moment her fingers brushed against the cool surface, a surge of energy shot through her, and her vision blurred. For a moment, Luna felt as though she were falling, tumbling through time itself. Flashes of memories, of moments she couldn't place, flickered before her eyes. She saw herself as a child, running through the village, laughing beneath the moonlight. She saw faces, people she knew, people who had loved her. She saw the oak tree, its branches heavy with fruit, its roots deep in the earth. She saw the village in its prime, vibrant and alive, filled with laughter and music, and then, she saw darkness. The village, once full of life, began to fade, its buildings crumbling, the earth drying up. She saw herself, older now, standing in the middle of the village, alone. The moon above her was hidden by clouds, and the laughter had long since gone silent. The vision shifted, and Luna saw a figure standing before her, a woman with long silver hair. Her face serene and wise. The woman smiled gently, her eyes filled with understanding. "You have returned," the woman said softly. "You have always been a part of this place, Luna. But you must now remember who you truly are. The key to the village's healing lies within you." Luna's heart raced as the words echoed in her mind. The key to the village's healing was within her. She had always been connected to this place, to the moon, to the oak tree. But the memories had been locked away, buried deep within her heart. As the vision began to fade, the woman's voice lingered in Luna's mind. "When the village's heart is restored, so too will your heart be healed. You are the moon's child, Luna. And it is time for you to remember." With those final words, the vision dissolved, and Luna stumbled back, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She looked up at the stone archway, the golden light now dimming, and a sense of calm washed over her. She knew now. The journey within had begun, and the path to understanding was clear. To heal the village, she must first heal herself. Part 7. The Awakening of the Heart. Luna stood at the edge of the clearing, her mind swirling with the fragments of memories that had been unlocked within her. The golden light of the archway had faded, leaving only the soft glow of the moon above. The forest around her seemed quieter now, as if it too was holding its breath, waiting for her next move. Her heart beat in time with the rhythm of the village, pulsing with the quiet energy she had felt earlier beneath the oak tree. The woman in her vision, the one with silver hair, had spoken of healing, of remembering. Luna's connection to the village, to the moon, to the oak tree, had always been there, hidden beneath the surface of her own forgotten memories. Now, she understood. The journey within had shown her the past, the life she had lived in the village, the joy and laughter she had shared with the people here. She remembered her childhood, the days spent running through the meadows, the nights spent beneath the stars. She remembered the love that had once filled this place, the deep connection between herself and the land. But she also remembered the darkness, the fading of the village, the silence that had followed its decline. She had left once, but now she had returned. The village had called her home, and in doing so, it had stirred the memories she had long buried. But it wasn't just the past that needed to be healed, it was her heart. The woman's words echoed in Luna's mind, "You are the moon's child." The moon had always been a part of her, its cycles in tune with the rhythms of her own heart. It was time to remember who she was, not just as a daughter of the village, but as the keeper of its spirit. Luna took a deep breath, her eyes closing for a moment as she centered herself. The breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the sweet scent of earth and flowers. She felt the presence of the village, of the land, surrounding her. It was calling to her, asking her to return, to restore what had been lost. With a sense of resolve, Luna stepped forward, walking back toward the village. The path seemed to open before her, as if the earth itself was guiding her steps. She could feel the energy of the land beneath her feet, the warmth of the oak tree's spirit still lingering in the air. The moon above shone brighter than ever, its silver light reflecting off the leaves, casting long shadows across the forest floor. As Luna approached the village, she saw that the people had gathered once more. Drawn by the call of the moon and the oak, their faces were filled with a quiet expectancy, as if they were waiting for something, waiting for her. She could feel their eyes on her as she walked through the streets, her heart swelling with both trepidation and hope. She was no longer a stranger here. She was a part of this place, and this place was a part of her. The man with the ancient eyes, the one who had first guided her to the oak tree, was standing at the village's center, his expression calm, yet filled with an understanding that Luna couldn't quite place. He nodded to her as she approached, his gaze warm and reassuring. "You have returned," he said, his voice carrying the weight of the village's spirit. "The village has waited for you. And now, it is time." Luna nodded, feeling the weight of his words in her chest. It was time. She had come full circle. She had awakened the village, but now it was time to awaken her own heart. She walked to the center of the village, where the oak tree stood tall, its branches reaching up to the sky. The people gathered around her, their eyes filled with wonder and anticipation. Luna felt the pulse of the village's heart beneath her feet, and she knew that her heart was in tune with it. She reached out, placing her hand on the oak's bark. It was warm, alive with energy. The tree hummed with the spirit of the village, and Luna could feel its power running through her. She closed her eyes, focusing on the connection between herself and the land, between herself and the people who had called her home, and then, she began to sing. At first, it was a soft hum, a gentle vibration that echoed through the night. But as she sang, the melody grew, rising with the energy of the village, the spirit of the earth, and the moon's light. The sound swirled around her, filling the air with a soft, peaceful hum that resonated through the ground, through the trees, and through the hearts of the people who stood watching. The oak tree's branches began to glow once more, its roots stretching deep into the earth. The light spread outward, filling the village with warmth and life. The houses, the streets, the earth, all of it seemed to come alive with energy. The flowers bloomed, the trees swayed, and the air buzzed with the spirit of renewal. The village was healing, and so was Luna. As she sang, the memories flooded her mind, the joy of the village's past, the laughter of the people, the love that had once filled the land. But now, she saw something new. She saw the village's future. She saw a place where laughter would fill the air again, where the people would live in harmony with the land. She saw a place where the moon's light would guide them, where the oak tree would stand as a symbol of life and rebirth. When Luna finished her song, the air was still. The village was silent, and for a moment, Luna thought she had lost the connection. But then, a soft cheer rose from the crowd. The villagers began to clap, their voices filled with joy and relief. The village had been restored. Luna opened her eyes, feeling the weight of the village's spirit lift from her chest. The oak tree was glowing brighter than ever, its branches swaying in time with the wind. The village was alive once more, its heart beating in rhythm with her own. The man with the ancient eyes stepped forward, a proud smile on his face. "You have done it, Luna. You have restored the village. And in doing so, you have restored yourself." Luna smiled, her heart full. She had found her place in the village once more. She had healed the land, and in doing so, healed herself. The village was no longer a memory. It was home. Part 8, A New Dawn. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the restored village. Luna stood at the heart of the oak tree, her heart swelling with a sense of completion. The air was filled with the scent of blossoms, and the soft sound of rustling leaves was accompanied by the gentle murmurs of the villagers as they celebrated the rebirth of their home. For Luna, the last moments of the healing felt like a dream, a vivid, life-changing experience that had brought her both deep pain and profound joy. She had uncovered the secrets of her own past, reclaimed her connection to the village. And in doing so, she had found a new sense of self. The transformation had been both personal and collective, the heart of the village beating in time with her own as if they were one and the same. The man with the ancient eyes approached her, his expression one of quiet pride. "You have done it," he said softly, placing a hand on Luna's shoulder. "The village is whole again." Luna nodded, a small smile playing on her lips. "It feels as though a great burden has been lifted," she whispered. The man gazed out over the village, where people were beginning to drift home, carrying with them a sense of renewed hope. "It is more than just a burden," he said. "It was a part of you, Luna. You had to rediscover it, to find the lost parts of your own heart, to heal the village." Luna nodded, understanding now. The journey within had revealed not just her past, but the true nature of her connection to the land and the people of the village. She felt a sense of peace, a quiet knowing that the village's healing was not just a result of her actions, but of something deeper, a cycle of life and renewal that was woven into the very fabric of the earth. The man smiled gently. "The village will need your guidance now, Luna. But remember, it is not just the village you must care for. You must also continue to care for yourself." Luna looked up at the moon, a sense of resolve filling her heart. She knew that she had to remain connected to the land, to the village's spirit. "I will do my best," she said softly. "But how can I keep going, knowing all that I have learned?" The man's eyes held a wisdom that Luna could sense was gained through many lifetimes. "You must continue to learn," he said. "You must find the balance within yourself. The village's heart is now whole, but it is fragile, like a seedling. It will require patience and care to grow strong. And so will you." Luna nodded, her mind filled with determination. She understood now that her journey was not over. It was just beginning. There would be new challenges ahead, new lessons to learn. But she was no longer alone. The village was now a part of her, and she was a part of the village. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Luna found herself surrounded by the people of the village. They gathered quietly, each person bearing an expression of gratitude and hope. They looked to Luna with trust, the bond between them deeper than it had ever been. And in that moment, Luna felt the power of the village's spirit merge with her own, as if they were now one living being. The villagers began to speak softly among themselves, recounting stories of the past, sharing their dreams for the future. And Luna listened, feeling a sense of belonging unlike anything she had ever known. She could see the bright faces of children playing in the streets, the elders sharing wisdom, and everyone moving with a sense of purpose, guided by the restored strength of the village's heart. The man with the ancient eyes took a step back, allowing Luna to be with the people. He understood that his task was now complete, that Luna was ready to lead. He nodded to her one last time and then walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the village. As Luna stood there, bathed in the morning light, she made a promise to herself and to the village, to care for the land, to nurture the people, and to never forget the lessons she had learned. She knew now that her role was not just one of restoration, but of protection and guidance, ensuring that the delicate balance that had been restored would be maintained for generations to come. And so, as the sun climbed higher and the first sounds of a new day filled the village, Luna took a deep breath. She felt the pulse of the village beneath her feet, a continuous, rhythmic heartbeat that resonated with her own. She knew that the village's spirit would live on, just as her own spirit would continue to grow and change, bound together by the same force that had guided her through her journey of self-discovery. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Luna looked out over the vibrant village, feeling an overwhelming gratitude wash over her. She had found her home, her purpose, and her place in the heart of the moonlit land. And as the first birds sang in the clear morning sky, Luna knew that she would remain here, watching over the village, a silent guardian of its enduring spirit. Part 9, The Eternal Bond. As days passed, Luna became the heart of the village, her presence a guiding force that kept the balance between the earth and the people. Each morning, she walked the village's paths, checking on the fields where crops grew lush, the gardens where flowers bloomed in radiant colors, and the homes where the villagers carried on with their lives, filled with the quiet joy that now enveloped their once fading town. The village seemed to thrive in harmony, each individual working not just for themselves, but for the whole. They shared stories, laughter, and songs in the evenings, while their lives were woven together like threads in a grand tapestry. The oak tree in the center of the village stood strong, its branches reaching toward the sky, while its roots anchored the land in a quiet embrace. It had become a symbol of the unity and renewal the village had experienced, but as the weeks turned into months, Luna began to feel a subtle pull, a soft, almost imperceptible tug that called her deeper into the forest. The more she embraced her role as the keeper of the village's spirit, the more the land seemed to beckon her to uncover something hidden. Something yet to be discovered. The moon, too, spoke to her in quiet whispers, guiding her toward this unknown path. One evening, as the sun dipped low beneath the horizon, Luna found herself standing at the edge of the forest once more. The trees, tall and wise, seemed to hold secrets within their trunks, and the air hummed with the soft vibrations of nature's energy. She stood still, breathing in the scents of pine and earth, listening to the whispers of the wind. The same pull she had felt before became stronger now, and she followed it, her heart steady, her steps sure. The moon was full that night, casting its silver light through the branches of the trees. The path before her seemed bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, guiding her toward the deep heart of the forest. Luna walked without fear, for she had come to trust the land, the village, and her own instincts. It was as though the forest itself recognized her, guiding her through the undergrowth with ease. After a time, she arrived at a small clearing. In the center stood a pool of water, its surface reflecting the light of the moon. The water shimmered like liquid silver, its depth inviting her gaze. Luna stood at its edge, mesmerized by the stillness of the pond. The reflection of the moon seemed to ripple with her heartbeat, and for a moment, she felt an overwhelming connection to the celestial body above. It was then that the voice came. Soft and melodic, like the echo of the wind through the trees, "You have returned, Luna." Luna's breath caught in her throat. She looked around, but saw no one. Yet, the voice was unmistakable, calm, powerful, and filled with an ancient wisdom. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Who's there?" Luna asked, her voice a soft whisper. From the depths of the pond, a figure began to emerge. Slowly, as if rising from the water itself, a woman appeared, a figure of ethereal beauty, her skin shimmering like moonlight, her hair flowing like silken strands of silver. Her eyes were the color of the deepest sky, filled with timeless knowledge. Luna's heart quickened. The figure before her was not just a person, it was something more. Something ancient. Something that carried the essence of the land itself. "I am the spirit of the moon," the figure said, her voice gentle but resonant. "I am the force that has always guided you, Luna. You are my child, the one who carries the light of the moon within you." Luna's eyes widened in awe. "The moon," she whispered. "But I don't understand." The spirit smiled softly, her gaze full of compassion. "You are the keeper of this village, yes. But you are also the keeper of the moon's light, the one who channels its power to renew and protect the land. The oak tree is its physical embodiment, and you, Luna, are its guardian." Luna's mind raced. The pieces were coming together. Everything she had learned, everything she had done, had been leading her to this moment. She had always felt a deep connection to the moon, but now she understood that this connection was not just a personal bond. It was her destiny. She had been chosen to protect the land, the village, and the moon's light. But why me? Luna asked, her voice filled with wonder. "Why am I the one?" The spirit's smile deepened, her gaze tender. "You are the descendant of those who came before you, the ones who understood the balance between the earth and the sky, between the moon and the land. You are the one who will restore the harmony that has been lost. The village will thrive under your care, as long as you remember the bond that exists between all things." Luna nodded, the weight of the responsibility settling on her shoulders. She understood now that her role was not just one of leadership but of guardianship. She was the bridge between the village and the greater forces of nature, tasked with ensuring that the delicate balance between earth and sky, between light and shadow, was never disrupted again. The spirit raised her hand, and Luna felt a warmth spread through her body, like the gentle glow of the moon itself. Go now, Luna. The village needs you. You have the strength and wisdom to guide it into a new era, one where the moon's light will always shine upon it. As the spirit spoke, she began to fade, her figure dissolving into the air like mist in the morning light. Luna felt a sense of peace wash over her, knowing that she was never truly alone. The moon would always be with her, as would the land and the village she had come to protect. With renewed purpose, Luna turned and began the journey back to the village. She knew that her task was far from over, but she was ready. The village was her home, and it was her duty to guide it into the future with the light of the moon shining brightly above. As she walked, she could feel the pull of the village, its heartbeat syncing with her own. The villagers would continue to look to her for guidance. But she knew now that the bond between them would never break. It was eternal, just as the moon itself. Part 10, The Light of the Future. The village buzzed with a quiet excitement, the air filled with a sense of anticipation. The moon, now a constant companion in the night sky, hung above the village like a protective guardian. Its silver light seemed to pulse with an energy that was both calming and invigorating, wrapping the entire land in a soft, eternal glow. Luna walked through the village, feeling the weight of the responsibility that had become hers, but also the deep connection to the land and its people. The trees whispered in the breeze, their branches swaying gently. And the earth beneath her feet seemed to hum with life. Luna had become part of the village's soul, and in turn, the village had become part of hers. She no longer felt like an outsider. She had found her place, her purpose, and with each passing day, she felt more at home. She had learned to listen, to the land, to the people, and to herself. The villagers had embraced her leadership, but more than that, they had embraced the unity that she had helped restore. Their lives had become intertwined in a way that felt natural, each person contributing to the collective well-being of the village. The crops grew plentifully, the animals thrived, and laughter filled the streets. There was a harmony now. A balance that had been missing for so long. But it wasn't just the village that had changed. Luna herself had grown. She was no longer the uncertain young woman who had first arrived, unsure of her place in the world. She had discovered the depths of her own strength and wisdom, guided by the light of the moon and the ancient spirit that had shown her the way. She had come to understand that her journey was not one of solitary growth but of shared purpose. She was not just the village's guardian, she was its heart. One evening, as the village gathered around the great oak tree for a celebration of the harvest, Luna stood near the tree's base, watching the people dance and sing in the soft light of the moon. The children ran in circles, their laughter echoing through the night air, while the elders told stories of the past, their voices rich with the wisdom of ages. Luna felt a sense of contentment in her heart as she watched the joyous celebration. The village had come so far. She had helped it heal, but it was the people, with their love for the land and each other, who had made the true difference. She had simply given them the space to remember what had been lost and the courage to rebuild what had been broken. Her gaze drifted upward to the moon, its silver light shining down upon her, and she felt the familiar pull, the quiet connection that bound her to it. She had always known that her role was to be a bridge, connecting the earth to the sky, the past to the future. The moon had guided her, and now it was her turn to guide the village forward. Luna's thoughts were interrupted by the soft sound of footsteps behind her. She turned to find the man with the ancient eyes standing in the shadows, his face lit by the moonlight. He had been a constant presence throughout her journey, a guide who had watched over her with a quiet, knowing gaze. "You've done well, Luna," he said, his voice warm with pride. "The village is strong again, and you are its heart." Luna smiled, but there was a quiet sadness in her eyes. "It is not just me," she replied softly. "It is all of us. The village is only as strong as the people who live here." The man nodded. "True. But it is your light that brought them together, your strength that helped them remember what truly matters." Luna looked out over the village, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the land, for the people, and for the journey that had brought her here. She had faced trials and challenges, moments of doubt and fear, but she had also found beauty, joy, and love in the midst of it all. "I never imagined it would be like this," Luna said, her voice full of wonder. "I never imagined I would find a place that feels so much like home." The man smiled gently. "Home is not just a place, Luna. It is a feeling, a connection to the land and to the people who share it with you. You have found that connection here, and you have helped the village find it again." Luna's heart swelled with emotion, and for a moment, she simply stood in silence, letting the moon's light fill her with a sense of peace. She knew that her work was not over, that there would always be challenges ahead, but she was no longer afraid. She had learned to trust in herself, in the land, and in the people who had become her family. As the celebration continued, Luna felt a warmth spread through her chest, a light, soft, but unbreakable. It was the light of the future, the promise of continued growth, of life moving forward in harmony. She was no longer just the guardian of the village. She was its keeper, its protector, its heart. The moon above her shone brighter than ever, its light reflecting the hope and promise of the new dawn. Luna knew that this was just the beginning. The village had been reborn, and with it, so had she. Together, they would face whatever came next, united in the light of the moon, their spirits intertwined forever. And as the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Luna stood at the heart of the village, surrounded by the people she had come to love. She smiled, knowing that the village's heart would beat on, just as hers did, forever guided by the eternal light of the moon.